quotes from those members. Ooh, I can't wait to talk
Oh
about that.
man,
Well,
it
these
was like I was staring
emails.
into a goddamn mirror.
Oh yeah, no, dude, I hated it so much because I just related to it. God, I was like, this is
I've
me.
entered into femoid space.
In the wise words of Sienna Fueganassus, we often hate those who remind us of ourselves.
Exactly. Man, I just want to call women females, but now they've exposed that, I think I'm not gonna be able to get
In a few months' time, we won't be able to address them at all.
called betters alone.
You will not be able to. It's like in the olden days and kingdoms where you weren't allowed to touch someone of royal blood, right? You won't even be able to refer to a woman.
Yeah, you
Can't
do
even
the thing
ding
where you
them with
touch
your
them, it goes,
attention.
tss, and you're like, ah.
Oh, that means that the first sound they're gonna hear is me making noises.
Well, this time I
Well, that's
managed to do
fine
it all
though.
without failing something. I'm kind of proud of myself. You can go happy ghosts
Well, we can.
floating around.
Oh yeah, that's right. We can begin the episode with me making weird noises, and of course, Fringy can bookend this stream with him with his flume noises. Fringy's not here at the moment. He's going to grab Shad because they're in Australia. He's going to run down, knock on Shad's door because it's Australia.
I think they
Everyone
might even
is totally
be like,
closed.
it might even just go to a different room in the house. Because Australia, I'm pretty sure, is not a country, right? It's either a street or a house. I can't.
I think so. I think it's a country that
short
is a
road.
street. It's a street country. Yeah. That's how Rhode Island got its name because it was just a road, and then they built an island around it.
The big reveal was Shad was doing like a late night stream, and in the background of his camera, you could see this green guy walking past, and it was like, wait a minute.
He said, wait, that's
Fringy?
a bird.
Yeah.
What's that big green bird doing?
Well,
Fringy's back. Where's Shad?
Hey, look, alright. I'm tired, okay? I don't have all the answers.
wow, not even one
Alright.
answer.
That's an odd way to answer that question. That's fair enough, though. That's fair.
Oh, what things we talk about for
Dios
about
mio.
5-10 minutes? You know what I'm gonna mention is that new movie that's come out, Black Adam. Anybody here looking to see Black Adam or has seen it?
Adam
I saw
of
a
color.
little bit of it
What
last night.
It's African Adam is what he
I
proposed
don't
to be.
care because I'm a maverick. I'm gonna call him
Who?
Well, it's Teth Adam actually. If you were a true
Bladder?
fan, you'd know that.
Blackadder?
Oh, I love Black Adam. Anyway, you said you watched a bit of it. What did you think? What you saw?
Me?
Some
Not you. No.
Okay, I was making sure that I wasn't
was
being set up to fail.
I was annoyed by the fact that The Rock didn't have an accent. It was really like there's some stupid shit.
Oh, he's totally
like,
just playing himself. Like he doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't want to be
this
too
totally...
mean. He's clearly tried to play some form of a character. I just he was not. If I were to compliment Black Adam, it wouldn't be because of him. No offense to The Rock. Like you were there. But yeah, I actually it was weird. When I came out of the cinema, I was like, I didn't hate that. Huh.
Yeah.
Weird.
Like in the beginning, it made me laugh. This kid was like, "Well, I think it was him as a young kid or whatever." He's like, "We don't have to be slaves, Dad." He just swiped this jewel and ran off, and I'm like, "Kid, you have to have a plan before you do something that stupid."
I was just like, well, so he's dead then. And then I think he was, right?
Find your death warrant with your jewelry.
They were gonna kill him, but then he teleported or something. It's very strange. The origin.
Oh my god! Don't spoil it for us.
I'm sorry.
We have to... Oh my goodness!
But
this is a spoiler-free zone.
A lot of people are making fun of Black Adam for being camp and goofy. I think that's probably fair. I would have just called it cringe. There's lots of cringe in the film.
I would have just called it cringe.
The part particularly where they sort of ape a Mexican standoff sort of moment. That part was not only really bad for like special effects, but what are you doing? Ugh. You'll know what I mean if you've seen it. But we might just cover it because I find it really interesting in terms of where's the DCEU going next. And
yeah, I get the impression like before it came out.
I wish the answer to that was the garbage can.
Just
hate the DCEU. I hate it.
I mean, yeah, it's terrible, but
feel
they're
the same
never
way
going to
about Marvel.
stop trying to make money about it. You know, they're never going to stop trying to make money from it.
I am fascinated that this is where we're at now, like the next era of the DCEU. And funnily enough, I think that Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate was kind of cool. It was kind of fun. It was a full-on
Yeah,
character
seems
there
like
that was
pretty cool.
interesting. So, wouldn't mind talking about that too. Though
Oh.
I don't think I'd recommend the film if anyone's wondering about that. I don't know if I want to go that far. Like, yeah.
The San Francisco Chronicle film reviewer said it was possibly the worst movie ever made. And the way he wrote it, his opening line was, "The film doesn't deserve a bad review because that would imply it was a movie instead
Oh.
of something else." It
Oh.
was like,
Man,
geez.
like,
So it sounded to him like it was just hollow, just completely pointless.
well, so the impression that I get, because I've yet to see it, the impression that I get about like what Black Adam is gonna be is like bad in the way that films used to be considered bad, like with thin plots, you know, or like some stupid elements, as opposed to sort of the chasm where we're at now, like for how bad superhero
Yeah.
movie can get.
It kind of did
You
feel
know?
like it should have come out in Phase 2 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It
Right.
was that, whatever that may mean. You know what? We'll try and get some people to see it so we can all talk about it because it's a weird one. It is a weird
Mhm.
film. There's some humor in it as well, where I was just like, pretty sure that's ripped from. You know, you know
Yeah.
what? Yeah, you know what?
Terminator 2.
Yes, yeah, definitely Terminator 2. It's really hard to separate that out. Oh, and the kid's acting, I've seen people complaining about it. He was awful.
Yeah.
I feel bad for pointing it out about child actors, but this one was noticeable as hell. I was like, when he did like, there's a part where he delivers like a big old rousing speech near the end of the film, and I was just like, stop talking, I beg you, please, just say one word, just go like, we can do it. That's all you need to do. 'Cause, anyway, we've got, to be fair, I can't even waste time talking about anything else because we've got 3 whole episodes of She-Hulk, and my god, the last one is dense.
Oh.
Mhm.
Watching these 3 episodes is the longest month I've spent in my entire life.
Yeah.
Well, She-Hulk episodes might be dense, but do you know what is not dense?
What's that?
This dick.
It's this thing you need to show for me.
It's the what?
It's this thing you need to show for me.
Oh, right.
I'm gonna have a video done like maybe like tomorrow. I did the copyright check and everything, and I was able to. So like after EFAP, I'm gonna be like rendering it and finishing it, and if all goes well, it'll upload tomorrow. Can you believe that? Can you believe that shit?
I
That's
know, right?
insane. That's
Uh,
nuts. It'll be 2.5 hours.
hmm,
What is this madness?
not
What
know.
absolute madness, insanity.
This is the Rex Plussy. He's not dense, he's fluffy. Very nice.
Yes.
Rub your face
very
against it and you won't be
Yes.
hurt.
It is the Rags 2.0 plush from Makeshift. There are 15 days left, and after that, it is gone forever. So please click the link. Where is the link? I don't have this kind of power. Is it in the? Oh, it's in the top of the thing. Look at you
Whoa.
go. See, this is why you pay the big bucks. But I would really appreciate if everyone gave a look at it. It looks great. It's a little bit different than the first gen one. He's got his little bottle of make the movies better, and he's got a really great expression. He's all loungy. He turns out great, and you will see him posed next to the Rags 1.0 plush in a video that may or may not be releasing tomorrow. Probably will, but who knows? I don't want to promise things. But it's cool to see them next to each other, and of course, again, appreciate anyone who gets them. I would really appreciate that.
Yeah,
Rags or dog bites? No, Rags, the official Rags main channel, 2.5 fucking hour video. We're doing it, boys.
long boy.
It's happening. It's happening. We're making that. What are we? Friends. Making friends.
We're making friends. I would say that's true,
Making
yeah.
friends.
So,
Making
we
friends.
will remind you
making
about this
green.
wonderful little plushie here and there. You've got some time left, but you know, when it starts to close, like, oh dear.
Every second that goes is a second that you will not be able to acquire again later in the
Mhm.
future. This is a
It'll be
very limited time
terrifying.
offer. It will be terrifying.
Yeah.
If you don't buy it,
Wonderful.
then you are a you.
God. Well, I got mine. I'm gonna
You know,
give him a
that
little
is
cuddle.
good.
These-
You're not one of those.
Likewise.
You're not one of those. so
Likewise.
that's good.
I'm doing
Yeah,
my
I
Must
got
always
part.
come
my-
out when I have no money.
Well,
The
if you
fuck?
can make, if you have 15 days to make some amount of money, so if you can do that, then this could be yours, and you could put it next to Mahler and Fringy.
I hope
Those are-
someday EFAP
those
starts
are good
scheduling streams so I can listen from the beginning. I try very hard to start them at 7 p.m. BST Saturday
do you
every
mean?
single week.
Just rewind, nigga.
We start them like every week at 1 p.m. Central.
Yeah, it's always the same.
We've
I
been
just-
doing that for, I think, literal years.
Literally is. I think you're right. Yeah, I just don't put them up before going live. That's the one thing I don't do, which I don't know if I should do. I've never really known if I should be doing that.
Hmm.
Anyway,
know.
listen, I don't want to
Anyway.
delay our wonderful guest from able to talk about a show they very much enjoy. I feel bad. I'm like, oh
He's
gosh.
a good man. He's a good man.
So,
Good night. Good night.
wonderful to have you lot back. Can't say that this is gonna be easy. And it's gonna be progressively harder too, because the first episode is cringe, the second one is like, ugh, and then the third one is just there's no words.
It was a nightmare.
And so
I was not expecting it.
I suppose we should get started, and I'll set it up by saying the last time we covered She-Hulk, precious chat, you'll know that we talked about a wedding, and there was just this guy who was perfect in every way, shape, and form, telling our main character how perfect she is, and very satisfying to watch. And then she threw up, and then she beat someone up. Remember all that? That was another episode where it's just like, what the fuck are we doing? We've got this episode, which is possibly the most filler episode of the whole season. They really
begins
waste
with-
time.
It begins with a downwards viewing angle of a toilet,
Mm-hmm.
which is cinematic language
Yes.
for this show is a toilet.
That's kind of
It
a
is
compliment.
prophecy.
That's true. A toilet serves a very important societal function. That is
Yeah.
very true. There's a
Yeah, plus
utility
it's-
to a toilet that I appreciate.
Mhm.
Yeah, plus it's too
It's a
nice of a toilet.
Oh,
It's a
she gets
reference
that
to
thing
Hitchcock.
stinky. Because you hit your cock on the rim when you're pooping? What do you
Oh
mean?
no.
No, I think it was a Hitchcock movie when they first in the for the
Psycho.
first time in cinema. Yeah, they showed a flushing toilet.
Which,
That's
yeah, to be honest with
right.
you,
I
cinema
think
has
that's
never been the
actually
same
right.
since. They kind of ruined.
That's right. I think it was the first flushing toilet.
That's
in
what we call
cinema.
degeneracy, okay?
Speaking of degeneracy, I'm glad you brought that up because I think, and I've heard this, I don't know if it's true. If Fred and Wilma Flintstone were
Mm-hmm.
the first couple to be shown in bed together on TV.
My God, really?
I think so.
That's
That is what
hot.
I've heard. So first off, it is hot because if it's drawn, that makes it even hotter, as opposed to the real thing, of course. But that's what I've heard. So I don't know if that's real, but maybe someone could, tell me I'm wrong or that I'm right or that I'm just handsome and pleasant to be around. But we can carry on with our toilet show.
Well, yeah, and it's just good to know these facts, I think. It keeps it going, you know? So, what else can you say? We get a montage that lasts real fucking long. It's like,
Yeah.
she showers, she puts on
dating-
music, she gets dressed, she drinks, he arrives, they go for like food and like a drink, they go home. Then they're texting while she's in a meeting, and then they're close, but then no, and then they're another date, and then they see a movie, and then they finally fuck, and it's like, okay, fine.
This is responsible dating. You only enter a woman's abode or domicile.
After the third date.
Or yes, after the third date. That is the Disney approved amount of time that you need.
And am
Such
I
meet
right
cute
that
bullshit?
there was no there wasn't even like a kiss until that third date either, right?
Yeah, I think
Or was there
so.
a kiss on the second date?
Well,
Disney goes 0 to 60 really quick. No
Yeah, it's like-
kissing or retouch. You straight. The night you kiss him is you better be fucking him.
I think the crazy shit about this is like we waste so much time and then we skip through an entire relationship. It's like, why didn't you have him being built up through the season so that it actually matters when he steals her blood without her knowledge, by the way, which I thought was hilarious. How do you do that? How do you
How
did
do you
he-
do that?
He's
How do
like,
you puncture the skin to
Didn't wake her
like,
up.
draw?
didn't bother
Oh, they
her.
had a Oh yeah,
I had
yeah.
a theory.
Without waking her up, I don't know. Because look, I know lots of ways to steal women's blood without, you know,
Of
their
course,
consent.
that's why we've had you on
We
today.
all have our favorite methods, of course.
Me and a friend of mine had a theory that he collected her blood going down on her when she had her period.
Oh no!
Because it doesn't make any sense other way.
I mean, logistically, I assume that would actually happen. I assume that She-Hulk menstruate. Well, I guess it's only Jen in this instance.
Would it be green?
We do have a vampire later in the episode, so thematically it does line up. It's not
Well-
that far-fetched.
Oh.
No, you're
The
making
vampire
everybody.
came in.
You're making everybody vomit in
va-
chat. Okay, we gotta stop. So anyway,
I'm going to garlic you.
no. Yeah, and so
Fringy, how do you feel about the blood question?
I'm not talking about that.
he's not a vampire.
Scurry right along. Scurry right along. Well,
Uh,
but this does bring into question if Jen, in her human form, is she invulnerable, like She-Hulk is, essentially?
Well,
Does
so-
Well,
is
remember
she
in
able to cut-
the last episode, she got punched by Titania, super duper strong.
Yeah, she seems
Titanium
invulnerable.
went flying, and she was fine.
Oh, okay.
Bruce,
So it's
Bruce is
it really is
invulnerable,
aesthetic.
Except
though.
Bruce got hurt. Remember, Bruce
Bruce
got
got
hurt
hit.
in the car crash
fair,
and
she's-
started bleeding.
Yeah, but
They
he's
just
Bruce,
ignored
so-
the fact that effectively a sledgehammer swinging into her face would
And sending her
destroy the
flying.
skull of a normal human being.
Excuse you. This is a fun lawyer show, so that's not what happens in fun lawyer shows. Or
Neither
cinema.
of those two things are true. I just wanna
So
say
Like,
that.
why would you lie to me like that?
So her green giant form with the large feet, that's just aesthetic purely. There's no actual utility to her being large and green.
I think you're right. Yeah, because
Plus
I'm pretty
the
sure
social
she.
element, right?
I'm pretty sure she still has the strength. Well, because they imply she doesn't, right? In the first episode, where it's like you got to She-Hulk up and help those people, and it's like, couldn't she just help them normally?
Or maybe she
doesn't
keeps
have-
her invulnerability but doesn't have her strength,
Maybe I don't.
which is confusing.
yeah,
and
it's
it's a thing that
confusing,
you
but-
have to. Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Oh,
No.
you guys made a big mistake. You're looking for consistency.
I'm
That's not
sorry.
real.
Yeah.
That's not real.
I'm sorry. So, after the end of that montage, she sends him a message saying that was fun. I can't stop smiling, and then he doesn't reply, and she's getting incredibly upset about that. And I remember when I first watched this, I was like, "You're not serious that this is the plot line? He fucks a guy and he doesn't call back." Like, oh,
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Because she's a woman.
Yeah, like-
she's a woman in a
I will-
superhero show.
Guys can be very, very clingy after they sleep with someone. They could then they're the one texting. This is
Well, yeah,
all
and if
alleged,
it was
of course.
that,
I
I'd
don't
be
do
just
this.
as
I
pissed.
do
I'd
not
just be
do
like,
this, but-
why is this? Why?
But you know, if you sleep with a guy and he never responds to you ever again,
And he took
then
your blood.
and he took your blood.
You
then
took those cheeks.
He's up to no good. Okay, he is up to no good.
That is, yeah, that's one of those red flags. Red because of blood. That's how that works.
Red, because that's absolutely.
So yeah, she goes to work, and the fucking first thing we get is like, "Oh, you didn't tell me you were nominated for Female Lawyer of the Year." Like,
Wearing the most clown outfit I've ever fucking seen.
I was just like, God, this show is such a joke. Like, she's been awful. She's been actively awful as a lawyer, but she's winning the Female Lawyer Award.
If anything, this is a damning indictment of all female lawyers in this universe.
She
that
beat
she
them
rises
all.
to the top. She was better than the rest.
And,
Imagine how bad they must be.
The only thing she seems to have done is win one parole hearing. Everything else is done by other lawyers.
yeah, and that one parole hearing was an absolute disaster. Like,
It was really bad.
they literally portaled in their witness, who then became a criminal and ran away. Like, it's-
Yeah.
And then she represented him the next week or
Yep.
whatever day or whatever in
Mhm.
a court of law.
Some people
And
believe
then
that
in
may
front
have
of us,
caused problems.
remember-
But hey.
He kept like talking about sending what's his name to like a hell dimension, the sorcerer guy.
Oh
the
yeah, either
magician.
that or just trap him in the mirror dimension. It's chill. It's
Yeah.
fine.
Because I guess that's like Wong's priorities. It's not like Wong is very dutiful. Like it
Nope.
actually very much by the book.
Well, I mean, from what we got of it,
Who-
it did seem like his main problem was how he's upset and jealous that the guy's operating.
Yeah.
Not that it's like
Because-
unsafe and shit.
We just do whatever we want with characters despite their pre-established traits.
Yay! Well, you see, this is
Mhm.
a
That's not-
different format. It's a different genre. It's a different creator. They should be allowed to do whatever the fuck, okay? Shouldn't be so critical.
That's such a weird argument, isn't it? It's a different genre. It's like it's the same continuity.
Yeah, I guess they didn't realize that serious characters exist in comedies as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Or in this universe.
They actually provide a really good jumping off point. You guys remember Idris Elba in The Office? Quite serious.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she's like distracted, I guess, and she's like, "Oh no, you're not going down a rabbit hole on that intelligentsia site, are you?" And then she's like, "What? No, I don't care what a bunch of losers say about me online. They can't even say it to my face because they know they'd get Hulk smashed."
I find that utterly bizarre. Like, as just a scene. I think this might be like one of the most insecure shows that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like in my life.
I don't know what would be
Yeah.
in the I don't know what would compete with it. This show is reeking of insecurity and this need to
the sh-
self-validate.
There are so many scenes in the show that are like written for Twitter. And like, just think about like that scene. They couldn't say it to me, a fictional character, because I would beat them up. Like, what is that?
I don't know.
They would never insult me because my reaction to that would to be using
kill
But,
them.
like, she's
violence.
fictional. You know what I mean? Like, it's like when people on Twitter will be like, "Oh, ha, ha, got him." It's like, it's made up. Like, what?
Well, not to
Like,
mention
it's not real.
she's already packaged in the justification. Like, so you're telling me you'll kill them if they say it to your face? They should probably say it online then.
Isn't
Yeah,
that
I
toxic
don't blame 'em.
masculinity?
A little bit.
She's the one who's
Yep.
displaying the toxic masculinity, if anything.
That's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
what she said, yeah.
It's hypocritical.
Oh, okay. All right. I got you. All right.
crush, kill, destroy whenever I am criticized. Which, yeah, it's... Well, I say that, obviously, the people we're talking about in this universe are people who make a site where they're just like, she's a female. That's evil. We gotta stop her.
Well, right, because you get the big bombardment of all that in episode 9.
Yeah, we'll get to so much. Eventually we'll get there. It's like, dude, the places we're gonna go, chat. Oh my god, you're not
Places
ready.
we'll go.
The chasms, the abysses, the depths to which we
Dr.
must descend.
Seuss is rolling over in his grave.
And so yeah, we got another like montage of her just being like, "Man, you won't call me back." Wah. It's like, yeah, okay, just keep. Yeah. And then she gets a call. Emil Blonsky's inhibitor has malfunctioned, and they can't check with him because they've allowed him to be without any internet connection, like off the grid, essentially. So if ever they can tell whether the inhibitor is working or not, but they can't contact him in any way, shape, or form because that wasn't stipulated at all. That he has to be in a place where he can be contacted within a certain amount of time. Right?
That is absurd. He is abomination.
Yeah. And so they
It
have
made
to
a-
send someone to check if he's abomination.
It made a ton of sense to me that they would have an inhibitor that presumably works off of a cell signal with no cellular service. I mean, that was perfectly reasonable.
That gets
yeah, how
even
else would it
dumber as
work?
fuck
Yeah.
in like 5 minutes from now, but we'll get to that. As
I mean, you'd think because it's the government, they would have like overhead, like surveillance, like helicopters flying over his compound every few
You would
hours or
imagine.
something.
A drone or
It does.
two.
Especially
just
because it's
park,
this
yeah.
government. It's this fictional government that has a giant facility for
Yeah.
housing super villains, superheroes that when spoiler alert, when they show up to arrest She-Hulk or whatever, they've got like pulse rifles that will presumably be a danger in some
yeah,
way
like knock her
to
out sort of thing.
Mhm.
You assume.
right. Otherwise, indestructible things like Abomination can be shackled by technology, but they don't have a little bit of money to like
They don't even
have
have
anybody
they-
check
it's-
on anything.
They don't even have drones.
They,
Which we know that they
yeah,
have.
for anyone who's wondering, they call Jen because he needs muscle, basically. And it's like, well, but he's the government. And he says, yeah, but there's no resources to spare. Like, for Abomination?
Like, come on.
I assume you could move around a few.
You just
You
need
know,
an
and it's a-
excuse.
It's half a
just an
day's work,
excuse
too. It's not even, like, you go there
Right.
and check. You just check. It's a tick or a cross, basically. And somehow the government is just now this guy. It's like, that's all they got, okay? Absolutely fucking ridiculous, but whatever, fine. This is the fate of it. It's only gonna get worse for Abomination, okay, guys? I'm sorry. In every way you can imagine.
Mhm.
So I think it's absurd that they would have set him up in such a way that he's not allowed any Wi-Fi. You'd think, especially in this day and age, in universe, like Nick was saying, they could get Wi-Fi anywhere. not just like in general, but also set it up anywhere they want. I would assume.
Satellite, yeah, internet.
So I don't know. It's hard to believe, especially because what even year is this now in universe?
Like 2024 or 5, I think.
And they've comboed up with like Stark technology, Wakandan
Oh
technology.
yeah, because everything was more
Based.
technologically advanced even at the beginning. Like even in Iron Man, there's a bunch of like the suit, right? Like the suit is not something that's achievable now. There's
like-
always been future tech.
Not with that
Allegedly, we don't know
attitude.
what they're hiding from us.
Not with that attitude. Yeah, true.
It's weird too because is this not like a government mission now that does she decide something? She's like going as muscle to possibly prevent a supervillain from annihilating people. You know, it's just so casually done. It's just like, well, who cares? And this guy is gonna bring her along because I guess that's just how things work. Whatever. All treated
Well, I
like
mean,
woohoo.
she should be there. Like she should be there as his attorney. Although it shouldn't have been the government calling her as his attorney to let her know. It should have been him calling her saying, "Oh, government's coming to my house. I need my attorney present." That's how that should have gone. But I mean, her being there isn't that weird. Him then relying on the attorney who's invested in the client and represents the client's interests in all things to save him from the client is exceedingly stupid. Like
Yeah.
it's like the government. Imagine, there's a suspected murderer, and the government wants to go. Like some guy's supposed to go search his bathroom, and the attorney's there, and it's like, look, if this guy gets out of hand and tries to stab me with a coat hanger, I'm gonna need you to back me up. The attorney's like, yeah, don't worry, fam, I got you. Like, what are we talking about? This is oh god, sorry. I hate this show. I hate it.
Well, hey, you're only gonna. We're getting all the bad stuff out of the way, right? It gets better in the.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
the
it's-
last episode is
It's
so good.
it's only uphill from here.
Woohoo! I'm
Mhm.
excited. You're excited. He arrives at Emil Blonsky's place. Do some abomination wrangling, I guess. And hey, there's the Jolly Green Giant joke. That's something, right? Go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And-
yeah. That's something.
It was a joke.
Vaguely self-aware, yes.
Yeah,
Turns
that's- I
out
guess it's the go-to.
Emil has not turned into quote unquote. I guess I should say apparently hasn't turned into the abomination. It's just a glitch. And again, I want you to think of Abomination, and then I want you to think of Emil Blonsky being the character who, and it's thanks to channels like JLongbones and others that I'm even remembering this, because like some of this stuff is just so long ago that I need to rewatch it to actually understand. But he's not a nice person.
Oh, you might
Mm-mm,
remember in the Incredible Hulk. He's a bit of a meanie.
Yeah, you could say that.
You
Yeah,
know,
ego-driven.
he's not very nice.
Power
He
hungry.
wreaks a lot of havoc in New York.
Happily
Yeah, but he
kills
did
several
say
innocent
nothing.
people.
It's
Yeah.
a fun joke is that he has
And
changed.
right. He's changed from somebody who his pure motive was that he wanted to have a fight and to prove how strong he was. And he was willing to cause that much damage for absolutely no cause. Like, and now look at him. He's reformed. He's
Yes.
good now. I'm
Just
sure it's
wearing
not a
wrinkly
Congratulations.
rude.
ass-
And
Excellent work.
wearing
I mean,
wrinkly
given
ass,
that, that he even
hippie
broke out of
clothes.
prison to go to a fight club,
then
but
come
we
back.
pinned all that on Wong. Like that
And
was
then Wong ran
all
away.
Wong.
Yeah, easy.
And then Wong ran away, and he was never apprehended for that.
He's still fleeing justice. If you see this man, please dial local law enforcement.
So yeah, the man he shoots dogs just for making noise. He'll like beat up anybody who's just getting in his way.
That's
and
just like
Wow,
hyper.
that's an evil.
That's
Kills-
hyper
that's evil.
mean.
that's how you know
Yeah.
he's super evil. You guys,
Exactly.
the reason his inhibitor went off because his favorite chicken Silk Feather was stuck in a fence and he wanted to save it. So he got shocked.
Okay.
He doesn't seem like the sort to have an electric fence to keep his chickens in.
Nor a favorite
That
chicken,
doesn't-
but well,
doesn't
maybe.
sound
Yeah.
very.
The thing about Tim Roth's performance is like he comes off. There's some parts where he comes off very sarcastic, and I'm thinking, does Tim Roth not give a fuck, or is he going to
He
be
must not give a fuck.
Abomination? Like, yeah, that's what I figured. Like, he just doesn't give a fuck. Like, clearly by the finale, we figured that out. Tim Roth's performance was just him not caring. But it's like just weird performance beats like that. I'm just like, wait, I think you should do something with this.
I always
and
assume they've been
maybe-
promised more. Like, it's like, oh, Tim, if you do this series, which is a bunch of bullshit, it'll take like a few days, we'll get you into the next Hulk movie or something.
Mhm.
I always
Which
wonder
I'm
about
sure
that.
everybody's more excited for than ever.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very excited for the next Hulk movie after the new Hulk character has been introduced. Ooh,
Oh yeah.
What Scar? Yeah.
that's quite a tease, isn't it? Hulk fan
Because,
Scar is joining the MCU. We'll show you what he looks
and
like
nobody
eventually.
was happy. Nobody was happy about it.
No.
Not a single person.
So then Jen's about to leave, and other guy has already left. There's a reason why they make him leave in a hurry and not her. But then there's some guy who's like a bull and some guy who's definitely not a matador, and they are fighting, and they happen to destroy Jen's car in the process, so she is forced to stay here now. And I remember when I found that out, I was like,
Dude.
oh god, we're spending the whole episode here, aren't we? No.
You want
This
to learn
place
more
sucks.
about this incredible place, and don't you want to, what if Josh calls back? That's
That's
he could fall
really
back.
important, guys.
Yeah, that would progress the plot or whatever.
Why doesn't a boy like me?
So
All he wanted was my blood.
he sees this guy called Man Bull, and he just goes, "I'm Man Bull. I'm a weird lab experiment. Don't ask." And I had a thought when he said that. I was like,
Uh-oh.
we've kind of hit the point now where, like, there used to be a bit of a, let's call it a decent focus, a vested interest in continuity to some degree, only to let, like, bits and pieces through. Sometimes big pieces, I'm not going to deny it. Like, in phase 1, 2, and 3,
Yeah,
there'd be
like
times just like,
skin-
oof, you fucked
Unwatched
that up. Oh,
skin.
fuck that up. But you'd even get, and this is really crazy, sometimes you'd get films that try to repair it. Sometimes they try to put things back together where other films pull them apart. And you're like, okay, cool. I would call the world cohesive to some degree. At least at some point. I think everybody would pick a different time, but that's totally fine. It is impossible to describe it that way now, and it kind of seems to me that it starts out as like a few cuts and bruises, let's call it, to the continuity of, let's say, the world. Until, like, some creators will just make some big holes, and then some others will make really big ones, and then some others will build on the big holes, and everything just gets, like, broken open.
It's like a Jenga tower being assembled with parts missing the further up it goes.
Yeah, like, think of, the super soldier stuff, time skips, people's ignorance of time skips, like, always treated, and then, like, events like the blip, and obviously all the horrendous moral stuff that loads of people are doing that has huge implications on countries and that nobody ever cares about. There's just, like, no connections to anybody in any way anymore, or contact with other powers and stuff. And there's no more commentary of, like, how things are going with, I was about, funny to say, it's like with lore, in the lore show, I can say that. Like, there's just no fucking clue.
The show thinks it makes a couple of attempts at exploring interesting questions, but
Yeah,
nope.
who knows what's going on with, like, freedom and safety in the world, in terms of
Or what the
You have
average
no
person
clue.
thinks about anything. Like, what does the average person feel really and truly about the nature of superheroes? Not just as, like, a meme about how they're orphans or something. Like, what do they actually believe about the superheroes and the role they play in this world?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then put the multiverse on top of all that, and it's just like, yeah, everything's blown apart, shredded. So
In
no
the hands. Oh, sorry.
So no wonder we're like, we can just look at some random guy called Man Bull, and he just says, "I'm Man Bull. I'm here now. Don't ask questions." Because that in phase 2 would have been like, what? But nowadays, that's like, yeah, that's chill. Fine. You kidding me? We've
No,
blown
just
up the
invent
universe, the multiverse. This guy's chill. Like, who cares if it's a Man Bull?
You can just invent superheroes willy-nilly.
It's by the way, it's worth showing people who might have missed it in the last coverage the incredible visual effects work.
Oh yeah.
Like
yeah.
the incredible scene with the fight.
Well, if I
Man,
can
they
find
had
it
no
too.
time. They had no resources. They just did not.
Well, yeah,
Or
as
it wasn't
evidenced by,
planned for on
I
set.
think we
It
pointed this out
wasn't
as well.
planned for on set.
But look at his leg, the hair prosthetic.
Oh.
It's so gross.
No, that's not that. We're gonna have to nip this in the bud right now. That's not a prosthetic. They just shaved everything else, all the rest of his hair, except for that.
Well,
So that's totally natural. Same thing on his arm. They just shaved all of his hair except for that spot.
I don't
That's
know,
why it
man.
looks weird.
I have
That's why
a
it looks
feeling
weird.
they dug this out of some drain after several months.
What's working?
They
But you
they just slapped it on with some Elmer's glue. Oh, hey, Elmer's! Because it has the ball icon.
More like Elmer's
You gotta
FUD.
show it.
I shall, don't you worry.
Oh, that looks bad. Looks
Oh,
really
no.
bad.
Wait, hold on, just wait.
Oh god, the momentum's all
Ah!
wrong.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't make. It's just not like it's not right. It's
It's like
just.
they
it's
did
backwards.
choreography in front of a
Is
green
that
screen and then
frame-
sped it up.
You see the
Yeah, there's
frame
that
where he,
frame
he
where it-
flips?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at
They
that.
sped that shit
Boom.
up. And
It's
added
really
some,
funny.
Added some motion blur.
Oh, so whatever happened is either they did it wrong on set, like, or something just went wrong, or they didn't have time. It's like you have 2 days to finish this shot or something.
His leg bends.
Yeah, it's,
Oh my
it's just
god.
totally.
It's so rubbery.
You see him like this. He's clear at a position, and then boom.
Well, bulls have rubbery legs. It's a
Oh
well-known.
wow.
It's a well-known
Oh,
fact.
Because the thing is he stops and he starts rolling. Like he's not. The momentum isn't carrying through. It changes.
He changes directions.
Like yeah, he changes. Like it's just all wrong. Like it's not right. It's not right.
Well, and she looks awkward as well, but I think his badness
Well,
is kind of overshadowing
yeah.
it.
Well, I mean, but I guess that's the thing is like the visual effects for like She-Hulk are it's so remarkably inconsistent. Like I don't know what it is. Sometimes it's fine, and then other times it's really like awkward and noticeable. And I mean, we know it gets addressed kind of in episode 9, but I guess
yeah.
we'll get to that. There's plenty to be said. Yeah. We don't know.
So yeah, it's they've destroyed her car now, and so she's gonna have to hang out here while it gets fixed. And then in a rare moment, I guess I relate to Jen the most roundabout here when he goes. That other guy's like, I'm not a matador. I know who I am. I'm a swashbuckler. Then the other one's like, you talk about it like it's a job, but it's not. And then the other, I think Tim Roth is like, Manbull sees everyone who tries to stab him for being a front to nature in not Matador Man. And there are many who want to stab him. Like, okay.
This is the weirdest, like, pseudo-homo narrative I've ever seen.
Pseudo-homo.
Because, like,
well, yeah, because
that
these guys kind of like each other a lot, right? That's a payoff or something.
little bit, yeah, a little bit
they're
much.
like codependent or something.
Codependent, but he still doesn't want to be stabbed by the swarthy, possibly Latino man.
So he
or
wants
for
to be
their
stabbed
base
by him.
touch.
They think it's
He's just looking
hilarious
for his-
that we might think of him as a matador when he's not a matador. That's like the joke. Like, okay.
I do think there's a latent gay joke in there too.
Well, like
Mhm. Oh yeah, they're definitely.
like I'm totally not
Yeah.
gay sort of thing. It could be allegory, you never know, you know? And then you go,
If-
Jen says, wow, so much unnecessary backstory from two people who just destroyed my car. And I'm kind of like, yeah, can't we just deal with that? Fuck the backstories, I don't care. Pay for a car. You assholes. I mean, everybody's an asshole here, so I guess I
Because
don't know.
he specifically did run into that car or throw him onto that car. Or
Yeah.
I was just thinking like, oh, I'm Manbull. I was a lab experiment. Don't ask me questions. It's like, yeah, you know what? In this world, it really makes sense to repeal the Sokovia Accords, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You wanted to create human stakes in a lab.
Oh, dude, it's become clear that the world is in absolute chaos. It's a horrifying
There's
world
no
where
way, yeah.
magicians can sue people for when they send them to demon dimensions and nobody seems to really give a shit. It's just like, yeah, fine. And also there are experiments that are creating crossbreeds between man and animal that then end up in like retreats for therapy. I have no
Waller,
idea.
would you want to be
Look
bred
at how
with a
much
kind of
damage they
like,
caused the
animal
car.
DNA? Would you want to?
What's the longest animal? Snake?
It's probably some
well,
kind of
blue whale, right?
an
Like is the
anaconda,
longest.
or a blue whale.
I'm
they're
pretty
long,
sure
yeah.
a blue whale is the longest.
Would it be
guess
relative
it's-
to I guess maybe it's a
Would it
tapeworm.
be?
Ooh, yeah,
what-
tapeworm. Now Google says blue whale.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
I was gonna say like relative to their you know
so they're not like too thin.
So what you mean to say, Mauler, is you don't want an animal that is necessarily large. You want an animal that is long. So
Long.
you would say relative to like the size of their head to
I
like
think
the
so.
rest
I'm not
of
sure how
them.
you do it.
I
Relative
w-
to the size of this something.
Well, it'd probably
See,
be an
Mal,
anaconda then, right?
yeah, that's what I think you should go with an anaconda because they are very long and they're not
they're
too
strong.
thin, but they're very strong. Yeah,
So
they're kind of chill and they're kind of
Molaconda.
chunky boys.
I'll be a Molaconda. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
Mahler
Some people are
You'd be a
suggesting
yeah, that would be
giraffe.
Molaconda.
That'd be chill.
So like I
Oh
do
yeah, that would be
expect to
cool.
see a meme for the
Molaconda.
end of this stream that is Mola but an anaconda.
Mahlerconda.
And I'm not saying I expect you to do it. I just expect it to happen. Like I expect it, and I'm sure it'll be very amusing.
Mm-hmm.
He'll have like a little snake tongue coming out of his like mask thingy. Just like, look at me. I'm a Molaconda sitting here in the Amazon. They're in the Amazon, right? Just
Probably.
I think so.
doing
Yeah, they're
doing what snakes do,
they
which is
swim
basically being
around.
inert for like 95% of their lives.
They're in
Just
movies
totally and
with
utterly inert.
they're in movies with John Voight. That's
Oh yeah, there was the
Well,
anaconda.
the anaconda,
Wasn't a what's it? Oh my god, what's her name? No, I've forgotten.
Jennifer
What's
Lopez.
yeah, that's right.
Daphne Blake.
But she was in one of those, right?
Yeah. Jennifer Lopez was in there, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And Ice Cube.
I would swallow. I would swallow Jennifer Lopez whole if I was
swallow her
an
whole
anaconda.
or swallow her whole.
Yeah, I
here's the thing.
misinterpreted.
Here's the thing. If you do one, you do the other by necessity, or I suppose, right?
Well, yeah.
I don't
We'll
even
go with
know.
yes. Anacondas are big. Yeah, I'm just looking at pictures of
I thought they were like
anacondas.
30 meters, 30, 40 meters
They
long.
are. Yeah, that's and they're thick.
What does it mean when
They're-
they put reticulated before like Python or whatever?
Like reticulating spleens.
I don't know. What does it mean, reticulated?
I
Well,
have
it
no
says-
idea.
You're a lawyer. You should know when you have to
I
defend
know
That's
it's
true.
anacondas.
Reticulation is a legal term. So it, according to the Wikipedia site,
Yes.
the reticulated python is a python species native to South and Southeast Asia. It's the world's longest snake and is
Ooh.
among the 3 heaviest.
Ooh.
So you'd be a chunker. You'd be a real chunky boy, which is fine if you're that size. It's fine. Like no one looks at a whale and you're like that fat ass. Like no, it's just big, right? It's gonna weigh a lot. Like a python like this, you're like, yeah, that thing ain't fat. It's big and it's kind of terrifying.
Yeah,
It
apparently
is-
Wikipedia says a reticulated python is one of the few snakes that actually preys on humans.
Neat.
Well, I don't think that's neat, but
I think it's neat that nature is allowed to do what it wants. I'm not for restricting it. I'm just like Tolkien.
but just like Tolkien, let nature run its course.
It was added to the Lacey Act, which prohibits trade in wildlife, fish, and plants in the United States that have been illegally taken, possessed, transported, or sold.
Well, because you can get like a pet snake. I presume you can't
Yeah.
get a pet reticulated python, though. That sounds like a.
Hmm.
That sounds like a.
People have
Uh,
snakes.
yeah.
Yeah, the snakes are
Yeah.
chill. They're
They're very chill. That's the
they're
thing about snakes.
ectotherms. They don't like to move and work around
Well,
too
it's kind
much.
of
and they
it's
don't
the
have to eat
meme with
too
a lot of
much.
animals, right? Like the animals, like a lion. You know, people are like, "Oh, a lion's so fierce." It's like 90% of its time is just spent sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah, because
More
it's
than
so
that,
fierce.
even.
Like
It's so fierce that it just sits around like
one
yawning.
roar and the jungle knows. They know.
That's
That's right. The lion
that's
is the
true.
king of the jungle because that's where lions live.
Except he's the king of the savannah because they live in the savannah.
Well, this is all
well,
hearsay, of course.
Yeah, I think propaganda.
Mufasa.
I've seen, by the way, several answers in chat that are like, oh, well, it relates to how their muscles come together. And I was like, oh, okay. And then someone else said it's the pattern of the skin. It's actually how the bones are connected. I was just like, okay.
Some of you
If
have
you-
to be wrong. Or
If you are a
maybe you're all right. Who
snakeologist,
knows?
All of the above.
let us know.
Is that what it's called? A snakeologist? What's the Latin name for snake? It'd probably be that ologist, right?
Serpens, right? I think serpens is the Latin
Oh,
for
that
snake.
makes a lot of sense, actually.
But
that
they'd be
explains a lot.
herpetologists, right? I think. Okay.
Like I said,
Herp-
I don't know. I'm not an expert on the terminology.
It says
Yeah.
herpetologist is someone who specializes in the study of reptiles and amphibians.
Frogs. Frogs and snakes.
From Latin, because they all have herpes.
Nice. That's pretty cool. We learn a lot on this
Yep.
stream.
We really do.
So, yeah, we're now gonna spend the episode getting Jen some signal because she's still trying to see if her guy has sent a message back. That's where we're at. Plotline, guys, just making sure you're up to date.
This is such an excellent commentary on a woman. God, just so good. It's like so empowering that her entire life has been taken over by a guy she slept with one time after 3 dates and one brief meeting at a wedding. That like now she's like, oh, I've let you into my world. This is so
A
empowering.
wedding she only went to
When you-
show off herself.
And you have a meal
Yes.
trying to push her to find meaning in life that goes beyond her phone / this guy. And it's just like, no.
And the
You
phone is
make some
kind of
interesting choices.
Yeah, the show's kind of pooping on him for it.
Oh, it definitely
Like
does.
treating
Even
him
though
like a quack.
he says some stuff that I think is just absolutely correct, and the show definitely makes a joke of him. But whatever, they do that a lot. So they asked to just push the car away, and yeah, she's oh god, do you remember this where they're like, help me push it, and he goes, do I look like a mechanic? My name is Man Bull, not Mechanical Bull.
Oh God, that was terrible.
Man, like, you know, the first draft of a joke doesn't have to be the last draft of a joke.
They
You know,
fixed
like,
it
you
though,
can-
because when he says it, one of the characters is like, "You were working on that for a while, huh?" And I'm just like, the writers were working on that one for a while. Yes.
And it's, yeah, like, oh my god, it's like they're actually sitting there working on it for a while. It's like, fuck, like, oh well, what if we just have them acknowledge that
You
we've
can,
been working on it
you
for
know
a
this
while?
happened. One of them was like, "He's a bull." You know, mechanical bulls, and there's a car. There's something there. Maybe, like, if he comboed up with a car, it'd be like maybe a mechanic. What the car needs
Mechanical
fixing?
bull?
Oh, I'm almost there. And then they start writing notes. They're like, "Oh, this is gonna be so good." Then they say it, and the rest of the team are like, "Haha."
It's moments like this I am reminded that the writer of this started off working on Nickelodeon shows.
Oh.
I'm like, yeah.
Nickelodeon. Maybe what did they do with all that slime?
I don't know. Bring
Can
is
you
it a
just,
form?
like,
Is slime a
put
form
that
of
in?
goo?
Are they
I
related?
feel, I'm pretty sure we talked about that. I'm not. I imagine that they're like adjacent, but they're not quite the same thing. That like slime
Okay.
and goo.
Which
Or
is
maybe
more
glue-
viscous.
Well, maybe goo is like the overarching category, and slime is like a type of goo. If you
Oh,
think about
okay,
it
like a
that way, maybe.
subcategory.
I don't
Worth
know.
being
I'm not
specific, I'm
sure.
saying.
I'm just
Mm.
curious where all the goo went with the Nickelodeon stuff back in the 90s. They were being very liberal with their goo dispensation. I was just wondering where the
I think it
I
seeped into
imagine
the
it's
soil of
slime.
Earth.
It's slime, isn't it?
The accountant who's trying to do it's like you got to cut back on the budget for the slime, right? It's
Yeah,
killing
the
this
slime
company.
budget is
This-
these
this
numbers,
is not-
man.
This
Well, like
is not
they-
cheap. We have to go through a portal
Oh.
to like this crazy dimension to get it. Like it's not. You gotta.
It's
You
out of
gotta
this
be
world,
more-
and you're spraying it on kids.
He's got to account for all of the goo, and so he has to hunt it down. Like, where did it all go? Where did it all hide? Who's been hiding it? And there's lots of like goo merchants and goo dealers. Or
Yeah,
slime.
like you got like a scruffy character in the world, like the janitor, who's secretly collecting some of it to trade, like to make money on the side.
It's like a Willy with the grease.
Wait. So in the 90s, if you tried to get illegal goo, you'd have to go to the GAC market. You guys
I hate
remember?
that-
Do you remember GAC?
I hate that joke more than the mechanical bull joke.
GAC is great.
So anyway, Rags has a plushie out.
Yeah.
If you
Fun
squeeze
more
it, maybe
jokes.
he'll
Remember
say it
when
back.
Rags
More
was
incredible
cute.
jokes like this by buying my plushie. These
So
things aren't cheap, people.
we have incredibly low stakes and easy to do drama, and yet they fuck this up because she says her primary concern is that she wants to check if she's been texted, and so she needs service. So it's like,
You know, I think the highest that the stakes have been in the show was when She-Hulk threw Man-Bull up in the air.
yeah, that's about the height, unless she jumps at
Yep.
some point.
Yep.
So it's weird that she can't get any cell reception when we've just established she has to do something here for a couple of hours because the tow truck isn't going to arrive until the afternoon or later
I've
that
called
day.
them.
And I
Yeah.
was just like, How did you contact the tow people? I wonder. Because it wasn't through the internet. They have no Wi-Fi. You must have called them.
Was it via telegram?
Yeah, it was Morse code. Like,
It puts out its own signal or something.
well, the
I
car
don't know.
broke and just said they'll be on the way. Is that what we're supposed to? I mean, I know there's systems
Maybe he
that
has a
can involve with
landline.
that, but well, then
Yeah, but
use
if
the
you have a
landline.
then what's the point of everything? Like they talked about it,
And they
sounds
never,
to be
yeah,
off the grid.
they never allude to that too. But even if he had a landline, that's a solution right there. She
Smoke
hates the fact that
signals.
she's stuck here. Why doesn't she call a friend? She could even call the guy back, the one who just left.
One thing I want to point out is when she loses the signal, like she's trying to get another one and she's walking around, there's this fucking obnoxious text right above her that says no
Oh,
signals.
yes.
Like,
Oh, it's great.
we motherfucker, we
Oh,
get it. We can
Yeah.
tell by the way she's holding her phone over her head like a fucking moron that there's no reception.
Look,
Stop
that
it.
that 2 feet will make a difference from space. Okay.
I feel like She-Hulk could probably like just jump her way back home, right? Like, does
Yes.
she? What's her level of
Yeah.
Yeah, she could run
what's her
back home
stamina
Who was
easily.
level?
that chick?
Yeah.
Who was that chick in The Boys? Hera? Matilda? What was her name? She could jump really far.
Oh,
mean,
Maeve.
we know-
Minerva? Maeve. Just like Maeve, you could just zoink. You just fly.
We know
Yeah,
that
they-
she can. Yeah, we know she can do this because one, Hulk can do it. Two, she trained with Hulk on doing this, on
Yeah,
jumping.
so she
these
can
long
do it better,
distances.
almost certainly.
Oh yeah. And you just gotta
It
aim
dr-
for
it-
like the grass. You know, don't fuck
I was
everyone
sitting
else's
there.
house or something.
Oh, sorry. I was sitting there yelling at my wife, and I'm like, "Why aren't you just jumping? Just jump! Just jump!"
Yeah, you know what would have been funny if she just jumped up in the air a few times and was like, okay, I can see the city from here. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go this way in this direction.
Yeah, use the landline, call the government guy who's just with you, say like, motherfucker, they broke my car, come back, pick me up, and then the tow truck people will get your car to the wherever it's gonna go, then you can go meet them later. If she truly didn't want to be here. But I think, seems to me, she just wants to be here. She'll just find an excuse to hang out. Because these are a wonderful set of characters we're about to meet. And my god, do we spend a while in this room.
We really do. This is the
It's
episode.
like a bottle
This is
episode.
the episode. Yeah.
It's the bottle episode of She-Hulk, and you know,
Because
generally
it
I
makes
really
you
like
want to
bottle
drink.
episodes.
Yes, it's the bottle episode.
Well, I guess in that sense, it's a different kind of bottle episode. It's a
If there's
very
a bottle, you should buy it.
It does have a bottle. That's true, and it can be yours.
Coming
For,
together.
yeah.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say, by the way, the guy who ran off immediately, they have a throwaway line for like, wait, he's already gone? It's like, yeah, he's really scared of Abomination. And it's like, oh, okay. You understand, like, they had to get him out of there, because if he was here as they both left, and then her car got destroyed, he would have just offered her a ride, obviously. Like, that, and that would have solved
Yeah.
the whole thing.
A
So.
man offering a woman a ride in this show?
Only if
I
he
don't
gets in
know.
the passenger seat and lets her drive.
It's her drive. This
Is
is my car now.
There was one line from Blonsky that was a little sus to me, just in a culty way, you know, not it's nothing else, just a little bit of a culty way where he's like talking about the different things they offer here. And at one point, she points to somewhere, being like, "Is that what you do?" Blah blah. And then he says, "That's for platinum members who get exclusive private spiritual consultation." Like in a place with no Wi-Fi, where you like control everything, you have to pay extra, and you'll get exclusive. I think Nixium is on my brain because I watched the documentary about it. Just like, God, I wouldn't trust any of this shit. Like,
Probably some 17-year-old girl in there or something.
oh, it'll just be
Harem.
anybody who's rich, I guess.
I got the impression the platinum members were the stupid superheroes that he's counseling.
I thought
Or
that
not-
might
not
be
the
it too. Because they're
think
trying
that-
to set that up.
I think because I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, so this is gonna be like part of the villain story, right? Like these guys are all gonna actually be bad guys. There's gonna be this cover thing,
Yeah.
and no, I mean they didn't deliver on that. So don't worry, guys. There was no actual subtext going on. It was just completely vapid. But but I got the impression they were trying to convey that like that was the platinum level. This group of people.
He just hosts
Yeah, you might be right, actually.
intelligentsia. Without, yeah. Oh God, we'll we'll have to
You're
break all
jumping
that.
ahead.
Yeah, we'll break all of it down because it's difficult to explain. But yeah, he there was a theory. The second he came onto the show, we were like, so he's lying. Obviously, he's lying. But you'll find out the truth of whether or not he's lying soon enough. Say soon enough. It could be hours from now, but soon enough.
Also, the way that's off right, you'll find out the truth of whether whether or not he's lying. That's an interesting little phrase there. Carry on.
So yeah, they don't carry Wi-Fi as a policy, so she can only find it in one place, and it happens to be where they're
I don't
having a
know
therapy
why.
session.
Don't know why you would have the no service thing popping up over her head. It's like I get it.
Was to help
It's
you
like a
understand.
stylized thing, I guess.
think-
yeah.
I think it's excellent. They did it in Rings of Power to help you understand the name of the Southlands had changed. Very useful, very loved. I
Don't
think it's
remind me, stop
inspired
it.
like labels. Like people are gonna start labeling things. It's so useful.
Can before we go on and before we forget, can I just say that I despise the music in this show?
I'll
Same.
allow you to say
Yes.
that.
I just
Yep.
all right then.
Well, the part where I got most
Oh wait,
upset about it
wait.
was,
I'm trying to do a thing. I really hate the music in this show. All right, it's been said. Fringy, carry on.
Okay, I was just gonna say that it was episode 8 was when I was getting particularly upset about the music related to one particular character. what I guess was his like little leitmotif in this show. I did not like it compared to what it used to be.
Oh no. It's not the one you're talking about.
No. It was that was a song. I didn't like it. No, I know it was. I was just adding to that. I figured that was the one you did, but I figured
what
we'd
Rags
get
is
some
doing.
extra
He's off.
clarification.
Rags is running
Yeah, he's off
into
on
the
his
wild.
own. He's running around like in the corner. Just running around in
I'm running in
circles.
small circles in the corner while I
Yeah.
hum to myself the Indiana Jones theme.
When
Mhm.
wait, I hope this isn't
Going on an
a spoiler,
adventure.
but it can't really be a spoiler because most people know about it, and it is what it is. There's nothing else to it, so I'm just gonna say it anyway. But at the end of Black Adam, Henry Cavill does show up as Superman, and he's got the little curl, and he's got the outfit, original colors, the red and blue, and John Williams'
Okay.
theme is mixed in as well. And I was legit
Oh,
like,
nice.
oh, there he is. Like,
I want him to have
aw.
a chance to play a good Superman because he's such a good actor, and he just you look at him and you're like Superman, and you're
Um,
just already moist and everything, and you want to give him a chance to play that character. I don't want Snyder to have claimed him for that role and ruined it.
What's funny is I saw someone say like, "Is that key jangly?" And I was like, "Oh yeah." I'm just saying that I hope he gets something. Good for you, Henry. Become Superman.
You can jangle the keys as long as you open the door with them. Like.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
because
deep.
there's no reason why he shouldn't have shown up in that movie. To be honest with you, like with the universe and how it works and everything.
Someone, if you're curious, someone showed me a picture of, or it's in my server. Someone showed Manbull from the comic. He was like,
Okay.
and then we have our Manbull here, which is
Oh.
like, it doesn't have to be the
Pretty
same. It
close.
doesn't.
He looks
But-
straight up
He's an actual
his-
bull.
He's a minotaur, basically.
So this is
in the show. He looks like he was from Narnia or something. Oh my god.
He looks like a man
He
bull
does.
from Portland.
Mr. Tumnus.
Mr. Tumnus.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
looks like Professor X.
No.
Yeah, Mr.
I'm-
Tumnus.
So this
I'm
is the
fan
source versus the Netflix adaptation meme, isn't it?
Very attractive.
Every time.
Why can't he actually be a bull? Well, they didn't have the money. That's why.
I was gonna say maybe it would look way worse.
Well, look, maybe they should have just had him be an actual bull. Find a really passionate bull who's really wants to get into acting and give him the chance to portray Man Bull.
So we get some new
Struggles.
characters.
Nature.
One who's Porcupine. He's a guy in a big suit, like a porcupine, I guess. And then Saracen, the vampire, whose every line of
Blade.
dialogue involves how he wants to drink blood. Really clever.
Listen, I'm gonna give this. The one laugh that this show got out of me, the one genuine laugh that the show was able to squeeze out of my cold, dead, concrete doggy heart, right?
Mhm.
Was when he said, "We need to find Josh and suck his blood," and that was so stupid that I legitimately laughed at it. That's the
Boo.
only time That was the only time. It
The
was
same
so
joke they tell
absurd.
every time with him.
I appreciate
I know,
appreciate
it's-
your honesty, Rags, but damn.
No. It's just there was something like it's clearly not good. The joke there's like the joke is dumb, but it was just that right kind of dumb that one time that it made
I
me
literally
laugh.
can't tell the difference between that joke and all the other jokes he tells.
I don't know why. I can't explain it to you. Maybe it's the delivery. Like he was just so excited just to say that we should find Josh and suck his blood. That was it just did it. It was the one which is one laugh in a whole season of a comedy show. That's pretty good, you know.
I think your brain cracked so much that your like laughter just came out.
Might legitimately be a possibility. Yes.
Yeah, and so like you almost reset because this is apparently the halfway point in the episode, and I realize because that's just the rest of the episode is this now. And you have Tim Roth sitting down with all these insane, like, faux cosplayers that are created by a writing team who doesn't know what stories are. And then he just says, last session, we explored Alejandro's struggles with identity. It's like, why am I here? Like, why?
I didn't sign up for this.
I miss Batwoman.
I legitimately
I really do.
in season 1 of Batwoman, when Ruby Rose was running around being just a horrible, terrible Batwoman, it was wonderful.
Yeah,
It
remember
was
like when she like Ned Flanders? Do you remember him? He was great.
yeah. She like strangled
With his
him.
baloney skin mask.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Remember when not Alice, alternate dimension Alice or whatever, sprayed her with like pepper spray, and then she was like,
Yeah.
that was great.
See, Batwoman was fun. It was fun.
Batwoman was very fun.
Whereas, I mean, it's kind of like the nature of things, right? A bad comedy is usually particularly painful, whereas like a bad drama can end up being very entertaining.
Hmm.
So they talk, and then guy who with other people tried to take Jen's blood turns up. He just happens to be here, and he's like, "Oh, hi," and then she throws him
Man.
across the room.
Yeah.
Which I guess, you know, whatever. Like, I just don't care. It's so difficult because I'm like, where you go? This isn't gonna go anywhere interesting. He's just here
Yeah.
now.
Also,
'Cause
she's gonna kill him.
Oh, you know how it
Like
works.
she doesn't take
Mhm.
she doesn't take the time to question him about why the fuck he was after her blood.
Nope.
Why he was trying to jump her. She just kind of tries to kill him.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, she's role model. This is how you deal with your problems. Just fucking throw them around a room. And even Emil is just like, "Can you please calm down?" And then they have to have like an actual session. He has a lot of anger, you know.
She does.
Yeah, and he says he realized ultimately he didn't need some superpowered crowbar to feel power, and him and his friends were acting like supervillains. And then she says, "You attacked a woman 4-1. You are absolutely supervillains."
Well, there's an
Mhm.
asterisk behind that
Well,
woman.
so this is the thing about it. I was like, oh well, of course. If I mean 4-1 with a guy who's innocent is like supervillain behavior as well. It doesn't matter if, like,
Well,
but
and 1-1 with anybody who is innocent.
yeah,
you just
attacking,
attack them
ambushing a
without
person with a magical
provocation.
crowbar.
Yeah.
That's probably an
Exactly.
asshole thing to do, especially if you're just trying to steal their blood.
Yeah, gender's notwithstanding. Yeah.
But it's weird, yeah, that she frames it as the men versus women thing. It's like, well, you can pick up like cars. So if we're going with strength, like you obviously outclassed them by far.
Like even as a big green mutant, she's still playing the fucking victim like she's this defenseless
yeah.
little girl. Like I hate this shit.
Yeah, I thought it was
It's
really
the Captain
a weird
Marvel
choice of dialogue because obviously they knew she was She-Hulk when they attacked her. She knows she's She-Hulk. So like, it reminds me of the whole the Brie Larson or Captain Marvel
Captain
thing.
Marvel, yeah.
Yeah, where it's like, you know, you assaulted her, she would have been terrified. It's like, no, we both know that she's a god. Like, there's nothing that no.
Literally indestructible. Can tank a hit from the Power Stone.
Yeah. So you're not gonna be able to pull that card. Like, this is not gonna work.
Yeah,
And,
Dawn wasn't gonna do anything other than make her feel loved.
Dawn wanted to smile, so they sent him to hell.
Basically.
So yeah, there's that, and then they I think he says I'm sorry, and she's like, "Oh, you're sorry," and it's like, is this? what we're doing? She's gonna have a chat with one of the, and you kind of just are waiting for when she's gonna be like, "Who sent you? Why did you do it?" But they only ever talk about. But no, sorry, they get to talking about her and her boyfriend soon. That's what the rest
No,
of the
like,
episode's about.
yeah, because this show is not really. You had a plot that you chose to start, and for some reason you're not interested in actually like trying to resolve it. I don't get it.
Yeah, and yeah, to give you an idea, it's like she's criticized for being on her phone, and then she's like, "I met a guy, it was going great," and then he stopped talking to me. Oh, what'd you say? She's like, "I can't stop smiling." It's like, "Oh, that's thirsty and a cliche." And then she's like, "You're thirsty and a cliche." Then they're like,
If
bottom
you
line,
are,
said game on, and he didn't reply. And they're all talking about this, and I'm just like, oh my god. You could have cut this episode. We could have an 8-episode season. It would have been fine. You didn't have to have this episode.
Mhm.
This season
also,
has like 3
you go ahead.
episodes at most.
Yeah.
The rest of it is just, what the heck is going on? Why am I here?
If
I want to
you
sleep.
Yeah.
sleep would be preferable
I
to
fell
this.
asleep actually during like at least 2
It's very.
times
It's
watching
not
this
very
series.
respectful.
I was struggling to take notes.
It
You
was
need to sit in the awakened chair.
it was a consistent theme of this entire show. It is just nothing. It is so hollow. It is so boring. And I mean, we'll get there eventually, but this the only smart part of the show was when the show admitted to itself that all of these storylines are trash. They don't make sense. They're disparate. They're worthless, and it's all bad.
Yeah.
And there's no cohesive theme. There's no cohesive narrative. There's no greater story arc. It's literally just a bunch of little mini incidents that are seemingly unrelated and end up being unrelated. Oh, it drives me nuts. There's no effort put into this script at all.
And I'll be
Mhm.
honest, if you go on 3 dates with a attractive lady,
Mhm.
and after the 3rd date, you are invited into her home and have sex with her, and she texts you, "That was fun, I can't stop smiling," unless you have this weird humiliation thing going on, that's a really good text to get. That's good. I don't get this whole, "Oh, no, that's a bad thing to
Yeah.
say, I legit don't get it. I guess this is a part of the world that I don't get this new music, modern humor, Disney pop
days.
thing. I don't get
Well,
it.
well, because she's a woman, she can't be clingy to a man. That's disgusting. That's handmaiden shit.
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah, and so then she starts to explain. She's like, I met him when I was Jen, and he liked Jen, you know? Like, She-Hulk is that friend you have in high school who's just, everyone likes her more. And you'd think life would be so much easier if you became that person, and I turn into it whenever I want. And everyone gives me attention when I do, my boss, my colleagues, my boyfriends and stuff, but it feels like cheating. Would they like me if I didn't have all of this? And I was like, oh, you already took advantage of that a few episodes ago. So as if he doesn't know the answer to that question, you know? You got it confirmed by a lot of people. In fact, yeah, because that guy, wasn't it literally like half a day she even got to know that guy? The one that wasn't interested in Jen, but she was interested.
It was one
she-
day,
it was-
right?
it was-
I think it was just one
It was
day.
one
It was
date
right from
and-
the date.
Yeah, from the date to the apartment. Then she has to leave the apartment almost immediately to go save from the hell dimension demon bats. And then
Yeah.
when she comes back, it's pound time. Like it was dinner and then 20 minutes.
Well, and that's what I'm saying.
entirety
She
of their
had
relationship.
direct confirmation from him twice that he was absolutely not interested in Jen. In fact, he considered it all a huge surprise. So it's interesting that she's now talking about how, like, I think some people wouldn't be as interested in me if not for She-Hulk. It's like, oh yeah? No, do you remember how you were hired, love? Do you remember what they said?
Well, and also there was that court case she had where she brought all those people in to basically affirm that,
Yeah.
like without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just funny that she's playing coy about it. It's like we've had it confirmed legally at this point. Like, I think we should acknowledge it. Yeah.
Also, because there's one particular line in her big, like, impassioned speech that particularly bugged me, but I
Yeah.
can't remember exactly what. I think it was when it was something along the lines of, you know, like, and that sucks because, like, Jen is great. So, like, I mean,
Oh,
of
does
course
she
I
actually say
just-
Jen is great?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure she
yes.
says, You got to find the exact line. You got to find it because I feel like there's a lot to unpack there.
We have evolved
Oh,
as
yeah.
writers. It's no longer other characters telling our main character how amazing she is. Now we have completely removed all outside influences, and we need only the main character to tell
Yeah, so
everyone else how amazing she is.
it's man, it's like kind of it's like a huge pet peeve of mine. Like
There you go.
in a
I
show.
found it.
What? Oh boy! All right.
It was just so narcissistic.
Oh yeah, no, she is the greatest narcissist I've ever come across in,
Yeah.
and that will be confirmed by the finale episode. Hardcore.
Yeah, and
she was
right. So there it
Bigger
is.
narcissist than Captain Marvel?
And that
absolutely.
sucks.
Captain Marvel doesn't
Yeah,
have
yeah,
doesn't even come
definitely.
close to the narcissism here. Not even
Like,
close.
and that
This eclipses
that
every
sucks.
other character possible. I don't think anyone's going to be able to defeat She-Hulk in that department after the last episode.
Oh yeah.
But there is the line, and that sucks for Jen because Jen is great. It is like I don't know what it is, but I find it like particularly frustrating. I've generally found it annoying when like stories it feels like almost the writer has come in to talk about how great their own characters are. But I mean, this one is like probably the most overt one ever. Like I don't. It's just like that sucks for Jen because Jen is great. It's like that character that you wrote for her to say that about herself, the character that you wrote. And, of course, given all of the scenes that we've had prior to this point, you know.
Oh.
No one cares when they're She-Hulk. It's like, aw.
That's just.
Yeah, well, don't worry. We're coming to the end of this
I
episode,
just feel
think.
so bad for this character.
I know,
Goodness
yeah, me
gracious.
too.
I really want everything to work out for her.
When she finishes her speech, all these guys want to kill Josh. That's a good sign. And then, fucking not Matador Man lights up his sword with like magical energy, and then Tim Roth is like, "You've been warned about using bioelectricity in this group before," and I was just like, "What is there?" I guess he just has
This
a
is a
magical
superhero
sword,
show.
whatever. Yeah, fuck it.
Superhero
Why
show.
not?
Yeah, that's
And they're like, rejection hurts. You should spend more time with Jen because I'm sure she's great. Maybe Josh isn't the only person who likes Jen. You believe this group values the whole of you, Jen? It's just like, oh my God, help me.
And then yeah, like it's at this point that you start to realize that this whole thing is like this sort of group therapy session, but it's kind of like a weird group therapy session because it almost feels like is there something like more meta going on here? Like in terms of what this represents?
What, the people like She-Hulk but they don't like Jennifer Walters from
No,
the
no,
show?
no, but just more like I don't know, like it's just like this weird sort of it feels like kind of a self-insert like therapy session like inserted into the show. You know what I mean?
In what way?
I just feel like one of the writers just
Alright, go for it.
got ghosted or something. Like, what are you trying to say? Who hurt you? Because it feels so much like a self-insert, and someone is just like, just trying to shit on somebody else with this. I don't know. It's just, it feels like a self-insert.
I guess the thing is I can believe that now, since there have been like quotes where the writers have explicitly stated that that's been partially their objective at times, right? Is to like insert people in real life who they don't like into the show.
Yeah.
So, then Jen having a breakthrough and realizing that she doesn't have to be She-Hulk for everyone to like her. Whatever. That encourages Porcupine to take off his mask, and he smells really bad.
Yay, stinky.
And that's the joke.
That's the joke. Yeah,
He's been in
everyone
that
goes,
mask forever.
so smelly. He's
They
smelly.
should call you Kooky Pine.
You dirty, you black bastard.
He seems so happy as well. And I was just like, why did you make it so that he's smelly? It was like, okay.
That is
But also,
hilarious.
isn't this
though.
supposed to be like a very supportive group therapy session?
Yeah, but that's the joke, isn't it? It's like, they won't support him right now or thoroughly because he smells.
Wow. That's not nice
It's
of them.
funny.
He can't help
Therapy
that.
groups
Well,
have a
maybe he
smell
can,
limit.
but maybe
He
he
can.
can't
He can
help
probably.
it, but...
Well, yeah. Because they said he needs to not wear it all the time, and he needs to.
Right. Oh, right. I figured it might be like some innate thing, like I don't know,
Or
like he's
something relating to
innately stinky.
porcupines.
Yeah,
It
like
could
the
literally
If
be
he was
anything at
the,
this
if
point,
he was
yeah.
the skunkinator, right, or the smello man, or you know,
Cellar Man.
the odorator, something like that, right? So we're like, oh, okay, yeah, he smells pretty bad. Yeah.
So they all tell her to delete his number, and then she does it. It's a breakthrough. And then she goes into the yurt thing to yurt. I don't know what that is, and that works out too. It's great.
It's like a sauna.
And then they say like, "We love you, Jen, and we love She-Hulk." And
We are not a cult.
it's so you really like it's gonna take us much longer to get through the next 2 episodes. Trust me, this one is such an empty episode. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
The thing is, like, what should this actually mean to Jen, really? These people that you don't know, like, are saying that you're great to try and make you feel better at this
Exactly.
particular moment. Like, how is this a breakthrough in any way whatsoever?
Yeah, and so before she leaves, Blonsky says, everyone we meet, no matter how much they hurt you, is a lesson learned, right? And before we get to a response, it's obviously him trying to say that you put a lot on what Josh thinks and feels of you when you've not even known him that long, and your value as your two almost identities has been like broken apart and determined by what other people see and think as opposed to what you think. And what have you learned from how much power someone like a Josh has over you with all this, that you need to work on some stuff for yourself? That's what I get from it, trying to be generous, at least a little bit.
Yeah.
And so he says that as a summary of this experience, and her response is, despite those platitudes, I'm actually happy I stuck around. And I was like,
what is
it feels like it's actually kind of some of the stuff he says is legitimately good advice.
It's
It's
you
just
know?
it is good advice.
it
He's
summarizes what
basically saying,
happened.
like,
It's not a
like,
platitude.
oh, yeah, exactly. Like it's like an actual piece of advice. The whole point is, and the whole point of your therapy session was derive value from yourself, not from like the opinions of other people.
Exactly.
He's right. Why would you say that? Why is she always like dismissing and shitting on everything that everybody else has to say?
And it's weird because as self fucking centered as she is, being told that message should make her go, yeah.
That's right, exactly. Yeah.
What annoyed the shit out of me about this episode and the whole thing is going back to the beginning of the show when she first becomes She-Hulk, and it's like the whole thing that Bruce was trying to teach her was reconciling these two parts of herself. And then she's like, no, I'm just actually able to, I am the same thing. There's only one voice. It's just me. It's just Jen within She-Hulk. And then it's immediately broken. Like that's immediately not true throughout the show. And then here it's like, no, Jen is the better thing is going on in this little therapy session, or Jen is great, or Jen is acceptable. And then by the end of the show, there's no reconciliation of this this underlying story arc where Jen is supposed to be reconciling these two aspects of herself. Or is it just the same person? They can't figure it out. They just drop the narrative, but they like have this waypoint here in the middle of the season where it's like, no, there actually is still this looming conflict between her. She's never learned. She just arrogantly went away from Bruce, even though it was like a yay woman power moment. And they don't even realize it. Like they don't realize that that's the contradiction that they've created, is that she was supposed to be better because she's a woman, and because women are actually just uniform. They don't have these two personalities. And then they immediately went into it, and now she's like, they just don't even see it. And it's driving me crazy because it still doesn't wrap up by the end of the show.
I would go as far as say they fucking annihilate any sense of wrapping anything up by the end. It's like they wrote themselves into a corner.
Which,
how did you do that when everything was so simple? It's just,
well, yeah. When you think about how low variables the show is,
yeah,
very low compared to everything else. Like compared to the other shows, particularly low stakes.
Anyway, they show us the clip of Josh stealing her. He's copying all of her phone data. But the weird thing is, again, I don't understand how he got her blood, but whatever, he got her blood too.
Here's the thing. I don't even know anymore like what to make of whether that even happened, but I guess we got to get to that.
I think my theory was more plausible, was the most plausible one.
Biologically, it was potentially so, but who knows?
And that's it. That's episode 7. And as you can see, that only took us just over an hour, so clearly not much happens in it.
Okay.
It was awful to watch, and then I knew as well going into it, the next one, I was like, so this next one, that's the Daredevil one, right? That's where we're at now.
He hasn't shown up yet, so
Oh.
it's time.
It's time indeed. They've already baited him, okay? And I think they would have pushed his episode as far down as possible just so they can keep people in. I think there's no reason to assume anything else. They've baited the crap out of him for a while.
They know that it's a big draw.
Yeah, and they know that they would have just been better off. I say this as if it's not happening. Being a Daredevil show, it's like, don't worry, that's on the way too. That'd be great. That's gonna piss off the entire internet, I think. Because no way it's gonna be like the other 3 seasons. That's just not gonna be a thing.
Well, and especially if they don't have a one-take hallway fight.
Oh, they did a great job of that in this episode, so.
Yeah, I even saw on Twitter people like, "Oh yeah, it was great," and that made me
No, it
really
wasn't.
sad.
It wasn't even
Yes,
anything,
right.
but-
It wasn't very great.
Imagine having
It's
the
not
balls
impressive.
to try to replicate that scene, knowing damn well you can't write worth shit.
Well, it's pretty funny because we talked about it on the last. I can't remember when we talked about it, but for the hallway fight in season 1, I believe they only had like 2 days to prep for it, and then they shot it in like half a day because they were really like it was a very tight production like for Daredevil. Like the turnaround, I think, was a new episode every like 13 days was shot, and look at what they accomplished with less money and less time compared to.
I thought you were talking about She-Hulk only had 2 days to make it.
Well, no, I'm
That's what
saying
it looked
like
like.
who knows, right? I presume that they had more time and more money. In fact, they had to have had more money, but yeah.
Do you know how they do the previously on this one? You have like Bruce saying, "If you're not going to be a superhero, then what are you going to do?" And then it cuts to her
I'm gonna
twerking.
shake my ass.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Like the
shake-
show is like, ain't we fun? And I'm just like, oh
Right.
my god, that really does sum up the show, doesn't it? It's like, if you're not going to use your abilities for the betterment of the world, what are you going to do? And it's like, fuck around, baby.
I'm gonna be a
like-
fucking bum.
All right then.
just a bum ass superhero.
So, yeah, and also the previously is described as, I think she does this more than once in the season, but she does it here. She goes, previously on my show.
What are we doing?
Who
He's
are
very
you talking
secure.
to, bitch?
This is
Yeah,
my
guys,
show. Well,
it's
she did it in
mine.
episode before, right? She was like, I know there's
That's all-
cameos, but
Yes,
this is
yeah.
my show.
And this is not even the last time that we're gonna hear that either. Like, there's more of that later.
The really odd thing about this is, again, for me, it's just this constant return to irony of a bunch of women writing a quote unquote pro woman show. Like, no, this is what women are type thing is the exploration of this character. And yet the lack of self-awareness to have, what are you going to do other than your career, your role, the thing you're supposed to do, the thing that would bring fulfillment to you, the thing that exploits your gifts and talents that make you uniquely you. What are you going to do with that? I'm going to twerk in an office. I'm just going to twerk. Like I'm just going to have fun. It's like, what? Like you're not going to exploit your talents for the betterment of yourself or society or humanity. You're not going to commercialize it. You're not going to do literally anything productive, because the woman thing to do is to sit around shaking your ass. Like that's the message you really want to convey. And it repeatedly, time after time, they go back to this thing where it's like the whole point of these superhero stories is to allow us to hyper focus on some part of something. I guess with Hulk, it's like the id or ego. I don't know which. I'm not a psychologist or a brain person, but you know what I mean? Like it's to focus on this aspect of what a person is, and then to twist it now to become this aspect of what a woman is and how that interplays with them. And it's like, oh, well, then they're going to shake their ass in an office building.
Yeah, and they seem to be proud of that
Just
as a
fucking
statement.
cries.
Just,
Yes.
What the fuck?
It drives me nuts. It's like, oh, why do you hate yourself so much? I mean, ugh.
I mean, all the other male superheroes written by dudes have all had, even like the female ones written by dudes, and they've had purpose, stakes, and heroism. And this chick written by a fucking gaggle of soy idiots and fucking 35-year-old losers, and all she does is get drunk, shake her ass, and fuck. It's awful.
Well, that was going to say...
and look for Wi-Fi.
And I was going to say, it's not my fault, Nick, that we've had no lore to speak of really at all yet in this stream, but we're getting there. We're going to get some lore this episode.
God, it's so bad.
Because yeah, that's the other thing. She's a really shit lawyer. I don't know why they wanted to.
She's nominated for an
Lawyer of the
award,
Year.
isn't she? Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to talk about that too. So much happens this episode. So yeah, we open with some guys robbing a TV, and then they are stopped by Leapfrog. He's a new vigilante. He's really awkward and terrible, and he doesn't quite get anything he wants. And then he activates his boots to get away. He's like little jet boots, and they stop working. And he falls, and they set on fire too. So it's like that's the start. And he's now with She-Hulk explaining the situation in order to get like compensation. He's going to sue the people who made the boots, and that just so happens to be the same guy who made She-Hulk's outfits. The Jacob something, right? That's his name. Luke Jacobson. Luke Jacobson.
Yeah.
This is a really weird way to steal TVs.
Yeah, it is.
Like parking way out in front and just not having masks and just carrying them out one by one to the van outside. Like that just seems like
loudly
a really...
talking about the
Also-
TV you just fucking stole.
Yeah, I feel like you wouldn't do it this way.
Anecdotally, pole workmen and tree arborists seem to cite 9 meters as the cutoff for fatality in a fall. Now, if you look at the screen, look how high he is, and then these are 2 men by here, so we can safely assume that's around about 2 meters, which means 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 13 meters of a fall he's about to do.
He looks like he is pretty darn high.
He's dead.
He's a Connor.
He is suffering death or serious injuries. Like if he lived but had serious injuries, I wouldn't have a problem. But he seems to have
But
no
when we talk about
repercussions
serious,
whatsoever from
though,
this.
serious means bedridden for like the rest of his life, not
Definitely.
Adam.
Bones are broken,
Yeah.
for sure. Many.
Yeah, at least broken bones, right?
Mhm. And let's
but
not forget he was
probably
set
wouldn't
on
be able to
fire
drive a car
too.
anymore. That's,
So I just thought that was all really funny. That it's just like we just started episode. Can you please just calm down? But yeah. She says this seems to be a pretty clear case of manufacturer's defect, negligence, and breach of warranty. Stuff that she wouldn't even know. She hasn't read any of it yet.
Yeah,
What is
or ask him
warranty
any
on
questions.
checkers? Like,
Yeah. Well, so this is the thing. I don't know whether to bring it up now or once we're in the court case, but can we even approach this? This is a vigilante who is suing a black market sort of like Edna Mode type character because his outfit wasn't working during his vigilantism when they are designed to. It's like, is this any of this legal? Are you guys? Is this like a drug dealer and the drug like guy who's just like, you didn't give me the full amount. Police, can you help me out? It's like, I don't know, guys. I think maybe you should sort this between yourselves. But we'll never know how any of it works. But luckily, I know everyone's saying it. You're all thinking it. The Accords might be able to come into this in some way, and you know what? They do. They clear everything up. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, all right, that's good.
the Accords that still exist.
Definitely. Yeah. So she says, I believe you're owed compensatory damages, and this is the thing. It's like when you consider all of the illegal shit that you think is happening, and you try and throw it out the window, I guess, for this. How wouldn't Luke Jacobson be like? He would have been like captured by now. Probably the government would have had many things to say to him. He's making people portions of Iron Man's suit for free. Well, not for free, as in for no. There's no
Armor and tools to carry out vigilante work.
Yeah, they just need money, and then they can do. Like, I don't think so. But
should be
yeah,
a person of interest at the very least, instead of just being able to do all this.
I don't want to say she says all of this is chill before finding out who the manufacturer even is. Like, I was gonna say, she hasn't read the warranties. Like, she doesn't even know anything about this.
So one thing that is right. So there's 2 types of warranty, right? There's a warranty that you buy, some sort of warranty that comes with a product, but there's just a general warranty of an operable and serviceable product that you when you buy a book, you expect it to have pages that are printed on, right? Like, so that's
Okay.
that's the warranty that that is
A
in
sort of
breach here.
default, unspoken, doesn't have to be written kind of
Right.
built-in
If you
warranty.
if you buy a bottle of Coke, then you're going to open it up and drink something that tastes somewhere close to what you expect for Coca-Cola. If you buy a bottle of Coke and drink gasoline, then they've breached their warranty to provide you a Coke. So that's the only minor thing that this shell got kind of correct, is that there is a general warranty of marketability to a product. And so I guess by saying this is a breach of warranty would potentially be true, but actually I don't think that that's the issue here at all. It's not a breach of warranty. The jet boots function. Like the suit does what it's supposed to do,
But it's
and we
not fit for
ultimately
purpose.
right, we ultimately get down to this thing, which was he used the wrong fuel.
Right.
And the dumb thing is the show resolves this in the wrong way. you can't just you can't just provide instructions. You have to provide warnings of what would happen if the thing goes wrong, if it's a foreseeable event. So the show actually gets the product's
Okay.
liability wrong. And this guy would have a case, assuming you could bring a case against a black market manufacturer for a potentially illegal product. But the idea that he
So
okay,
So,
sorry,
like,
go
if
ahead.
if the warranty said you cannot use jet fuel, and that's all that they said, then that's an issue. But if it said do not use jet fuel because it causes terrible, horrible burns, and the suit is not rated for that heat, and you'll hurt yourself,
He
then
didn't even
that would put
say
him in the clear.
he didn't so that if I remember right in the show, he didn't say don't use jet fuel. He said use this type of fuel.
Yeah.
Well,
Right? So
so
it's an even more vague instructions like use only this type, use only unleaded gas.
I guess.
Well, okay, go ahead.
Well, so here's the thing though. Did Jennifer Walters get to see like the actual like written instructions?
No.
Like, did she get any
No.
documentation or paperwork at
No.
all?
None of
No,
it.
they
Why did
glossed
she-
that.
Why would you
Which
go to
would
court?
have
Like, she doesn't have
Because
that.
she's a bad lawyer.
Yeah, all of this would be in. So they do a motion to dismiss for lack of failure, basically for a failure to state a claim upon which relief can be granted. And you would have that motion hearing, but that motion hearing would typically come after some sort of discovery. Like you would
Yeah.
have to turn over those documents. You would have to see the instructions. You would have to see if there was some warranty
Well,
or warning. She would have reviewed all of that stuff. But no, they're just in court like the
Well-
next day.
The
Again.
show
Well,
keeps doing the thing where like they
who
get
does-
blindsided in court. Like they keep getting
Yeah.
blindsided. Like
That's
they
the
don't
only
have
drama
all
they
the
can come up
information.
with.
There's no prep.
Courts.
Being in
Right.
a courtroom doesn't involve any like preparation
No.
None.
or like research, gathering
But-
a reference material.
But to get to the finer legal point on a product's liability case like this, if you say, like, let's say for your car, you go, okay, use only unleaded fuel. But if you use unleaded, like they don't say this, but the manufacturer knows if you use unleaded fuel, the car will literally explode and kill a busload full of children next to you. And they just say, yeah, use unleaded fuel. And you go and you start driving and your car explodes and kills a busload of children. You're like, I'm going to sue you. And you're like, well, I told you to use unleaded fuel. It's like, well, you maybe could have let me know that if I don't, it will be a bomb. Like maybe that would be the standard.
Right.
And that actually is the standard here. So if he says, I told you what, to only use this type of gasoline, it's imminently foreseeable that someone would put a different fuel source into an engine to try and get better performance. That is like a tale as old as engines. Like, well, if it runs on ethanol, maybe it'll run on ethanol plus nitrogen or something. Like you just
I mean, look, all the warnings that are on gas station little pumps that you have the either 1, 2, 3, 4 pumps probably. You have your normal gas, your unleaded, your premium, your ethanol, and they're all full of warnings and they're all full of things. And there's the diesel thing too. People want to get
Yes.
sued over gas. They figured this out. You got to put labels on all that shit.
It's why warning labels are on products and the warning sections of instruction manuals are so ridiculous and overly written is because once someone has an issue, that issue is then foreseeable to the manufacturer. And if there's foreseeability, they have a duty to warn. This one is just generally foreseeable that if you have some sort of engine that takes fuel, someone will put a different type of combustible material in it to provide higher performance. And that just isn't a mystery to anybody. It's been happening forever. So every manufacturer of an engine would say, only use this. And if there was a known issue, like it will explode, or you'll have an issue that could cause danger, they have to put it on there. And it drives me crazy that they just automatically won this lawsuit when they actually would have probably lost.
Which is funny because there's some other things I think they fucked up in it, but we will get there because we got to get a little bit more of the setup, which is that She-Hulk says she can't be doing this one because of conflict of interest. The opposing client is her tailor, and she likes her clothing. There's obviously, she says, I would be ethically compromised. His response is, well, you did it when it was much more personal before. As if that in any way addresses the problem at all. Like,
that she doesn't think that she can do this impartially. Like, she can't act in the best interest of her client, which is like, that's your job. It's the important part of like resolving a conflict.
Yeah, well, you did it before.
Or alternatively,
wow.
not taking on this person and giving them to someone else.
And then,
So dumb.
and then she's like, yeah, but okay, but I don't want to. And then he says, well, go speak to him and make it so that we don't have to have the case at all. And that's all we ever hear about the conflict of interest. Done.
Well, I think it's because the show believes later on, well, I don't know what the show thinks actually in terms of the conflict and whether it's been resolved or sorted.
Well, and that's the other thing. This episode is breakneck. It is absolutely insane. We just jump to all the significant scenes, because now we're with Luke Jacobson with She-Hulk trying to explain the situation. And the writers had a challenge. We need a very apologetic and helpful She-Hulk to approach Luke Jacobson, and we need the conversation to end with them hating each other. So that's kind of difficult to do. How do we do it? So she says someone's basically like someone's complaining about your work, but nothing has been filed yet. So legally you're in some trouble here, but we're okay for now. We can solve this. And his response is, my work is impeccable. Like, okay. So she says, yeah, your stuff is great. Trust me. I do not want like to have to do this, and I know that. And then he says, how can I trust you when you stab me in the back? And it's immediately like,
This is such a jilted conversation. It's so weird. Like neither character understands what's. It's just so bizarre. Like, you can't just hand. Ugh.
And so yeah, and she says, well, there's no lawsuit yet. You just need to provide some level of responsibility for my client's injuries. And he just says, you're not getting anything from me ever again, and destroys the thing he's working on for her. And then she says, whoa, I paid for that. And then he says, well, you shouldn't have betrayed me. What is happening?
So that's probably illegal.
She's come to him with like a warning ahead of time and a way to solve this earlier rather than having to go to court. And he's like, you've backstabbed me.
Also, I guess I'm going to steal money from you?
Yeah, that too. Why not? And then he's like, you're blocked, blacklisted, and reported. And I was just like, I guess we just got to get him in court. That's all this is. Fuck this. They for this episode, they're going to have a strained relationship because that's what we need to do. And it's like, okay. That was bizarre, and your intentions were incredibly clear. But I suppose when they're crunched down this hard for episode time, she may as well have walked in and said, I hate you, and he goes, I hate you too, in the next scene.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know, he's just a crazy asshole, basically, and he believes there's no way any of his work could ever be faulty. Sweet. And he doesn't even need, like, there's no proof that passes between either of them. This, if anything...
Yeah, she doesn't show him pictures, she doesn't hand him, I guess, anything. Does he get any documents from her?
I don't think so.
Because imagine if she had learned from this point that he had actually used it improperly. Because he says, my work is impeccable. What if she said, well, it exploded? And then he said, well, wait, what happened? Like, did he use the right fuel? And the whole thing changes. Like, if the conversation had played out a little more like it should have.
Normally, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there is a document in this show.
No,
Hey, I remember
how much of like
Not a
legal
single
stuff
one.
is
It was
just
that-
pages and pages and pages and pages of documentation.
She had an iPad once that had 4 witness names on it, and she crossed them out with a little scribble when they were done. So that's
No
document.
questions or anything. No, like.
That's
mean,
like
not
a
to-
document.
Not to dwell on the past, but like that time when they were resolving all of Mr. Immortal's settlements, it's like, okay, so you have differing settlements with different conditions for different relationships with 9 different people, and she solved it with 1 page of a legal pad. And it's like the amount of paperwork involved in that, and also the
Yeah.
release from liabilities, the non-disclosure, outside of these limited persons, like all of the stuff that would have to happen to make that actually. And again, coming from a firm that is, we're talking, this is the premium law firm in the country, in the world, or whatever. Like the amount of paperwork that would be involved in all of this stuff would be mountainous, and there's
No,
not
you can
a
resolve it in an
single
afternoon.
piece. Yeah.
But that would be
God,
boring. Even having them on screen would be boring. Seeing them on a table would be boring. We can't do that.
People who like this show can't read. What's the point?
That's true.
See? No response. No argument back on that because it's
No
just
ar-
the
There you go.
nailed it.
There we go. Yep.
Wait, no,
Takes
actually, it's
care of
not the
that.
truth.
What?
People
What?
people who like this show don't exist.
Oh. I think you can find them out there if you go fishing in the distant parts of the world. There'll be some guys like, yeah, it's all right.
They're
I
on
don't even
Twitter
think the
telling
writers
us.
like this show. I think they hated it.
They're forced
Like,
to do
yeah,
this.
is this something that they feel proud of making? Do they take pride in their work when they were actually making this? Do they look at this and
They-
go, "Man, we did something really good here"?
I think
They
that
keep
last
fucking
episode
defending
shows
it.
it.
So begins the trial. And
Mm.
it's awkward because it just begins with Luke Jacobson has no one representing him, and then they do this thing of like, you're gonna represent yourself? And then She-Hulk's like, oh my god, get ready to spend all your money. And then he's like, no, I wouldn't do that because I'm not an idiot. And I genuinely felt like it was the writers being like, yeah, She-Hulk, you idiot lawyer, shut up. Like,
Even though even though he says this to the judge.
I'm so confused. I don't know what. Why does the show consistently tell me how much of an idiot She-Hulk is? I'm like, okay, fine. Then it's like also winning best female lawyer ever. And you're like, okay, sure.
Well, I don't know. Of course, I'm not a lawman myself. I'm not a dog of the law. But normally, when you have like a court proceeding and stuff like this, do you learn who your opposing lawyer is when you get in the courtroom and they walk in?
there are some weird ways in which you can get close to that, but usually no. No, the normal scope of things would be you would have a very good idea of who you're going to be going against, because they'd be filing their representations, right? Like, I'm telling the court that I'm coming before it. But you could have it where people show up and it's like a surprise lawyer because they filed at the last minute right before showing up, whatever it is, they got hired that day or they've been working in the background. But there's usually no purpose to any of that. The thing that legal drama writers who don't know about law don't ever get is that there's no surprise in court. There isn't this big drama. There's no like new evidence at the last second. None of that stuff happens because it doesn't benefit the actual proceeding. Because the second some big surprise comes along, all you say is, Your Honor, we need a little bit of time to deal with this. Can we adjourn today? Can I have 7 days? I need to file a written motion to respond to this. Can I have some time? And the court's going to say, yes, of course, because they have something else to do. The court always has something to do. They're not dependent on your case getting done. So it's like, until you get to an actual trial, everything is flexible and malleable. There's no grounds or room for surprise. And by the time you're going to trial, everything is known. All of the evidence has been seen by both parties outside of extremely limited incidents. And they've developed, not only have they developed theories on how each side is going to use the evidence, they've had big arguments over what evidence will and will not be allowed into the trial leading up to it. And all of that is skipped here to try and make it more dramatic, but it ends up just making it corny and dumb. And I
think
it.
it's like they don't understand that like a court case, like these proceedings, there is like a procedure that is incredibly important that is like followed. Because there's an objective like with a case to try and run it in a way that is fair, that's going to lead to essentially like correct outcomes. There's a procedure. Like you're not just going to get like ambushed in court. It's not like some big show performance thing. Like there's a procedure that you're trying to run through to make sure that everything is proper. Like it's not a fucking meme, Like it's
Yeah.
This is MCU. how could they not afford a single lawyer in a writing room? Like, I don't understand.
Even
All you had to do, just get a few hours for each episode with a single professional, right? They couldn't do that. Or, I don't know, maybe they did, but
I just don't think they cared.
I was gonna say,
think
even hire one
they
to ignore
legitimately
them.
just don't care.
I just, God, yeah, just one guy to
Well, they
be
would've-
like, hey, is this all right? And he can be like, no. But carry on.
Yeah,
It's all
they
They
could have
would've-
easily, they
I
could have
guess it's
easily
not-
gotten some consultants because, like some of the best shows have had consultants about, for the topic that they're discussing. Like this one show I used to watch, it was about plastic surgery, and they had a plastic surgeon not only consulting on like the surgeries, but like they were in the cast acting. And then they would consult over how the dummies, like the surgery dummies, should look, how the actors should move their hands when they're doing surgery, everything. And because of that authenticity, the show was more interesting to watch. But I guess Marvel just doesn't care about those things anymore.
The saddest realization is that none of the writers were desirable enough to have gotten into a relationship and gotten divorced before this happens, because they would know about all the paperwork.
oh my god.
Well, isn't there like a meme in Hot Fuzz? Like they keep talking about how one of the main characters is very obsessed with like cops doing awesome and fun things, action-packed, like explosions, beating bad guys. And then Simon Pegg's whole thing is like, you have no idea how much paperwork there is. Like, that's cops. That's not even law. Like, there's shit tons of red tape. There's shit tons of approving and putting in for things and keeping record of everything. And just the parts that they don't want you to know about. But, like, to the point where you run a whole law show and there's just, like, barely any paper to be seen. It's like, all right. You do you.
It's reams and reams and reams and time reading through everything, sifting through everything. I mean, this product's liability thing that they did would have been huge. First of all, it would have been a mountain of medical bills. Because the one thing we can't figure out is like what injury did he sustain? Did they even say? Like
third degree
burns
burns.
to his legs.
a third degree burns on his legs. Like the guy's like walking. I guess was he in a wheelchair? I
No.
can't even remember.
I think the meme
Oh,
is that he's kind of partially faking it because he has his legs up at the beginning on the table. It doesn't
You
give a
can-
shit. And
You get that
she's,
checked, right?
Yeah.
she
If you
sees
don't have
that
the
and-
medical records, you're not going to get compensatory damages because the
You have to
compensatory
confirm
damages.
you have the thing.
They're
Yeah,
doing the
you said you
meme
have.
where like Lionel Hutz or whatever type of lawyer in a comedy show will be like, let's put a a neck brace on you. You got to start walking with a limp. You got to, like, for civil cases and stuff, to just
Yeah.
walk like you really, really hurt. They're doing
You
that, I
have
think.
But you also have to get medical bills. Like you have to
Yeah.
get those bills to prove your damages. Like the whole like the limp thing is usually for an insurance claim. Like, oh, you get some seedy doctor to say, oh yeah, here you go, and now you can turn this over to
Yeah.
your insurance, and then you better not look, you better not be like doing deadlifts or whatever with your hurt back, because then they'll cancel the chiropractic care that you said you needed for the rest of your life. But in this one, again, getting into that courtroom and on that motion to dismiss, like, I guess they should have a motion to dismiss if there's no damage, like if they don't have any medical records, if they don't have a history of the examination, the surgeries required for third degree burns. I don't know if people know this, but you don't just heal from third degree burns. That's what makes them third degree. is that
Serious,
you-
yeah.
you,
Very
you
serious.
tend to need severe help with those. So you'd have tons of documentation, and then you'd have to have expert testimony about the actual like lasting trauma that he would have suffered. And believe me, I would think falling from like 16 or 17 meters out of the sky onto pavement would leave serious trauma that he would need therapy for. And this is the stuff they should have laid out. Like, okay, so you got your psychiatrist report, you got your bills all lined up. Like, bring a big stack of stuff to the table. This is what we're going to hit you with on damages. Like, put that in the show, because if you want to have any legal drama at all, people watch legal drama all the time. Just give us the reasons to like have an air of believability about it.
No.
Any.
Fun. Having fun. No. Speaking of,
I mean,
yeah,
what
because that's not
about-
even the first thing. Oh, wait, go ahead, because I was going to move on.
Nothing. Go
Too
on.
late. You already started, and I'm going to force it out of you.
I mean, what about Jen's dating life then? What are we gonna do about that?
Well,
We need to cover it.
Most interesting part of the show. I still think I would have been more interested if it was maybe just the one dude that she gets to know over the show, and then he betrays the fuck out of her, and that he faked being interested in Jen, and
That would
and
certainly
She-Hulk.
Too much.
Just
instead of
build
him
that
being
up.
one of, you know,
And you know
number
what?
of
You don't even need
others.
to make him really normal, and he's just really nice to her. And then
Yeah.
it turns out he works for
Yeah.
Intelligentsia, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, but I mean," and maybe even do the thing where he kind of likes her before he has to betray her.
Yeah. That Josh guy had a potential to do that, but there was just a montage of him and they just got rid of him afterwards.
Yeah.
It was just so poorly done.
It was really weird
What the heck
that he
character?
didn't show up again. It's really odd that it's like they lost the actor or something.
I mean, he
It
was
does
not
feel
even
like that.
in the last episode.
Exactly.
Where was
You don't
he?
have that moment where she meets up with Josh again with all like he should be a member of the group, I would think, like
I
in the
would think.
crowd.
He was a
And
high
then
know
she
she
has
just
like
had
a
a-
no reconciliation of any single thread in the entire show.
You
The
know what?
reconciliation of the last thread is fucking Daredevil, who she meets in the last episode or the next to last episode. That's it. That's the whole payoff. It's like, what was the rest of the season for?
One of my favorite things is that remember we watched the first episode and the way she turns into a Hulk. I remember I said, I wonder if that spaceship is gonna be brought up again. And well,
kind
yeah.
of, kind of.
So much for that.
Yeah, no. Well, there's something else as well that I can't wait to talk about, because let's just say at one point it was said that she's obviously going to realize what she said to Bruce was wrong, and that there's going to be a reconciliation and understanding there. We're running out of time, show. I hope we're going to get it within these last 2 episodes. I'm sure we will. Running out of time, though. You see, because that's that same cope, and I feel bad, in a sense, for a lot of people who are like, don't worry, first episode wasn't so great. It's gonna recontextualize it as we go on. It's like, no.
I don't know. I feel like some shows earn that sort of confidence that they're going to do something with the things that they've set up. But this show, like, pretty
Wow,
early
having
on, it
to
was
earn
like,
confidence,
nah.
that's not very empowering.
Mm-hmm.
What? That's, yeah, I suppose.
So,
Yeah.
so Daredevil's here. Mr. Matt
He's
Murdock.
here.
Yay!
And every scene,
they even
every
have
scene.
what feels like a soap opera sort of like reveal for him. The camera zooming in on
very
the
dramatic.
doors, and then the music's really like cheesy, and he's just like, "I am
Yeah.
here." It's like, yeah.
I'm here. Like he doesn't say it that enthusiastically. He just says, "I'm here."
And I love him for that.
Yeah, like it was kind of.
I just want him to
just
escape.
dread.
I don't want him to have to be
Yeah,
here.
it's just this constant sense of dread with every scene. It's like, what are you gonna do to him? Leave him be.
Oh boy, do
He
we get
didn't do
off to a
anything
really
to
good
them.
start. He wants to, before we address the overall case, we want to address a portion of it being that She-Hulk has requested the client list for Luke Jacobson's work in order to contact them all and ask if they've experienced any injuries. So,
Oh, sorry. I feel like we skipped over something that I wanted to highlight. Like, because Matt, as soon as he comes in, he basically like lays out his claims he's going to make for his client, and Jennifer calls him an asshole. It's like he's just
Yeah.
doing his job.
What's up
Like,
with
what-
that?
oh well,
Yeah,
that's
like, how
literally-
dare this
yeah.
person
Be
oppose me?
dismissed.
I think she hates competency. It's like this disgusting,
But it's
horrible
just
thing.
like you know what he's doing. He's just representing his
He's
client.
doing you. Yeah,
doing
he's
what you're
doing.
doing.
Yeah.
When he's
It's
doing what
fun,
she would
okay?
do if she was actually a good lawyer.
Yeah.
Or, like more
What?
confident. Yeah. Just call him an asshole. It's like he's just doing his job. Like, calm down.
Yeah. He says
He's
he
a guy.
wants to ask the motion to compel the
Guys are
production of the
assholes.
defendant's client list be rejected as it's irrelevant. She says it's relevant for the other injuries. He says his record is spotless, which is like really weird to make as a claim when that's what she wants to find out. Whether or not the record is
also,
spotless. And he's like, it just is, trust me. And it's like, okay.
This is another part that they got completely wrong. Of course, that client list would be disclosed. Of course, it would. It may be marked attorney eyes only. So the kid that she's representing may not get to see it.
Okay.
Nobody
so not,
else
not,
gets to
not
see
open
it.
to the public.
Right. This happens
Okay.
all the time when there's a business secret to protect. But
Well, maybe we should
generally,
before you go on, we have to
Alright.
give the context
Yeah.
because they do they give a little bit on this, but then they get to the big reason. So he says it's an invasion of privacy. She said it's not privacy. It's not like a privacy thing when it's Taylor's customers. This happens like all the time and blah blah blah. And then he says, not when these people are superheroes that necessitate anonymity. The Sokovia Accords have been repealed. So this, if I can get all of the nerd shit out of the way, Rekieta, then we'll let you
Oh, yeah.
go on the lore shit.
Yeah,
So
go
the
for
nerd
it.
shit is, they forgot what the Sokovia Accords even are, awkwardly. in
Absolutely,
this
they
scene.
did.
So
Yeah.
They've confused them with what
The
they were
comic
in
ones,
the comics, like
yeah.
the alternative superhero registration thing.
in the comics, as far as I understand it, yeah, that's the idea, is that everybody's
The
gonna.
comics is you basically are going to sign up as like a member of Shield. Like you got to give them your name, you got to give them a bunch of information, then you operate underneath Shield. The Accords are obviously different.
And yeah,
like
just
the
Absolutely.
super
operation.
simple
They are
version is
different.
just you're operating as a hero. You give up what your name is. You that in the comics, and that causes this a split down the middle. And isn't one of the biggest like moments of all of that Spider-Man being revealed?
He reveals himself to say like, this is right, like I'm gonna throw my hat in this arena, but then shit goes bad and then he changes his mind.
Yeah.
Because of course it's like a lot of comics, right? The big thing with the secret identity thing is, you know, like the consequences for them and their loved ones.
So
So like that's what's more relevant in the comic.
in the movie adaptation, it wasn't going to work quite as well to do it that way. They clearly changed it because they're trying to find a way to better split the Avengers into two teams. And so what it is in the movies is, of those who are known and operate very publicly and even with the assistance of the government, they now need to go once they're approved, or they need to wait until whatever they like their orders may be from a unified council that will be created via the UN.
Yeah, a UN-like group.
And
yeah.
the way that it's sold in the film is just that something's gotta give. We had to do something. It's really difficult to have any kind of system that can control this many superpowered and sometimes alien beings all over Earth who just decide whether or not they're going to save people. And they don't care, oftentimes, what they leave behind them when they do so. So something's got to happen with the government. Civil War was clearly a response to the idea that this has gotten out of control. Like, Phase 3 is just like, the world doesn't give a shit anymore. And what they could have done is what we've done now, which is that, you know, it's whatever now. You can do whatever you want, fuck it. But back in Phase 3, they did have a thing of like, we're going to try and make a world for this. We're going to try and make it work, have repercussions. I think there's loads of discussion to be had about the Sokovia Accords. I think they're really interesting.
Absolutely.
But the main thrust of them is that superheroes shouldn't just be allowed to be Team America. That's the world police just do whatever they want, wherever they, like, that can't stand. There has to be something that happens. And so they try to implement it, and then Cap is like, no fucking way any government should be the one that decides what superheroes are doing with their power when it relates to saving people's lives. That's fucked up. And then Iron Man is like, if we don't at least somewhat agree with them on this, then we're going to be hunted down and put in prison. And we can't save people's lives then. So you would rather compromise and then operate within that limit, while Cap is like, absolutely not, because that's not principled. We have to just absolutely... Like, and of course the result is Iron Man works under the thumb of the government for the next few years that we don't really see, but Cap is a vigilante, and he runs the, I guess, the underground Avengers.
Well, you secret Avengers, I suppose,
and
if you want to...
We deserved to get that movie, but we didn't.
Yes, we did.
And of course, in Infinity War, then it's those Avengers. They put like a beard on Falcon. You get like different hair color for Black Widow. They're very different. Great. But now the Sokovia Accords apparently been repealed because they've only ever gotten in the way. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were referenced in WandaVision as being active, weren't they?
I think they were, but I mean, it's like you pointed out. The problem was so this is worth expanding on. If you take them seriously as an element in the world of the story that you're trying to tell, the Sokovia Accords present a lot of opportunities narratively, like for a wide variety of different characters in terms of different power levels or like different stakes of the story. Like in the hands of a writer who recognizes the opportunity that exists in what you could call a restriction in a sense, there's a lot of material to be pulled from it. But in the hands of a less competent writer, the Accords would be seen as something that impedes the ability for you to do basically whatever you want. It was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. And like when you think about Phase 4 and how like absolutely ridiculously high stakes so many of these stories have been, without any consideration for like the implications of that, it was a matter of time. It was only a matter of time until it was like, they don't exist anymore. They're done. They're gone. And it, you know, it's worth considering. The Accords were made in response to the events that had led up to Civil War, which, you know, there were some pretty high stakes things there, like with Ultron and whatnot. But think about like everything that's happened after that. You had the snap, like you had that.
The
and
Avengers
Thanos
decided to bring people back. That was
to do
their
it
choice.
exactly on their own without consulting anybody or working out any plans in terms of that. You've had everything that happened in WandaVision, Doctor Strange, the Falcon Winter Soldier stuff. Like you had all of that happen as well. It like there was a celestial just poking out of Earth.
Yep.
Like from this superhuman group that's existed for a long time that went completely under the radar. What other fucking
No
shit? Oh, Thor:
accountability.
Love and Thunder. Like all of the like. Think about how
Well,
much crazy.
I've got a
No
I
Way
got a
Home.
message
The
that was
spell to
sent
wipe
here.
out people's
Oh
fucking
yeah, No Way
memories.
Home, of course.
Well,
yeah.
in our
Moon
chat, I
Knight.
posted something
Kaiju.
that someone had mentioned.
There was a kaiju fight, like in Egypt.
Well, we have Black Widow in the Red Room, Hawkeye going out on a spree.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah,
let's
right.
see.
Ronan. Yeah, that's right.
Wanda, Falcon and Bucky on the mission without any authorization and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Doctor Strange for the Eye Monster battle. Sophistic Autistic sent me this little list here. Wizards are a thing and no one cares.
Nope.
Yeah.
All the shit that happens in Miss Marvel, which I just don't know anything about that show whatsoever. Kate Bishop blew up a building in Hawkeye. Thor gets his own country and can make an army like he did with the kids in Thor 4.
Yeah,
Yep.
and so like the world that exists now in the MCU is leagues more chaotic than the world that existed when in Civil War it seemed that the world needed to respond to what was happening.
Oh,
There's
Moon
no
Knight.
Yeah, the kaiju fight. And there was a kaiju
Yeah.
fight in Egypt. Like it is ridiculous. They said before the show came out, we're going to address the Accords. This was it.
This was it.
They
yeah.
don't
They've
exist.
they said they've been repealed in one line, and near the end of the season, Daredevil says they've been repealed.
Repealed.
And that's
They
the
don't
thing.
exist
Moving
anymore.
on.
What should have happened was just always building on what Civil War set. You get pushback, amendment. Someone wanted me to mention is like Iron Man suggested immediately that there would be amendments. They would change as much as they could to make it better and easier. But also the fact that Iron Man was always, when I said working under the government, what I meant, I didn't mean to say that he was working according to whatever they wanted. I meant he would never go against them publicly, but he breaks immediately from what they want. But that's Iron Man's whole thing. He's like, yeah, sure, thumbs up government, but if ever they tried to stop him from doing anything he felt he should do, he would just do it anyway. Which to him is better.
Yeah,
it's like, I don't have to be
he's
hunted by the
definitely more
government.
pragmatic about it.
Yeah, but Cap is like, no, I'm going to be honest. There's
Yeah.
no, you're not controlling me. As simple
And
as
you
that.
can understand why he has that principled
Exactly.
position.
I love...
Civil War is really good.
I don't, I've been critical of the movies that come before them, but both Age of Ultron, Iron Man 3, and Winter Soldier, I think all of them are really important for making Civil War as strong as it is.
Yeah.
They all
The biggest-
benefit.
The biggest lie of this show is that there's some Kevin green lighting everything or just controlling, or there's anyone in control of this and is just managing all the decisions, because it's not.
Yeah, there's no captain to this ship
Such-
of writers.
Yeah.
Everyone's just sort of
Yeah.
doing their own thing. They're tugging on this
Mm.
sail. They're lowering this gangplank, and no one's work. It's like they're not working on the same project.
Yeah, the amount of just control that these writers were given over the world of MCU is just mind-boggling.
Yeah.
I cannot comprehend it. Just how much power they were given. I mean, Hulk is basically unusable after this. I cannot imagine what they're gonna do with him after this.
Imagine if
nobody wants to
anybody-
know.
Entire...
Imagine if anybody had tried to stop them from fucking up the universe. Like, imagine if anybody had said, no, you can't do that. It's like, this is telling a bunch of women what they can and can't write about a woman's show. You're going to limit our creative talents to just what you think the universe should be. It would have been a disaster. They had to be terrified of telling these people what to do.
You know for a fact when they said, can we just say the Accords have been repealed, that all the other people were just like, the Accords?
Yeah,
Say
like the Hondas.
They had... And they go,
The
well,
Honda
there were those
Accord,
things where they said like heroes can't and canon can't do certain, and it's like, oh, that was like phase 3, dude. That's fine. So yeah,
So
really bad for the Will that they did that. It's not even the thing they think it is, because she wants a client list to give identities away, and he's referencing the Accords. The Accords only mattered to the heroes that had already come out. The vigilante heroes obviously wouldn't have given a fuck about the Accords, because they can't even sign. They're out there doing their thing. You know, like, what do the Accords mean to Daredevil, for example? It's like nothing. He's
Yeah, that could be part
We'll
of
just keep
how does
operating.
Yeah.
It's not
the
even a
idea of
superhero.
Daredevil dealing with the Accords. That could be like in a TV show.
Well, something that could be really great is, like, imagine if what happens is that we get to see, like, the nature of how the Accords trickle down. So, like, the Accords are like a UN thing, and then there'd be, like, federal jurisdiction and then state jurisdiction. And maybe it's, like, the police that Daredevil encounters will often just, like, basically protect him from the bureaucracy because they find him, like, beneficial to them. And imagine if you explored that as an element, and then things go right, and then it fucks up. It's like, no, we got to come down on you now.
Yeah,
like, you crossed the line, you screwed up.
Make it as clear as I can. Daredevil is 100% vigilante. Then they introduce this thing where they're like, people like Iron Man who operate with assistance from the government, they may now have to sign this so that they can't just do whatever they want. Otherwise, they'll be put in jail. And if you read between the lines, become a vigilante at that point. Daredevil's like, oh, I already am, so whatever.
Well, and like, this is not shitting on Daredevil because I like him or whatever, but Daredevil's superpower is distilled down to concepts. Like, he has no fear. He's a blind guy who can see, but basically just some heightened sensory perception and no fear or regard for his own personal safety, right? Like, Daredevil isn't using a suit that fires plasma cannons out of it or can fly and take down an airplane.
Well, that's why I think he'd be able to get away with people not looking into him too much for a while, which they could have taken advantage of, but they didn't.
So the Accords wouldn't ever like, even assuming the Accords were relevant and even applied to vigilantes, Daredevil would he'd just be like he comes across as a normal guy who's just highly skilled.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, he probably wouldn't even register on the main people that go. Like, when you have someone like a Thor, it's like, holy fuck.
Can call thunder and lightning down from the heavens to destroy cities.
Yeah.
Well, but I can
essentially,
I can hear so well that I can see. It's like, oh, hot damn! I'll take the thunder, please.
There's something to be said about Venture Bros and how they kind of try and have their little rules and groups of evil and power levels and arts. I don't know much of the details about it. I've only seen a certain amount of that show, but you see stuff like that, and it's like, man, like the parodies of these things are doing better to try and explain it than the real thing is.
Yeah,
They're just making heroes up.
They're uniformly bad at explaining this stuff now, at least here, but in the hand waving away of the Accords. But real quick on that client list thing, there's just one more legal aspect of it. If Jen was a competent attorney at all, she would say yes, or if the Sokovia Accords or the secret identities of these particular clients mattered, say yes. Actually, as She-Hulk, I run the superhero division at GLK or whatever. We clearly understand the necessity of discretion, and we'd be certainly willing to take the client list for discovery purposes and have it marked attorney's eyes only. We know all about privacy, the necessity of it. We specialize in these people. We're the only firm, maybe on Earth, that would be specifically suited to handle this client list. Like that.
It's worth considering because if we go with their take that no, you can't, absolutely, because of revealing identities potential, whatever. It's like, so you can just abuse those people infinitely then. There's no way to stop you because you'll just use the privacy thing every time, right? You could sell them literally acid and they could die, but it's like, well, you'll never know who it was because you can't, because identity protection.
Exactly. It's just silly. The idea that you can't mount a competent case, that you can't develop a witness. The reason you want the client list is because you want a witness list. You want to go and get a statement from every single one of those clients. Say, hey, have you ever had a problem with your thing? What if someone else had a suit that was built by this guy, and maybe it had a flamethrower thing, and he told them to put the wrong propellant in it, and so then the flamethrower arm attachment blew up and destroyed their wrist, or made them have to lose an arm or whatever. What if that had happened? that would be a perfect person to say, yeah, this person has they clearly know about products liability. They know that the risks of combustion, that this should have been on there. This is relevant to this case specifically. And you'll never know because, oh, well, we got to keep that client list private. No way does this happen in a courtroom. Nothing is secret. When you get sued, nothing is secret. Even your secrets aren't secret. They just may be protected at a higher level, but everything is open to the other side.
In a situation like this, we have Leapfrog, who I assume cannot be anonymous, so he doesn't care about anonymity because the fact that he's in a courtroom doing all these things means that he's,
Yeah.
his name is out there legally. We have a guy who makes suits for vigilantes, one of which is there in the room whose identity that you know. And so I assume they know what he does. He makes suits for vigilantes, and that's just a thing you're allowed to do, providing
You are allowed,
people
yeah.
with suits with the expressed, whose expressed intentions are to be vigilantes. And all of this just sort of is not even addressed. We don't even talk about it. And there's not even a conflict of, yes, someone used Mr. Thompson was his name?
Jacobson?
Jacobson. Jacobson, one of the your clients who has a suit by you, he did some really bad things. So, what happens now? Like
Imagine it was discovered that his fucking lawyer is one of his customers who's desperately trying to keep all of this a secret, and that another one of his customers who is on a
Ooh.
very talk about conflict of interest. He also
That could be
hates.
cool.
There's so much shit going on here it's so difficult to unravel.
Yeah. Daredevil is like, oh, he'd make suits for like me, and I do the job that I do, but he's trying to, do the justice system thing, do the court stuff, but also he knows, in the shadows, like this guy makes the suits for us, and so we got to try and keep that away from the limelight. That could be interesting. There's a lot of interesting things you could do with with kind of all of the players that you've introduced. The idea that you have essentially an Edna Mode character who makes suits for superheroes, and that's a super weird gray area, or he only uses an alias, and maybe he is a clothier, or I assume is someone who makes clothes, but that's just a front for their superhero, clothing. All of this could be a really legitimately neat story, especially if the whole season was couched around this one ongoing case that could develop a little bit every episode instead of just 3 minutes and it's done.
Oh my gosh,
Mhm.
yes, and think about what they could do with the tension of her being delivered the client list and seeing Matt Murdock on it. And
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
but having to keep it a secret, having to keep it a secret from her client, having to keep it a secret from the rest of the law firm, having to keep it a secret from everybody, having to go into that courtroom knowing that probably not knowing that he's Daredevil, but just knowing that he is on the list and going, "Oh my God, what if he can read my mind? What if he can do this? What if he has some sort of ability to hear our conversations that we're having about this?" It would create so much dramatic tension to have to deal with another superhero lawyer, remembering that she is a superhero lawyer,
Oh
but for
yeah.
completely different reasons.
The
And they just drop all of that for like, no, we'll hand wave away this issue because we're retarded and we don't understand it. And also because we are allergic to anything approaching any sort of actual drama.
They didn't
the
recognize the
story
opportunities, go for it,
Oh,
right?
absolutely not. Yeah, but just the idea that you'd mentioned, the idea that you have a character who is a superhero who can read minds, but he's a lawyer, and he can't just use that in court. So he knows what people are literally thinking in a courtroom, and he knows who is guilty or not. But he has to be able to present this. How do you use that in a legal or ethical
Hey,
way? That's its
Rags,
own.
you
Yeah.
should watch Daredevil. You should
Oh,
watch
oh
the
my
show
god.
Daredevil.
Oh, I've heard it. I've heard it's pretty good.
Yeah, and what you would just highlight there, I'm just picturing it now. It's like, imagine they have this big old like back and forth on behalf of their clients, when in actuality they're advocating for their own positions on how superheroes should maybe operate between the two of them in terms of being public slash known as who you are. And then as they're arguing, they both recognize, because of the released information, at least privately, they both know that he is a superhero. And so like that tension being present on both their faces as they argue on behalf of other people, but for things that they both actually believe in and it's a wider case as well. Yeah, you're right. Like with a bit more time and talent, this could become much more interesting.
And it could also be really funny. Like, so this is supposed to be a comedy show, and comedy has lots of forms, but when you have this dramatic tension between the two, where it's between Matt Murdock, Jen Walters, and the audience, that they all know that they all like we all know that they know about each other, then the way they frame and phrase things in court can be rife with jokes, especially if they start looking into each other. Like Matt Murdock would have an advantage because he'd know about all of her antics and she wouldn't know about his. So she'd be trying to figure out who he is the whole time, but he could take pointed jokes and lines at her all throughout his questioning of witnesses and stuff like that. And it would be, that's funny, that's interesting, that's character development. And nope, we'll just
No.
why would we take any time doing this? And the dumb thing is, it'd probably be easier than coming up with the bullshit that they had, because it writes itself, because it's just humans figuring each other out.
Yeah.
God, y'all make me invest in an episode in a show that does not even exist. That was really cool.
The other thing I was gonna try and highlight, the reason he says the Accords have been repealed is to support the idea that heroes' identities shouldn't be just revealed like arbitrarily almost. But the fact is, like, I think that if, say for example, Vision, that was his like superhero form, and that you could undo it and be like normal Bob from down the street or whatever. As far as the government knew, and with the Accords, at least the way they presented them in Civil War, I don't think it was anything about giving up your name publicly. It was more so the UN would have to approve of whether or not you are allowed to, as part of the Avengers or whatever group name they're going to give it at that point, on missions or not. I don't think there was anything about like you have to give up your identity. This is why I get confused as to what they think the Accords were and what the Accords actually were. It seems more like what we were just talking about with if anything, if you were registered on there and they forced you to use your details like as they relate personally, it wouldn't just be revealed to the public. It's that governments have maybe private access to that, but simultaneously the main thing is where your power gets spent is the idea, not necessarily what your identity is.
Yeah, they have to have tabs on where you're using your power, so if something goes wrong, they are aware about it.
So, but the thing is, we only got the one movie for the Accords. Every other movie didn't care. So it's just like, well, I mean, I say that Infinity War and Endgame like pretended they cared a little bit, like a little.
Pretending to care is a step up.
Endgame. Nah,
I said pretended.
No, I don't think Endgame pretends to care. Like,
does
where did they ever?
Does.
Wait, which scene would we be? I can't remember. Was there like a scene where they actually mentioned that? Or?
Oh, not mention it. I mean the plot line, if you will, because it involves Cap and Iron Man. Like the argument, of course, is that Thanos was successful because of everything that fell apart in Civil War.
Yeah, sure.
Like, so there's still remnants.
I guess what I meant was that there's absolutely nothing by way of their plan and how that would factor into the Accords or like the consequences of their actions.
Well, and I think that, as you point out in your video, and we've all agreed on, is just like that they barely handle the breach between those two characters at all anyway. So like they didn't even do the character stuff, let alone the world building stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't give a fuck.
Because it's hard. Yeah, and who gives a shit?
But they did pretend a little bit.
Yeah, and then Phase 4 started.
Yeah, someone's
mentioned,
no mention to the government about doing the time heist or the second snap, because they're just really good
because
people.
It would be really helpful for the governments to not know when half of their population
no preparation for the incoming billions of people. Who cares?
Well, for the incoming many crises, like the food crisis, the economic crisis.
That would be something, though, that scene where the Avengers are talking about, all right, so when we're done, which parts do we tell the government that we did? Do we tell them that time travel's just like a thing we could do? Or maybe do we like not even mention that was done in the first place?
So,
stuff like that.
I think we got to presume they kept it because they're not telling anybody about that because they're never going to use time travel again. Its purpose is being fulfilled, so it's never going to come up
the fucking
again.
existential crisis it'll create for everyone if they realize that time travel is a thing that you could do.
Oh, Rags, the many existential crises.
This is the show for existential crises. We'll get there.
A big purple man got some stones and yeeted half of all life. And that's just the thing that happens in this world. Also,
just all of it.
Time travel is a thing. Yeah, time travel
is a thing. It could be done.
We went over shape-shifting aliens that could commit fraud.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
That changes a lot.
And that isn't even counting the other shape-shifting
That's not
aliens that can
counting the
commit fraud.
scrolls, which I guess the world may well find out about in the
Yep.
show Secret Invasion, and then just wait till you meet Kang and find out about all the things he's done, like the influence that he's
And
had on
that's-
every single decision you made ever. That you have no choices; they were all Kang.
And all of that isn't counting what happens in the finale.
No, oh,
The piece de
No.
resistance.
It is said that you know, all that shit with the Accords, and then this guy is like, he lifts up his suit and he's like complaining. He's like, "Come on, I can't use this, damage, blah blah blah." And then Daredevil's like, "Sniff, sniff. What fuel did you use?" And he's like, "Jet fuel." And then he's like, "That's not what the instructions say."
By the way, when I heard that, I was like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, super
Sniff
smell,
sound
right?
effect.
That's super
Yeah,
smell.
but like, I know that. Well, then again, I guess they're like, well, not everybody knows friggin' golf. It's like, I don't know, just maybe leave
Exactly.
it up to people. Let people figure out how he figured it out if they didn't
So-
know.
Comedy.
But anyway, right?
Yeah.
He lifts it up and says, yeah, I put jet fuel in, and then he says that, and then Jacobson says, "That's not what my instructions say," and the fucking judge just goes, "If the plaintiff ignored the explicit instructions, then the plaintiff is absolved of all liability, case dismissed." Or
Like,
the defendant.
It's over. That's
and-
it. We're done.
So, how the fuck is this not something that needs to be like figured out in like evidence? How is this absolute? I guess is my point. Because what if I ignore McDonald's recommendation to like wait 2 minutes to let the coffee cool down and I drank it, but I almost die because it's poisoned? It's like, yeah, you ignore the instructions, but I have a feeling that there's more to it than that. You know, like just because he put jet fuel in it doesn't mean he has zero case. It depends on
Well, no.
what else is going on.
More court cases last 10 minutes or less than that, actually. It's more like
I was
3.
when the judge just goes from like what could be considered just a casual comment. You have no idea what's
Back and
happening.
forth,
What if he
yeah.
doesn't even know what jet fuel is, and he just thought it was, but he actually put the correct fuel in, and he just
yeah,
sat
like it
there.
might be
Fuel is
worthwhile
cool.
to-
None of this has been checked, but we're supposed to believe that the judge is just like, nope, I understand everything perfectly, case dismissed. And this is all stuff that apparently She-Hulk did not know. She didn't check.
No, because she's a very good lawyer.
Absolutely worthless.
Alright.
She was too busy twerking with Megan Thee
Oh.
Stallion.
That was worth it.
She didn't even ask him any questions about his use of the thing.
When did you buy the suit? What did you put it in? Do you have the
How did you
instructions?
use
What were
it?
you told? How do you use
Yep.
it? What were you doing? What is all this stuff?
Yep. Were you
What-
given the
like-
instructions? Where in the instructions is the warning? Is the warning in all capitals? Is it indicated by a particular caution type signal? Is there any indication that this is an extremely important part of the operation of this product?
Exactly.
And I'm saying, like, a car can break down, you go, because you put the wrong fuel in it. It's like, okay, but also there's no wheels. That's got to be relevant, right? And you're like, oh, yeah, I guess so. But you put the wrong fuel in there. It's like, you gave me a car with no wheels. That's what I'm complaining about. Not the fuel thing. Because that could easily be the case, but nobody cares. We just move on. It's done. It's like, oh. And again, because of how quick this episode is, and everything's running it, that you get the point of this scene, which is, she says, "Are you still going to make my dress?" And I kid you not, this is the dialogue. "I won't be your tailor because I hate you now."
And also, like, we're talking about priorities. You just fucked this case, and you're there like, hey, but you're still gonna make my suits, right? It's like, what about like your client who you failed?
Like, seriously, when he said,
Yeah, but fuck him.
when he said, "I hate you now," I was like, oh shit, they left the post-it note of the point of the scene instead of the dialogue. Like, the point
Yeah.
is that he hates her now in this scene. You're not
Mhm.
supposed to have
Hey,
him
look.
fucking say it.
Subtext be damned. What is that?
Subtext is boring. It's like, whatever. It's like paperwork.
People who like this show wouldn't get subtext. They literally wouldn't understand it.
Wouldn't see the point of it.
They wouldn't
Uh,
notice it to even know they didn't notice it.
So then She-Hulk meets up with Matt in the bar, and it's like, fine.
Here we
whatever,
go.
Whatever,
It's
yeah.
the lawyer bar.
And then she says, "You made my dumb client admit to being even dumber than I thought he was in court. How did you know about the jet fuel?" And I think you said it right. I was just like, is that normal? You just sort of shit on your own
For-
clients, like
Yeah, for
saying-
lawyers to talk. Like, I don't know if it's a thing that they do, a wink, wink, nudge, nudge thing, but like, wow, you're constantly seeming to be a dick to the clients of yours.
A little
They
bit.
pay you a lot of money to,
And
stand up for them in
I'm
court.
sorry, but how is she contextualizing this as strictly her client being an idiot? It's like, Jen. There was another idiot in that room, I think. Just saying.
Yeah.
Um,
And again, it's gonna lead back to the irony of this show. The irony of the show is that the villains of the show's weapon against her is that she's a whore. And the
yes,
defense
that's
is
true.
nah.
The-
The defense of it is nah, but the reality is yeah, because every guy who even looks at her, she's immediately trying to bang.
I don't even know why,
Immediately.
because that's the end of this episode. But that is I like this. This was spreading online all over Twitter. I was seeing it because like people just be like, was Intelligentsia's ultimate plan to say she sleeps around? It's like, yeah, that was it.
I mean, she does.
You guys
seem to, which
miss-
is fine, but like,
You guys miss villains that
All
like
right.
had plans of some kind, not the
Yeah.
just like I'm gonna get your sex tape. Like, okay,
Oh,
You
we'll
got
get
me.
to
modern weapon for a modern battlefield.
yes. But yeah, we shall get there eventually. As you can see, this episode, lots of stuff happens, so it's taking a little longer. But yeah, he says there's the whole one for them, one for us thing, so that he can look after the little guy who needs help, but also pay the bills. And he basically just tells Jen what the point of his show is, and that she should do better.
I feel like it's worthwhile to line up the dialogue though, because Matt's like, yeah, no, I do a lot of my cases pro bono, but you know, I got to take on bigger clients like Jacobson so that I can keep doing that. And I think her first response is like complaining about the job that she accepted and how that's all of the clients. It's like, oh man, my job that pays me tons of money, like that's
But I
am
have
only
agreed to
defending
do.
them. Yeah, it's just this
I hate
really
her
funny
so much.
contrast.
Yeah, she's incredibly annoying to listen to.
But I don't think they realize like kind of just how stark it is when you lay it out. Yeah, I like take a lot of cases and I don't get paid because I want to help people. It's like, yeah, man, at the job that pays me a lot of money, I'm just always like taking on these cases for these jerks. It's like, okay.
Do you think the
Makes me
bartender who works at
depressed.
Legalese like fucking hates lawyers? Like, these people are pieces of shit.
Constantly
know?
talking about how
They come
awesome
here
they
and they
are.
talk crap about all the people that, you know, pay them all this money for services and trying to dispense justice. And they're just shit talking them all the time. These lawyers are real jerks.
By the way, I'm just now remembering because I was talking about how like, oh, the court case only lasts 3 minutes. Defenders is not very good. But there's like a really great scene in Defenders. It's like the first scene with Matt, and he's in a court case that we don't get to see like any of the lead up to it. And it's basically just a case that showcases like how effective he is, like rhetorically and in terms of like in the courtroom. And that scene, I think it lasts like a minute. And in that minute, we get a ton of character for him. We get to see how he operates. We understand what the case is about pretty clearly. And it's like, that was 1 minute of time. You had more than that, which still wasn't enough time, really. But you had more than that, and you did way less with your courtroom scenes. They seem to feel like, because it's a like a legal comedy, that there's no need for drama ever, like, or leveraging drama, or doing anything particularly, like, I don't know, it's just, when you compare these two characters, like, the contrast is so stark.
Yeah.
Uh,
Speaking of
Matt-
Marvel, the contrast is
Matt Mur-
stark.
what's that, Rekieta?
I was just gonna say, well, Matt Murdock is a lawyer character and She-Hulk is a horror character. And that's the ultimate difference. And it's so fucking funny that the entire premise of the show is like, ha, men online are gonna call her a whore. It's like, well, thanks for the help.
One of the things I was trying to bring up about Intelligencia was they have nothing to talk about with her except if they follow her like dating profiles, which apparently they do. That's all they've got to talk. Because remember, they were like, you should. Actually, I'm jumping ahead.
Nothing they mention in the little memes has anything to do with her legal things.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that she does, right, for a job, like,
Just make
yeah,
a
Well,
lot more sense.
She presumably does. There's only been 2 cases that she's been in front of a courtroom in, and it's the products liability case and whatever, or the other one was the parole hearing. Like we
You're
keep
actually
hearing
right,
that she's a lawyer, but the divorce case was handled by her paralegal and the other attorney. Her case was handled by the other attorney, and there hasn't been any other case. She's the head of this division, and she doesn't ever do anything.
I think
And Oh,
It was it was the parole hearing. It was the magician guy, and then this one.
Oh yeah,
like, and
she did
that's
have
it.
the magician guy.
So
Yeah.
3 in 9 episodes. We got 3.
Right. But the silly thing is, so as the head of the division, she actually wouldn't be working most of these cases as lead
Probably not, no.
counsel. She'd be delegating the work to other attorneys and then stepping in to assist on the cases for important witnesses or something like that. And that's how, again, another way they could have used this character is to have all these different cases that involve superheroes. I mean, imagine all of the negligence torts for superheroes that could be out there. Their powers, they bust a car, they cause some minor damage. And so she could come in as the person who, if we go to the Johnny Depp trial, for people who watched it, there was this guy, Wayne Dennison. Basically, his entire job as a lawyer was to go and cross-examine expert witnesses. And some lawyers are really good at that. That could have been her as a superhero, as someone who knows Bruce Banner. Like, she could sit there and be the person who comes in to assist on these specific issues where the rest of the legal issues are completely mundane. And it would have been an interesting way to use his character in a courtroom legal drama that would add this twist to the courtroom element that makes it unique to Marvel. Nope, nothing.
You've highlighted something that, like, they never work together. Like, they never work together. You never see, like, the team working together on a case. Like, it's always individually. Pug will be on his own, and that Mallory character will be on her own. Like, it's never them coming together and they each have a unique skill set. Like, they each have sort of an area of expertise that they can leverage. Fucking, why? Sorry. It's just, like, so many waste opportunities.
Yes.
So, he gets a call, He's got to go off and do something. We'll find out what that is soon enough. Her call is from Todd, who says to her, "Nobody's collecting African shit on my level. I bought a $1 million Wakandan war spear, and I actually studied there." And then he just goes, "Wakanda forever." And then she goes, "Oh no, don't do that." I was just like, what is this scene? Like, it's just cringy. Everything's cringe.
It's to make you not like him more.
Well, yeah, they finally do some level of a job of that with him being like, "Come on, I know that you have feelings for me and stuff." And then, like, he goes to grab her, I think, I can't remember, but she fucks off. But the other thing I was going to mention is that he says that legally speaking, he's in some level of trouble because they want the spear back because it was stolen by colonizers, and that he's bought it now so that he believes it belongs to him. So, what's the legal issue there exactly? I was confused by this. I was watching it with Rags, and I was like, wait, but Wakandan war spear, how did that get colonized? Like, taken by colonizers? That wouldn't...
I mean,
Wakanda was never colonized.
Wakanda wasn't colonized.
So the only way that could work is if it was simply stolen by someone like Claw, which is possible, but does that mean you're just calling him a colonizer because he's white?
But, I mean, if that's how it works,
they'd never do that.
Shield, wouldn't Captain America's shield be like,
I guess so. No, I think they do feel that way about it, right? Like, all vibranium belongs in Wakanda sort of stuff.
Right, but I mean, have they ever initiated actual, like, court cases
I don't
about
think,
it?
yeah, fuck that. But,
someone in chat said he's a Wakanda boo.
It's it's the reality is that, yeah, if you watch Black Panther, they do pretty much just refer to you as colonizer if you're white, and it's like, oh, okay. I was just a little bit confused. I was like, how did they get stuff from Wakanda with colonization when it's immune to that, essentially? But yeah, that's just what they meant. So he's a bad guy. He'll come up again. Don't worry about it. Which takes us
I guess,
to...
again, in this world, Wakanda's just a known country now. People know about Wakanda. That's a thing.
Yeah, they should.
God knows what the fucking situation at that border's like.
They never, ever took, like, time to explain to us what differences that makes to the world, and they never will. They can't be bothered.
Fuck no. They will not. No, Africa will want to pour into Wakanda.
So we got Leapfrog is now calling She-Hulk, asking for help because she says legally or physically, and he says definitely physically. He's being attacked by somebody, and she's like, "Where are you?" And he's going to the lily pad. This is big old base, and I thought this part was really weird. He's like, "Yeah, I just need to find my friends," and then she looks at her phone. She says, "Oh, you're close. I'll meet you." And I was like, so
nice.
He's got like a active location thing for his... Is that normal now? I didn't realize that was a thing for people when they call each other. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't.
Maybe it's part of the...
Well, that's...
again, another interesting thing they could have done to explain this is that all of the clients, all of the super clients of this law firm consent to having their location tracked by their attorneys through proprietary software, which would help them, discern issues or resolve problems without having to involve maybe local authorities because it would reveal identity, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like they could just build a very simple plot device like, I'm going to log into the GLK tracking system and find my client. Oh, there you are. I'll be right there. Like you're really close. I can help you. Simple.
Yeah, because the way this goes is she's like, "Where is the lily pad?" And he's like, she says, "Am I supposed to know where that is?" And then he goes, "I just need to find my friends." And she looks down at her phone as he says, like, "I'll try and lose him in this parking lot." And then she goes, "Oh, you're close to me. By the way, that's convenient."
Lucky, don't they live
yeah.
in LA? Isn't LA like fucking enormous?
Pretty big.
Yes.
And it's just funny to me that like that's just something she could see. I guess that's just something they have set up because, of course, a vigilante who's doesn't want to, you know where I'm going with that. So anyway, she does a Batwoman. Finally, we have a strong connection. She knows this guy is in physical danger. She's about to go and save his life. She's on board with it, but she decides, wait, I need to put on my costume.
Like, man, can that
Like
wait?
Batwoman.
Just like Batwoman.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
It was I think one of the things my dad had said once was that because everyone used to have landlines, so whenever you called someone, you knew you knew where they were. You never had to ask, "Where are you?" because everyone used landlines. And now, when you call with cell phones, when you call people, you know who it is, and you have to ask, "Where are you?" And he said that every once in a while, that just seems strange to him. Just one of those passage
That's
of time and
interesting.
technology things.
Kind of
It's
interesting
almost
thought, isn't it?
yeah,
Mhm.
it's almost a
Cool.
reverse where nowadays if someone calls you, you know who it is, but you don't know where they are, right? But
Yeah.
and when they
Yeah.
call you and it's a landline, you know where they are, but you know. But it is interesting.
Why didn't he call the police?
Fuck him.
Why didn't he go to the police station? He's got a crazy vigilante who's attacking him on the roof of his car, yeah.
Exactly.
And if the argument is, well, but then Daredevil could tell the police that he's captured Luke Jacobson or something like that, I should be like, well, I mean, at that point, then why is he calling She-Hulk his lawyer?
Yeah, like, what is your
Oh, my
plan?
completely incompetent
He's just an
lawyer.
idiot, right? Like, that's the idea? He's just an idiot.
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they needed this to happen so that they could have the plot they wanted, which is, well, we're about to see.
So, yeah, she says she's gonna come help him, I guess. And this arrival, I think this is Batwoman-esque too. You don't see Batwoman do anything like this, but you could totally imagine she would if she had this kind of power. The thing about it, this is like this car that's almost in a runaway state because it's got a guy who's trying to break into it. He's broken the glass. He's trying to attack this guy. Chat, here you go, just so you can understand. She lands in front of it directly, and she doesn't have
Somehow
a...
from someplace.
Yeah, somehow
Not
from
sure where.
someplace. That's a great point, actually. She just flies in. And this guy, like, emergency brakes. He's, like, surprised as fuck. And look at his stance. She doesn't give a fuck.
Man, good thing he's wearing a seatbelt. Otherwise...
Good thing you know exactly who this is, what you're doing, what the
exactly.
circumstances are around this.
Imagine if there was
Because-
somebody else in the car, like, and you didn't know. Or just,
Yeah,
you know, like...
What if he wasn't wearing a seatbelt?
Exactly. Well, I just said that, but yeah.
Oh,
but
you
what
did?
if he
I'm
wasn't
sorry.
wearing-
I
That's okay. It's
fucking
okay,
promise
Biden
you.
rags. That's okay. It's all right. I won't hold that one against you. But yeah,
God damn it.
look at that. And there he is. There's Daredevil.
She looks funny.
She does look
Look
funny.
at him.
But yeah, she could easily kill her client and Daredevil at this point.
Yeah. And just why did you do this?
Why did you do that? Exactly. What the hell? And to be honest with you, with the momentum of everything that's involved, that like there's worse things should have happened. But hey, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. But yeah, and there he is. Look at him in his classic. Look at that. Look at him go. Look at that big old jump.
I don't know
he's
how I
just
feel about the
like-
colors. It's not. I like the suit
So-
design. I'm on the fence
so
about the colors.
We can have a just in case anybody doesn't know, this is Daredevil when he first appeared had a red and yellow like color scheme that looked similar to
Okay.
this, except he had the double D thing like on his suit on the front. And then eventually he got his basically at this point iconic like full scarlet like red.
Yeah, that's the one I'm familiar with.
And that's the one that he has in the show, which I think they're trying to I think they want to like try as best as possible to have the show like exist here in this universe. They use the same music from the show like later on. But he's changed it, I guess, to this, and we can talk a little bit later with a particular line of dialogue that annoyed me a lot. But yeah, I mean, I prefer the full red. This color scheme, I don't mind it as like a reference. But I definitely prefer the full red.
The red and scar, it plays into the devil thing. You're right.
Exactly. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense for a motherfucker who's known for like stealth and darkness to be wearing bright fucking yellow.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right?
I
more
mean,
muted, but yeah, you're right.
Well,
they do a
it's
good
kind
job
of about,
at having these toned down, but you could tell what it is. But it's not like bright, but it is, yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah, it's I guess it's a matter of, if you think about the comic history of like where Daredevil started towards like what the comics eventually moved towards in terms of the tone of the stories and like the nature of the character. But yeah, like it's like this is not a costume that he would wear anymore. Or like that he would wear in this, you know, if we to believe that the show is canon, but whatever. Also, isn't it great that like his big triumphant return to the MCU, a character that's known for like the fisticuffs, like brutal sort of, you know, hand-to-hand combat, is a fucking CGI fight scene?
Yeah.
Like, don't you love that? That's fucking yeah.
Well, at least the CGI is really good.
Well, and also it's worth noting, it'll become much more apparent as we progress. Jennifer's just straight up trying to kill him.
Yes.
She doesn't know who he is. She doesn't know what the hell is happening, but she's trying to kill him.
Why not?
Yeah, throwing whole ass cars at him.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Jennifer is a menace to society.
And like, yeah, the amount of property damage as well. Jesus,
massive.
Like,
I mean, just the car. Like, you went onto the top of a car park.
I know.
A property domicile, a property storage place, okay?
A parking, building, right? And you went to the top of it, and you punch into it so that it like rumbles towards people and opens up. I'm like, what if there's someone beneath you? What if the building collapses?
Yeah, and you
she
might be
does
like,
this while
well,
laughing.
you might be like, well, yeah, but this is the thing. That's the kind of things you have to do when you're defeating an evil villain. You're like, you have no idea who this is.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as you're aware, and as you will later realize, he's just a regular guy. Like, he doesn't have super strength or anything. But here she is laughing as she's like destroying this building, trying to kill him. She doesn't have any idea what's happening.
And then
like,
you get
why?
incredibly
And also-
affecting. Wait, go ahead.
I was about to say, this whole thing around the car, he says, and my ass remains unwhooped. It's like, you should be talking to her.
There's something
should
that
be
he
like,
might want to say,
"What do
there's
you-"
something she might want to say, but neither will be saying anything until they point it out as a lampshade, Rags, because that's more fun.
Hooray! Lampshades are
Oh,
fun.
and also, yeah, like we talk about the banter. Oh, I'm gonna kick your ass. Oh, my ass remains
Oh my god,
unwhooped.
that dub.
Yeah, let's fix that. Oh, wow,
Yeah.
riveting.
I
Yeah.
felt like in a video game. Oh my god, that dub was so bad.
It's so embarrassing.
Don't make fun of video games like that.
Yeah, video games
then,
don't
yeah,
deserve
like-
that.
Yeah, don't drag them down into this.
He goes jumping. So we have to presume this is why I'm there. Like, is the show actually canon? Because like he does not do these types of acrobatics. In the comics, Daredevil was pretty acrobatic, but like in the show, we don't see a lot of that. So I guess we have to presume that he's been doing
He's
gymnastics
less
class like on the
flourishy,
weekend.
He's more.
Well, it's kind of the problem is that when people talk, because I saw it, people like, oh, like people complaining about the gymnastics. He does it in the comics. It's like he does, but he doesn't really in the show. Like, at least not often. He's much more of like a brawler in the show. So I guess we just have to assume like that he's been doing. This is the thing. As long as they play fast and loose with like whether that show is canon, I don't even know like what I'm meant to make of it anymore. But they use the music from the show, so presumably it is. So I'm guessing, you know, like soft reboot kind of thing. Also, I guess people could probably see like through the thing, like he jumps down the roof and then she like comes jumping down, like slamming down. Like if he didn't move, you would have murdered him. Wow, you killed him. Like, but you don't know what's happening. Like you have no idea you don't know what's happening here.
You
like-
pick up a random car and just throw it at this guy.
Throw it at him.
Yeah.
You don't know if anybody's in that car. And of course, that's someone's property. You didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
You could have just jumped. You're She-Hulk and he's Daredevil. You don't need to throw a car at him. You can just go
Chase
up to
him.
him and
You just
grab
grab
him.
him.
Yeah, just grab him.
Um,
You can outrun him. You're taller than him, and you're faster than him, and you're stronger
Yeah,
than him.
you're
Just
stronger,
chase
yeah.
after him.
And you got this move, the
The
famous
worst thing.
clap. That's what gets him, because I guess she chose a move that he literally can't possibly escape to beat him,
Yep.
because she's so shit.
And of
Um,
course, while destroying
Mhm.
all of the windows on all of the cars.
Yep, and then I just want to make sure I play this for people. Hey, you there in chat who hasn't seen She-Hulk? This is Daredevil versus She-Hulk. You get like less than a minute of it, and then you get this. And it's just like,
Mhm.
ah.
I could tell when this happened. I was like, Fringy is not gonna like this. People are not going to like. People must be fucking pissed.
So
Mm.
yeah, that's that. He doesn't get unmasked often, but there it is.
He doesn't. It's actually like a hugely important part of like his journey is like he keeps his identity secret from his best friend for a long time. Like, just to put into perspective, like how secretive he is of his identity. But yeah, now this person that he's only had one conversation with, it's like, yep, you know, awesome.
Done and done.
That's very cool how he did that in like a minute. Yeah, that was so.
Mhm.
Well, they do have a lot in common. They're both lawyers, and he does acrobats and can smell jet fuel, while she is giant and green. So I mean, it's pretty similar
That's very true.
thing. A lot of connections going on there.
I was actually getting lost there. I couldn't tell who you were describing it this time because it was so similar. I was like, oh, yeah, that's both of them.
Yeah, I mean,
Cool.
and the best part is that she's been a lawyer for like a day, and he's been a lawyer for a long time, and she's been a superhero for like half a day, and he's had his condition for like since he was a little kid, and went through a lot of training and effort to get to where he is. So I mean, again, they have a lot to go with. He takes on the burden of
Oh,
his
man.
abilities, and she just shirks all of that. It's
Well,
like
so I
just-
don't know how much you know about Matt, but he's another one of those characters with the tragic history that has informed a lot of what he does. Also, like, by the way, if you can do like a clap that produces a shockwave that sends somebody flying into a car, there's blood like poof, like flowing out of his
Yeah,
ears.
all that energy
I
going
know.
through that person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's
Well, I
something.
mean, he's dead. Is
No,
actually
they made a joke about it. He
happened.
said, I don't really see I hear. Well, I used to. 'Cause,
Yeah.
yeah, because his eardrums would be ruptured
Yep.
from that.
Yep.
Like, he'd be
His
dying.
brain might even be melted. Like that's a big old shockwave, you know.
Yeah,
Sending
I
brain.
remember in the original Daredevil show, the Punisher shot past his ears, and he couldn't hear for a whole fucking day.
Well, yeah,
from
that's
that.
what, exactly. I mean, if you're a regular person getting shot next to the ear, it's like, oh, like
That is
damn, that sucks
that's
for
an
you, buddy.
experience. Yeah.
And Daredevil's got super hearing and like super.
Well, didn't ever, as far as I know, for the rest of his life, Bruce Willis had a hearing problem because they fired essentially a prop gun right next to him in one of the scenes in Die Hard, and it gave him like hearing damage. I think for the rest of his life, he always had a little bit of
I can believe that.
bad hearing
Tinnitus.
in that ear. That's what I've heard. If someone could double check, but I think that's true. Chat can be my
Sterling
fact.
Archer can tell you about tinnitus. Yeah, when he got hit, he should have been as he was getting up, going mop, mop,
Yeah.
mop, to try and fix his hearing.
So he says Luke's been
Guns are loud,
kidnapped
y'all.
by Leapfrog, and that's why he's trying to get him back. And she says, well, why didn't you just say that? And then he says, well, why didn't you ask me? And then she says, well, my client was being attacked by a man dressed as a devil. And then he goes, oh, that's fair.
Well, bitch, you're a big green bitch, trash and shit.
I-
What is someone going to presume about you?
Neither of them are off the hook. Daredevil, as soon as he
of
saw
course.
her, should have been like, She-Hulk, stop. You have no idea what's happening. That sort of thing. And then she should have
No, but
been
they
like...
needed to fight for the trailer.
That's what I'm saying. Like they both highlight what they should have done and what would have prevented their fight, and both of them just go, "Oh yeah, it kind of equals it out." Then bye. And it's like,
It's
no,
like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. But if we're talking about accountability here, you destroyed the parking garage. You tried to kill him like several times. Like, and you know, like he's actually trying to save somebody's life. And you don't know that. You didn't ask him anything.
And they do the meme where she's like, "Who are you?" And he goes, "I'm Daredevil." And then
And
he's
they play
like,
the music. They
and
play the
he's
music.
clearly sad that he's not recognized.
Which, come on.
It just doesn't.
Come
That just doesn't
on.
feel like Matt Murdock to me from what I remember
it's
of the
not.
TV show. He doesn't
It's
give
not.
a fuck if
And
you
he
know him.
operates in New York. This is LA. He's in New York. Like, and he's he operates in a very small part of New York. He's very local. But it's a
They gave
funny
him,
meme.
it's like the
isn't it?
literal Star Lord joke, and it's just like, why you? No, you don't just
Why?
pass it around. These are all
and
built on the
then-
characters.
And then we got a line that surprisingly made me quite annoyed.
Oh,
Um,
surprisingly.
Yes,
Well, do you wanna-
surprisingly, actually.
I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to, so you can go ahead.
It's about the color scheme.
Ah, right, yeah.
I was talking about it earlier, like the color scheme. I can't remember exactly what the line of dialogue was. What was it exactly?
She says, it's very daring to use ketchup and mustard as your color scheme.
So this annoys me, and the reason why it annoys me is we gotta lay out a lot of things here. So you did this. You chose to give him this color scheme because he has the costume that's just full red, but you chose to give him the red and yellow one because you probably thought it would be better for marketing and probably would have been better for merchandise. You made the choice to use it, and you're shitting on it. And then to add on to that, it's like, oh yeah, I'm sorry that like when they were like pumping out like 1 billion of these comics a week back in the 60s, that they didn't nail the design the first time around on like a character with this huge legacy among a bunch of other characters with this legacy, all of which had to exist in order for this show that you're writing to exist. Your show doesn't exist without any of this material, but you're like gleefully shitting on it.
It is
It just
biting
really
the
rubs
hand
me the
that
wrong
feeds
way.
you.
Yeah, pretty much. Like about as close to that as you can get.
And then there's the elephant in the room that it's the first thing that I thought of when we were watching this before almost like being defensive on behalf of stuff like that. I was just baffled by the fact because I'm so familiar at this point with the MCU being built entirely as the movie franchise, not only on source material, but on one particular movie about a guy who basically puts himself in a big old suit. She says, like, she's pointing out, like, the absurdity of using colors like this, like these two. It's like, the colors that your primary superhero in your world uses.
That's right. Iron Man is red and yellow.
So I don't know if she's forgotten that.
And of course, Iron Man is yet another example, right? Of your show doesn't exist without that, that series, that character.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's I think I'm finding it especially frustrating more and more. Like the amount of shit that they hurl at the material that enables their terrible material to exist.
They
I don't
don't
know what it is.
respect anything that enabled them.
And a lot of people
Like-
point out as well, she's green. Like, why?
Well, I mean, yeah, right. It's pretty funny to make fun of his color scheme when, like, the main character of the show is this incredibly inconsistent CGI character.
Yep,
But in the next episode, they're going to basically sort of point out the incredible amount of crunch that would have occurred to even make this happen in the first place.
It's all terrible. There's no
And it's not
angle in
funny.
which this works.
There's that as well. It's just
Also,
not a
it's not
funny
funny.
joke.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
like,
of that
you know,
for something that isn't funny.
we kind of presume that we were all in agreement. There's not a funny, like, yeah.
No.
Haha, your colors are yellow and red.
I'm funny.
What a loser.
Okay. And at least he does then point out that he's going to tell the suit maker, and that gets her really upset because that's like very
That's all that
important.
matters to her, isn't it?
Yeah, because
The
yeah,
other
he said,
thing-
"I'll tell Luke about it."
About what you're talking about with the yellow and red, and they picked this. I mean, that's what the whole show boils down to, though, is them ripping up their own decisions at the end. Like, yeah, we wrote a trash show, and we're gonna make fun of like how bad it was. Like, but you wrote it.
Yeah, this
Like,
is
it's
you
not
guys.
like you're blaming someone else.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly. It's like,
You
it's
did this.
baffling. You chose this. You chose to give him this suit because you thought it would be better for marketing. You're profiting off of it while making fun of it, and it's not
And once
yours.
you cashed in, then fuck it. It served
Yeah.
its purpose.
Mhm.
Yeah, and so you might think, well, of course she's concerned about her dresses. What else does she have to be concerned about? And you're like, oh, well, probably the damage she's done to property and potentially people in this whole area, right? Is there a line for that? It's like, you're in luck. He says,
Mhm.
you ever destroyed a parking lot before? And she says, I'll leave a note.
I'm sure that the guy, when he comes back to his destroyed Ferrari, I wonder if his insurance covers She-Hulk
Oh.
through it at Daredevil.
That's
I
really
wanna
a joke from
see
Clue,
her
by
get
the way.
sued.
No, that's right. The
Of course
Accords don't
she's a
exist, so he has no means of recourse. Oh,
We'll never
maybe
see her
well.
in court. They
just-
show the. Oh, they even zoom away to show the. And she's like, "Oh, I'll go leave a note."
Look at
What?
that.
What are you gonna write on that note?
I'm
I-
pretty
I-
sure it's a joke,
Sorry.
but
Where's
if...
the-
Yeah, I don't know.
Where's the giant rift in the parking ramp that she caused? I don't
that
see
would
it.
be up.
That'll be up
That
top.
was
But the thing is, there's
Oh yeah,
gonna
yeah,
be a
they came down.
camera.
That's right.
There's gonna be a camera here.
Yeah.
Would have caught
and it's
this.
like bad. Yeah.
What I
So
hate-
She-Hulk, you're in some serious trouble.
She's going to
She is a
jail.
lawyer. She must know every single damage, like every single law that she's breaking at that moment. She doesn't
loves a
like
lawyer.
what is going on? What is this character? I mean, she
Well,
is a
no, sorry.
lawyer. She knows she's aware of everything she's doing, and she doesn't care, and she doesn't think that she will have repercussions of it. Like what? Who?
Mhm.
She's never
Yeah.
she's never held
It's sad.
accountable for anything and has that moment where she's like, "Oh shit!" Like remember this entire series began with essentially a monologue that was, but essentially with great power comes great responsibility, and that's never popped up. That's how they
No, it
began this show, and it
And
has
spoilers,
never
it
popped
never
up.
will. It never will.
No,
That
they've already
that was
forgotten it. The
Well,
writers
not to-
forgot they wrote it.
Not to like get into this space or whatever, but it's such a stereotypical woman moment thing that there is no accountability ever. And for them to say, yeah, well, she doesn't have to take any of that responsibility, but then prove it out through the show that, yeah, actually, you know what? No, she never does. She never
Well, it's how
has
the
to
show
take-
I was
writes
gonna
women,
gonna
certainly.
bring it
Yeah,
up for the
it's-
last
it's-
episode, but
Yeah, it's how they write the women here. It's how they write her.
well,
Um,
I'm assuming you guys have all seen the clip, right? With Jack Nicholson where he's asked how to write female characters in that
Yeah.
movie, or whatever. And
As
one of the
good
things he
as it
said is take it. Is that I don't know what film it's from, but he
I think that's
says,
the film,
take
yeah.
away all reason and accountability, right? No,
Mhm.
And so to have that as a meme that goes around, and then to do what they do in the last episode, like I said, I'll bring it back up once we get there, but unbelievable. So anyway, the lily pad.
so anyway, the lily pad.
Seems Daredevil and
Is-
Jen are
hey,
gonna team
look,
up.
all right. You know what? By the way, I will say he's putting a lot of effort into like cultivating his superhero identity. You know,
The lily
Yeah,
like
pad.
I'm sure
yeah.
that the show thinks. I'm sure the show thinks it's really lame, but he's taken up like landscaping and arts and crafts and stuff to like create his superhero identity. I just think it's worth giving him some props for that. You know, like he's putting some real effort
The
into
really
this enterprise.
weird aspect to me was the fact that what we were showed of him was he was trying to stop two guys from stealing TVs.
That's true.
That just seems genuine. Like he wants to stop them.
Mhm.
I don't know, but it's like, well, now he's gone crazy with power. He wants to get the costume maker to make him a better one, so he's kidnapped him. It's like, okay. So Daredevil's like, we'll handle this by being stealthy, and she's like, nah, we'll just smash everything, and they have themselves a little argument. But then he's also like, wow, your heart is raised, and they like almost get close to fucking kissing immediately, and you're like, oh god. As
Well,
the
We
movie
also
goes-
don't have that moment where
a man
Daredevil
paid attention to
explained-
her. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, he is dead.
I was we have that Daredevil never explains the merits of stealth. Instead of just running in and making sure everyone knows you're there from the first second. With
Yeah, well,
no
how would she
subtlety,
understand
I,
otherwise? Yeah.
no
I was-
collateral damage,
Well,
hostages, calling
I guess
for backup.
it's a funny contrast, right? Because Matt has to account for like he's not invincible. He has to actually be careful because he could die where she can't. Like she's invulnerable to harm. So
Well,
like, what does she care about collateral damage, right? Because it's not going to affect her.
It was a line I vaguely enjoy, being that like he's like, this will work, and then he's like, no, it'll do it my way, and then she's like, just let me do it the way I do it, and then he goes, he's like, you don't do this, you don't
Yeah.
do hero
Exactly.
stuff, like not what you do, and it's just like true,
Mhm.
but it doesn't matter anyway
Mhm.
because we're gonna do a funny, right? But yeah, what they do is
Yeah, and it's it's all-
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. It's important also because as if Matt Murdock has been doing all of the hero stuff and proposes this way to go in and stealthily take out one person at a time, there might be a reason. Like the reason might be that they could just kill the person you're trying to save.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Exactly.
conversation never happens. It never
Mhm.
happens because you have this character, this She-Hulk, and you've been given you've been given freely this insane, essentially invulnerability, and you're never made to recognize that you've just sort of been given this, and your attitude regarding how you dispense that power is extremely irresponsible.
Did anyone else feel like
From a character, yeah.
they made? Oh well, I'm gonna move on, so you carry on.
Oh, I was about to say that would be coming from a character that the show could convince me that she would actually listen to. but they don't do it. So, oh well.
Well,
Oh,
because it was something that we kind of glossed over in the conversation when they were in the bar. Basically, Matt offers like his perspective that she's in a position to help people because as a lawyer, she can work within the system to help people. But if that system fails, then she can do vigilantism, which is essentially his perspective. It's not necessarily supposed to be hers, nor do I think that she should like accept that straight away. Like Matt's perspective is interesting to explore. I've said it so many times, but like one of the interesting things about him is that he's a lawyer who clearly doesn't have that much faith in the system if he's willing to completely like defy it to like achieve his objectives. And that's something that's worth exploring as a conflict. And it would have been interesting to explore it as a conflict in this show because I would imagine that her perspective wouldn't be like that. But they don't. Like that's it. He says it, and I think she kind of accepts it. And I think we're meant to believe by the finale that like she believes that that's a good way to do it without any explanation at all, like any exploration of that motivation at all. The show's not written well.
Yeah. I mean, I recognized that line and I was like, okay, that's interesting. I wonder what they would do with that. And if they're a relationship, will, they'll have some sort of conversation or we'll just conclude in something. Or maybe at the end she will think back to it because his character did leave some sort of,
Impression.
Yeah. And, well, at the end she's just like, oh, both. I'm both She-Hulk and Jen,
Well,
but
she's come a long way at that
nothing
point, yeah.
else.
Learned a lot.
Yeah.
The way that they progress this as well, it just felt really, really shit. It's like, wait, where are we? And it's like we're in a big hallway. Like, what's the meme about Daredevil? It's like the hallway fights. That's what they referred to. It's like we just
put him in a hallway.
Yeah, they just like it feels like they rented out a literal just hallway. Like a guy was selling a hallway somewhere, renting space. It looks so hallway. And they've all got crossbows. Why? I thought I was missing a reference. Like, is that a frog thing to have a crossbow?
Every frog has a crossbow.
I've never heard of
common
that.
knowledge.
Not that I'm a frog, but I haven't heard of that as like a thing.
Frogs have the crossbows in all of the media.
Vampire hunters, maybe. Yeah, that could be it. I don't understand this. I was just like, that's strange. Because you can have Daredevil fight people who have guns, if you want to.
Well, we've seen him fight people with guns. When he remember in season 2 when he was fighting in the hallway, and he had like a
Punisher?
big chain that he had to. Well, there was Punisher, of course, yeah. But in the hallway fight, he has. Oh man, because like I'm just thinking of because people are like Daredevil's always made jokes, and it's like you got to think about like the nature of the jokes. So, like a really good example is in that hallway fight in season 2. He's got like a gun like taped up, like duct taped to his arm because he's got like a chain in one arm and then the gun taped up in the other one. And he holds a guy hostage, like, "Hey, back off, or I'm going to shoot him." And then he knocks him out and then pulls the trigger and it's empty. And he smirks. He's like, and it's like, damn man, like just finding ways to inject character and in a certain sense, kind of like humor as well. It's not as simple as he makes jokes. It's the kinds of jokes that he makes or the manner in which he conducts himself. Because, of course, that's like one of the things with Daredevil, right? Is like there's kind of like a little bit of a maybe sadistic streak. How much does he enjoy what he's doing here? Like, how much is this about personal gratification? How much is he really invested in saving people versus hurting people? Sorry, I'm just talking about a better show.
I gotcha.
I understand. So he's doing the stealth approach. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. If you were introducing me to a little video game, and you're like, this game does not allow you to do the smash and grab sort of stuff. You have to go stealth. I'd be like, okay. You got 4 dudes, and then you just immediately knock one out when they're all standing next to each other. You can call that stealth, I suppose, because they still don't know where you are or what you are. But I would have just been immediately like, oh, you started with alerting them all that you're there.
Yeah, you're first person, and you've alerted them that there is something going on.
Most stealthy people do the thing where one of them goes, I'm gonna take a leak. He walks over to a corner, and then you go, and then it's like, you drag his body, take his clothes, do whatever. That's
look for Jerry. He's been pissing for 5 minutes.
Go check on him.
Yeah.
Then you go,
well, they do the thing in the video game where it's like, huh? And then they just gradually walk over with the little question mark out above their head. Yeah, well, they should have even had the Metal Gear Solid alert sound.
Oh God, there's the Jerry. They got Bob. What were you saying,
No,
Bob?
you're mixing up with The Last of Us too.
No, I'm not making fun of it. I'm
yeah.
saying that this is reasonable. Okay, Last of Us is way
Yeah.
funnier than that. So yeah, I just thought this was strange. I was just like, okay, that's not not what I thought when stealth. Then he opens the door. It's like, also, where did he hit that first thing from? Like
I don't know.
because I was just thinking, like, logistically speaking, there's a ceiling here. It's not like he can.
Yeah, he threw that thing down, somehow got into the next room to get this guy through the door.
Was this directed by the
I don't know
nostalgia
either.
critic? Hey. But yeah, then he throws a guy through a wall, and he like squares off with these three directly across from it. It's like, how is this the stealth approach?
Also, why did the door open slowly and then he throws a guy through it?
Because
thinking
you
that was
because you
weird
didn't
when I was
expect
watching
that.
it.
You expected him to walk through, but he didn't. What you expected.
So like the guy, because that's not how doors open. Like that door swings out. So someone had to turn the knob and then
Just
give it
push it a little.
just enough of a push to open slowly. And then someone gets violently thrown out. So it's not even like the person was opening the door, because you typically would keep your hand on the doorknob as you open it as a normal human. So it's not like that was happening. Like he just grabbed him, because that would have looked completely different. It's just this weird thing where it's like, we're going to give a dramatic door open, and then a guy's going to fly through. It's like, why wouldn't he just either fly through the door or be like kicked as he's opening the door from behind? Anything else than what happened would have made more sense. It's so fucking weird.
And I just can't believe they call this the stealth approach. It's no, like, if he had gone the sort of punch them all to death openly approach, what would be different? Same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, this is how I do stealth games.
The stealth is when you're fighting.
Straight away and then fight everyone.
Stealth is when you're fighting in the dark.
Yes, that's probably what he thought. Because
That's what they seem to
they
think.
do recharacter, like, they let us know what the difference is. They're about to anyway, because you see, unfortunately for Daredevil, he's got a bunch more bronies coming because one of them managed to get the word out. He didn't even manage to stop that. So again, feels like you failed the stealth mission, but sure.
Yep. If stealth is mandatory, you have failed.
And so in they come. See them all here. They've even got these guys have crossbows, a crowbar, and this one has a hook.
It's the frog hook.
What? he's got a
Important-
hook
it's an
on a
important
rope.
gadget.
What are
What?
you like?
And again, the frog guy seems to have just a boatload of money. Like he drives a really like cool car. He has this super suit that he bought that had to cost a fortune because it has jet boots and shit like that. It's like, well, but I used all my money on cool stuff, so I'll equip my henchmen with basic medieval weaponry.
Yes. At least before
cheap.
the guys with the crowbars and stuff had magical ones. These are just regular ones.
Are we ever gonna get into how they got those things, or?
They said they took it. They actually did take it from an Asgardian, like construction worker. Yeah.
Okay. That's okay.
So anyway,
Yep.
the stealthy approach of what you just saw.
go
This
ahead.
is the non-stealth approach, where you actively just burst through the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
See, makes sense.
And probably kill them.
Oh, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, they're
What a
definitely
sequence.
But it was fun.
dead. Dead.
Yeah.
How'd you know to do that? Also.
Yeah, How
She was
did you
listening.
know to do
She has
that?
keen hearing.
Oh.
Would
She
have been
can
funny if she
hear
just
from
landed on
over China.
Daredevil.
Yeah, and then she says like She-Hulk smash, and it's like, hey, because I bet what happened was like, you know how like Daredevil like fights people in hallways? Wouldn't it be like clever if we subverted that by not having that happen, and like she ends the fight? It's like, yeah, so you just
That's way more
subvert it with
rewarding
like,
and fun.
well, it's just like the thing you did takes less work in terms of choreographing a fight scene, and it's lamer. So like, thanks.
Yep.
But it subverted your expectations.
Right,
which
and
is
that makes
really
it worthwhile.
awesome.
You
Yeah, that's
subverted it
really,
with something
really cool.
worse. Yes,
and-
you did.
To be fair, I want, just in case people thought you were joking, she does say She-Hulk smash.
Yeah, I'm not memeing. That's what she says. Yeah,
It's incredibly lame.
dumb.
yeah.
Mm.
Because like it's a meme. Look, alright. I know we don't care that much about the Incredible Hulk from like 2008, but like when he says Hulk smash at like the end of the movie, it's like, oh, cool. You kind of like waited a while before you had him say it,
Well, this is
and
the
then
eighth
it was
episode,
accompanied
Fringy,
by
they've earned
something
it.
really.
It's an
Yeah.
homage to the comic book ism and the difference between the mediums. Because in comic books, Hulk smash having that big giant like text of him screaming Hulk smash in the comics works because it's a comic book and it's delivering more than the actual dialogue. Like the dynamic of the writing on the page shows you just how much effort Hulk is putting into it. There's like a whole artistic influence to it. But when you get into a TV show or a movie and like he's going Hulk smash every time he hits something, it's cheesy and it's goofy. But they got to pay homage to the meme of the comic because that's the whole point, is that this is an adaptation. So in the movie, they do it at the very end. It's like, oh, this is this cool little clever payoff, a wink and a nod to the fans. But and they're like, look, we know we're fans too, but we can't do this all the time because it would sound stupid. But then they
Mm.
like take that here and they just go, yeah, actually, we're okay with it sounding stupid. And even worse, we'll make it She-Hulk smash. It's like the most ineffectual use of anything. Oh, God, they can't get anything right in making this show.
No.
I don't.
No.
How is it constantly this bad?
Also,
And
as I
if,
was
like,
just, I go for it.
If Daredevil said it, or some other character said something like that, she would probably be so annoying about it. But
Well, yeah, it
you
would be
know,
like if he
it's
jumped in
okay.
and said, "I am Daredevil, the man without fear," like, and then it's just like, and also, yeah, like busted man. If somebody was standing like beyond that wall, you would have killed him. We'll get back to that later in the
Oh
episode.
yes, there's a much worse one.
Also, I'm confident at this point. Like something that I've started to realize is I'm pretty sure that one of the reasons why like the She-Hulk effect is so inconsistent is because like even though it's the same character in the same outfit, they're using different models. Because like in the fight earlier, definitely looked better than here. I don't know how that happens, other than like some bizarre compartmentalization of like visual effects work. But like I don't get it. It's so inconsistent. Like sometimes she looks like a completely different person. And all I
Yeah,
can
I
imagine is it's like different teams. You had different visual effects houses that had to create all their assets from scratch and try to make them look
Yeah, they were
consistent because
doing
they
it
didn't share
simultaneously.
resources.
Yeah,
Well, they
I
didn't.
think
Yeah,
it
they
has
must
to
not have shared
do.
resources.
I think it has to do with different rigs because like Hulk looks so much better. It's so
He
obvious that they
does.
used
Yeah.
one
Yeah,
from the
absolutely.
end game, and she looks so much worse. And probably they had a multiple sort of
It was.
character
It's
rigs that they
inconsistent.
used.
It definitely. That's got to be it because it's like I don't know what it
Yeah.
is because like earlier in the fight, just it's still not great, but like it looks better than here. It's a crunch reshoots. Like it's just I can't imagine like what the actual story was in terms of production, especially like the visual effects part for this show
Oh my
and how
God.
painful it must have been. How much didn't
I
get
feel
accounted for
so
on
bad
set.
for people who
Well,
worked on
we'll
this.
talk about that again in episode 9 when they do a fun little meme that they think is really fun and cute. That is kind of like
One of the henchmen
Ooh.
have a
I
net.
love fun
Yeah.
memes.
He has a little handheld net thing. What?
What the fuck is you about to fry some fries? You
I don't
motherfucker?
know. It's yeah. Someone said it's like a bug net. It's like yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
This is his weapon. He's Netman.
So
He catches all the butterflies that the frog eats. Like what?
I actually thought they were gonna subvert, and we didn't get the fight because she sees all the hench goons, as she calls them, and then goes, "Okay, how about we don't?" And she starts picking up an arcade machine, and I was like, "Oh, so she's gonna say like, everyone drop your weapons, you bunch of idiots, or I'll destroy this arcade case." But no, she just destroys it and then starts attacking them anyway.
Why would you do that? Why would you destroy the arcade
I
machine?
just don't.
Yeah, like that's
So she did that just because she wanted to annoy them. Then I
Oh, it's
guess.
just petty.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But
Because like I said, I was about
you
to
know-
compliment her, but like, oh yeah, threaten something that they probably want and like, and to stop fighting. But then what it is in truth, she just does here is, I just want to annoy the fuck out of you. Like,
I just want
okay.
to break your stuff that has nothing to
They're
do with
just-
rescuing someone.
Just
They're
a
too
reminder that
nerdy.
all of this is an extreme ethical violation of her duty to her client.
Wow.
well.
We talked about all that. It's like
I don't-
she's literally
doesn't give a
working.
Fuck.
as she says, she's stopping him from getting in more trouble. There's already enough charges against him. She's
Oh,
trying to
and
help
also
him.
it's worth pointing out that this scene, what happens is basically our boy Matt, just regular human, is left to fight all of these people while she just has a conversation with her client, and he's got to deal with all of these people trying to kill him, just left on his own.
Yeah, well,
She's
what are you
literally
doing?
working with known opposing counsel at this point against the interests of her client. Like it's phenomenal.
I'll tell you what
Do
she's
we have a
busy
duty
doing.
to tell the
Springy.
police or
We're
something like
shown
that?
Jacobson is tied up, and this is so hard to ignore when you see it happen fast. Gonna help him out, okay? I'm gonna nice and slow. Look at that. It looks like tubing, I guess, that he's been tied up with. Look what she does.
Oh yeah.
It's like it's
It's an
silly
extension
string.
cord, maybe.
It magically comes apart on
It
the
looks
back.
like a candy.
Yeah, it looks like candy. She just
You could see for the little brief few
Right.
frames where the back just breaks open.
it's like it
The
was
back
never
of the
attached. And
strings.
yeah, if anything, it should have just yanked him forward to her.
Yeah, because she's
No,
very
Oh, that
because-
would
smart.
be hilarious.
She's strong, so physics don't apply. Like
No, physics ceases to exist in her
You know what's
Yeah,
funny?
presence.
If
if they
you
wanted She-Hulk. Oh, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
was just gonna be quick. If this is extension cord, which is what a lot of people at CB think it is, it would actually be tough
Yeah,
even
could
for
be.
She-Hulk if you wrap that up several times, and then you've just got to pull it apart. Like I don't
Yeah,
even know if any of us
it
in the
would
cast
be.
could do that with one rotation rather than.
No,
No,
we
no
couldn't
way.
You couldn't pull that apart. No
No,
way.
it's pretty tough.
It
But if
probably
they-
would have hurt him more than the cable.
Yeah.
If they wanted to make She-Hulk's strength the cause of the cable snapping, she would have broken it in the front. You would have grabbed it
Yeah.
right next to
Pulled
each
it
other
apart from the
and pulled apart in the
Yeah.
front. Because otherwise, you like you said, you just pull him close to her, and all the pressure of that cord would go on the back of the chair. And I actually like looking at that chair. I think the cord would break through it before the cords would snap, even in one or two passes. Like extension cords
Yeah,
are very,
They're very strong.
sturdy.
Yeah, you can
fucking
pull and
wild.
pull. And I don't know, they could have done something where she has to pull each one off individually on the front, like she can't fit her hands around him and he's yelling at her or something. I don't know. But the way they did it was just lazy. She just pulls it off him.
Yeah, and
Done.
she's like, "You're going to be going to jail more than likely," and they beat up all the goons, and he tries to run away, but he knocks himself out, or well, tries to fly out the window, and he breaks his legs, I think.
I think, yeah.
So that's it for Leapfrog. That was great. Yep. And we get to what the point of the episode is actually, which is the She-Hulk and Daredevil have another little chat, and then they're like, "You should come back to mine because you're going to be gone tomorrow," and do the sex. They do. Great. It's really good.
Sad. Her sex life. It's just
Sad.
it's her begging
know
them for dick.
Good thing she
I
has a
just
nice,
wonder-
or that Daredevil has a strong sense of smell, so he knows where to put it.
Oh.
Oh,
Jesus.
my-
Oh my goodness.
I just wonder how horny these writers are.
Oh
Because
yeah.
every
Oh, yeah.
episode, I'm like, oh my god.
It depends on how many of them own dogs.
Wouldn't it be cats? Oh wait.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm more into the wholesome meme of cat lady who's crazy and lives on her own.
Oh, Molly, you poor bastard.
Yeah, and then they show him doing the walk of shame, and I was almost baffled by this for a second. I saw it, I was like, what is he doing? He never walks around in daylight casually as Daredevil. What the fuck? It's like, oh yeah, but
I
they're
love the
doing a
memes.
joke, you idiot. And I'm like, oh right, yeah, fun,
You're not gonna
fun.
give me a ride? You're not gonna drive me
Didn't
back?
get an Uber. Didn't get an Uber.
Not
No
gonna-
taxi. Nothing.
No, because men do walk of shame too.
That's not a walk. That's a walk of fucking victory.
Is it?
It's like yeah,
Not
it's
for
like, yeah,
him.
Oh,
Not
for
with
him.
her.
maybe not for her.
Her
It's
swamp.
like, don't you
pussy.
feel ashamed that you're walking home after fucking that chick? You're like, no.
That was the chick that you picked up while the
hate that
closing
so
time song
much.
was ending. Oh,
I don't waste any time in
No.
my dating life. okay?
Yeah, and then she's like, shouldn't the episode be over now? What are you guys still doing here? What's going on? And it's just like, oh, they think this is clever every time. I think they automatically assume the second she talks to the screen that it's already really cool and clever and
All
interesting.
clever, yeah. It can't not be clever.
And she says, wow, the gala, that's going to be like a tacked on set piece. Is that like, is there a big twist coming? But the question is, will it be a twist like a Red Hulk, or am I getting fridged? Like, oh, God.
We can only hope.
Stop talking. Just end. We're almost at only one episode left, okay? But I wish I could say that we're seconds
Yay.
from that. We're not. We've still got a pretty big scene left. And it is the gala in which she will be awarded / well, she might not win, you never know. She's nominated for the best female lawyer, right? So we're going to be seeing how the awards turn out on that one. Gets in there. Everyone we know, all our favorites from the season are all here. It's so exciting.
All the stars are here.
It'll be great. And they start introducing the whole thing. And there's this guy who's organizing it, I guess. Or maybe he's just the host, whatever. He says, educated, accomplished, beautiful, and doing everything regular lawyers do, except in high heels and backwards, I think is what he says.
It comes off very beauty pageant-ish.
Fringe.
Regular lawyers.
Not like those regular lawyers. Like,
Yeah,
what?
not like normal lawyers. Yeah. These are women, am I right? Ugh.
And so, yeah, he announces...
They're not like regular voters.
He announces she won. It's like, whoa, Gen 1, how is that? And then they explain it, because obviously that doesn't make sense. How could she possibly win? It's because all of them win. All of the nominations won. And they all have the same
You're all
trophy.
winners.
So
But she won it most.
it's so weird. I was just like, why would you make it a participation award? Why would you do that? That's
'Cause it's
so
supposed to be
funny to make
condescending
fun of
to
her
women.
and all of the exactly. And so, who's writing this? Is it like you guys like women, right? And they're like, yeah, of course. And you're like, okay. Sometimes I get
Also,
confused.
Who put this on? Like, okay, so you get these like super lawyer. Well, okay, super lawyer status is typically actually an advertising thing that you buy. So if you ever see someone whose name is like so and so super lawyer, and then they'll have like an asterisk, and it'll show like what magazine and what year they were a super lawyer, and that's usually like a purchase. So it's like $2,500 or whatever, and then like 3 people recommend it, and then suddenly you're a super lawyer. So then you can put it on your page and nobody knows what it is. But they do have like Lawyer of the Year awards. They usually come from some publication, right? Some publication
This is
goes,
the-
okay, but this is just her law firm that put this on, right? Like,
It's the Southern
Yes.
California Law Awards.
wait, it says it at the top on the video in just
brochure?
a second. When she goes in and it's above the like list of attributes. So we'll see, but I'm pretty
But
sure it's
yeah.
just like it's either her law firm or a publication. But the way these typically work is they pick you for an award and then they just do like an interview. There, Southern California Law Awards. Wait, there's not an award show for like that's not a thing that exists. It's not even close
It
to a
does
thing that
now,
exists.
baby.
It'd be like there'd be like little quarterly law journals or whatever that come out, and they'll do like a write-up on a lawyer, some lawyer profile. But again, it's just like an interview that happens. They don't have a fucking awards gala, and there's not other competitors that get recognized. It's just, oh, we picked this lawyer as someone who's got a lifetime accomplishment or whatever. Again, they live in this weird world where everything is Hollywood, but nothing actually is because Hollywood is
Mhm.
broken.
Well,
Because the writers don't know anything besides
it's-
Hollywood and LA and red carpets, I guess.
Yeah, I
award
think,
shows that award themselves a trophy.
Yeah, I think this represents like mostly like yeah, girls are all pretty. Like, don't me too us. Like, you're all winners. We love you all. Shut the fuck up.
Mhm.
Well, again, I couldn't tell. Like, this is indistinguishable from parody, right? Because I feel like this is how we would
It
write
is.
it if we were making a joke show, where they all get up on stage, and then the guy is like, "What's it like being a female lawyer?" And if someone asked me, "Why did you write it that way?" and I'd be like, "Well, because being a female lawyer isn't it's being a lawyer. Like, it shouldn't be highlighting that you're a female lawyer." So the joke, obviously, is that they're being celebrated just for existing. Like, it's not about their talents at that point. And that they're being asked a very fucking annoying question. It would be like, what's it like being a male YouTuber? I'd just be like, why are you asking me that? That's a weird, like, what? And of course, then you get so special and empowering. I love it. It's like, again, I would have written it that way. I would have,
Yeah, like this is parody or
like,
is
it's
it?
funny if you are doing this on purpose, but like this show, surely you're not doing that on purpose. Like, and then Mallory Book says, twice the work, half the recognition.
as she stands on a platform in front of people. I don't know, award ceremony.
There isn't a
for-
male one, I assume, or is it regular lawyer awards? Like that's what they
yeah,
call it.
that's what they call it. Yeah, this is the award ceremony for the normal lawyers out there, the real lawyers.
Fucking weird. And then she says, yeah, and you're constantly being asked what it's like to be a female lawyer. It's like, you guys wrote this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So is it? Yeah. What are you trying to tell me?
She's such an awful lawyer. We're all awful lawyers in this. And so before She-Hulk can talk about how awesome she is, Intelligentsia hack the place.
Oh my
God.
goodness.
Dun dun dun. And they're like, you think you know She-Hulk? She does not deserve your praise. She does not deserve the power.
She's not a good female lawyer. She isn't virginal and celibate.
You haven't met female lawyers, clearly.
They start throwing a bunch of bullshit on screen, including but not limited to what looks like a notepad document with First Bank of LA checking nearly 4,000 and saving 8,000, and then foreign account XXXXX. It's like, what? Are you trying to show that she has like a
She has
bank?
to pay an internet bill.
Like I don't even.
Ha, she broke.
It's so weird. It's like, what is this? Is this informing her slutness? That seems to be your goal. Like, so you got cable bill, hydro bill, internet bill. What the fuck are you doing? And I guess it's just
Wait.
Hydro bill?
That's what it says.
Oh, I guess water for water.
Yes,
I
Where
suppose.
on earth calls it a hydro bill?
Who calls it a hydro
Really?
bill?
Have these
Cool.
women ever? They all rent.
I
with you-
have no idea
you
what
get a
context
hydro
they would
bill.
refer to it as a hydro bill. I don't
You
get
can get
it.
a you can get a water bill, and depends where you
You-
go.
You can, but I bet they all rent with utilities included, right? Like,
I was gonna say it's not called a hydro
Every
bill. in
every
Britain.
month the hydro bill's like, well, let's see, what would it be for Californians in a drought? Like $50 or whatever for water
drop.
or something. It's just
I-
exactly 50 every month.
It's worth noting, right? It's like she doesn't deserve your praise, and instead, like they show this instead of look at all this property damage she caused while fighting Daredevil, like yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they've even
People
put
are
on
saying
that
in-
she's got shots of Captain America's ass on
Captain
here.
America's ass. It's like,
Oh my
why
God.
not like?
Of course
why
she
not?
does.
I did not realize that.
How
Remember
did she
that
even get
ass from
those
the first
pictures?
episode? She talked about it a
How
lot.
did-
Oh,
Yeah,
that
no,
ass.
you saw
How
it
did
on
she
the
get those pictures?
you saw it on her phone a couple of times. I just find it so funny that they put that on there.
The
The
Chat
weird
is
Doomcock
saying-
masks are strange, but whatever.
chat is saying the hydro bill is something that shows up in the Atlantic in Canada. Atlantic provinces of Canada, they call it a hydro bill.
Yeah, but do they call it a hydro bill in California? Like, isn't that what we're asking?
And Californians aren't from Earth, right? No, sorry,
Well,
not Californians,
Um,
Canadians,
no.
but both of them actually.
Canadians, yeah.
Does she have an
So-
electric bill also? What's
well,
that?
she has an
fourth
Or,
one?
internet
I think,
bill.
I think they're saying that it's like hydro power, so it's a power. Like it would be. It's not the water bill; it's the power bill for hydroelectric power.
Electric or carbons or something. And also, what's with this? It shows how much money she has in her bank accounts. You'd think you'd have more being you? You think you'd be filthy rich? In
I
fact.
thought that she would be richer than that because of.
You think you'd be swimming in money?
How long has she
No,
been
she
lawyering
spends it
now?
all. Because that was the whole thing. She's actually, she has no frugality. She has no impulse control.
She
very
has
clear.
no frugality.
No, she doesn't, because
No, you're right. It's
once
just
she loses her job and immediately loses her house, right? Like, so she's literally living month to month, despite heading up. So a law firm like this,
She was behind. If she loses her job and immediately loses the house, she was already behind.
yeah, and to put this in perspective for people, if you are in a major law firm, big law firm, and you're like one of the people who comes out entry level, top of your class, you get hired from like an Ivy League school. Your entry level salary is $180,000 at the median. It goes up from there. She is an experienced prosecutor, right? Like, she's worked for the state.
It was
So
the
she's
DA,
not fresh.
ADA, yeah.
Yeah, she's not working, or she's not coming fresh out of law school. She's worked for the state. She has a particular skill that she's a superhero, and is hired by a big law firm, not as an associate attorney who'd be making 180 grand a year, but as a division supervisor, as the department head of this new branch. I mean, we're talking she'd be being hired at $300,000 to $400,000 a year, you'd have to imagine. And she has no money
And she's
at all.
She-Hulk.
Right.
Then you
Media
add in the
appearance
superhero
and
stuff on
everything,
top of
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, all of that. And you might be wondering, like, what is the plan here? Intelligentsia? This is the ultimate payoff? And then they start playing a sex tape that Josh recorded, I guess, and they copied from his phone, or I guess he would have been from his phone, whatever. And this is quite infuriating for her. And I was like, yeah, that'll be annoying for anybody to get their sex tape released, I think. That's pretty fucking annoying. But
it's very cruel. It's definitely a cruel thing to do to someone.
But like, obviously, what I was aiming for is like this. Just remember the context. Intelligentsia are doing this to destroy her. When it would just be like I think most people would just be like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
Well, everybody would look at
yeah,
that and go,
this
like,
is
wow,
a-
that's like
Yeah.
a gross invasion of her privacy. Like, what are you doing?
Exactly. That's what. That's what everyone's gonna say. Everyone's gonna be like, "You've invaded her privacy," and like, so she has sex. Okay.
This
Yeah,
is what I'm saying.
exactly.
Like,
a lot of us, a
Mhm.
lot of us do. That's normal.
yeah, just not everybody has assholes recording it and releasing it on the internet and stuff. So it's just like that. Yeah, basically, the point we're trying to make is Intelligentsia. This isn't a great plan. This is not gonna.
No, it's terrible. No one would actually be mad at her for having
No,
sex
everybody
with
would
someone.
hate you. It's like this was her night when she got this big award, and you were doing this, like, to her. Like, wow.
However, Intelligentsia are smarter than you think. They knew
Well,
exactly how
because-
she would react to this. I guess.
Well, I mean, if you understand, like,
Oh.
the human mind, you leave nothing to chance.
Yes.
Like, and in this case, they managed to figure out exactly how she would react to this, which is not great.
Not great, no. Before I explain that, was you going to say something, Nutsa?
No, nothing.
I don't believe you.
Really, no.
When you
No.
turn this pod into a house of
I'm just trying not to fall asleep.
Oh no, Slumber Fairy.
Oh,
No,
People
no.
start to
No.
call you, I
Mm.
think. Hey, well, we'll be going. You're allowed to fall in and out of sleep here and there. We used to have people who did that on
No.
EFAP.
You must wake up.
No,
So,
I'm pretty awake actually. I'm pretty
All
good.
right, that's good.
he wants it to be cut off, of course. Nothing's really getting done, but I wouldn't expect too much to be done within the first few seconds, of course. You probably know at least someone. There's got to be some server or someone who can help with something, but you could maybe even look for some plugs, maybe, but ultimately, yeah, that's pretty awful. Hopefully it goes off screen. She decides, well, you can see from this expression what she's about to decide. I guess I'm just going to play it in segments, because we'll be fine with, like, oh, and funnily enough, Mallory Book says don't do it. Which,
Don't do it, Jen. We all know that you're gonna
No.
Hulk out. We didn't want to talk about it, but we knew that this could be a thing that you do.
Now, he punches the screens.
They're really trying to ham up like that we're all supposed to get that the town is still traumatized from the Hulk destroying a different town years ago. Like that's what we're supposed to get out of this, because the reaction that comes from her destroying the screen that has got her sex tape playing on it is that everybody thinks that the world is going to end by
Well,
her right now.
The thing about it is, it's weird. She punches a hole in a TV and drags the TV down, which then apparently
Yeah.
crumbles the roof. You see this?
Well, look, all the chandeliers are shaking and everything.
Well, look at
Yeah.
that shot where the roof is coming, and it's like,
Yeah.
what? Why?
Yeah.
And I gotta be fair.
And it
She-Hulk,
lands on a table. Thank goodness it didn't land on someone at the table.
Just to clarify, like, where she punches and how she punches, they get us a decent shot of the wide of it. Like, that shouldn't have happened. It should be that it gets dragged on whatever this, system is, but it starts to just dip the whole ceiling down as if someone from above is crushing it down, But as a result of that, yeah, the whole building starts to fall apart. And
So, like-
It's the load,
as
Yeah.
much as
load-bearing wall.
load-bearing TV, as much as I would,
television screen.
as much as I'd want to go as far as saying all she did was rip down some TVs, like that's not quite the same as the end of the world. For some reason, the show makes it so that it's the end of the world, and that everybody does need to actually
Yeah.
exit the building before they get hurt by the falling debris of the entire building. Like that's the result of her actions. The only thing I guess I could say in favor of this happening is that she does like slam the ground or slam things sometimes, and then she has like it quakes and then destroys things away from
Yeah, like she could punch the ground and it has this very directed forward shockwave somehow. Just go with it, kind of thing. Same thing with the when you're clapping. It's like I feel like you'd get a little bit more a backdraft on that, so to speak. But oh well.
And yeah, she's furious as fuck. Everyone's screaming and running away, and then she spots several dudes who are recording it on their phones with masks on, being like, meh. So she's like, evildoers, I shall get you because you're probably behind this. And most of them leave except for one, and then she decides to chase him. And this is where it gets. It was already really bad, but this is where it gets really bad. He's managed to get outside. She bursts through the wall. Why couldn't she just chase him normally? Why did she burst through a wall?
Exactly.
She's
Yeah,
angry.
It's worth emphasizing. Look at all the debris that goes flying. Imagine if somebody was in front of that, could have killed him.
And I'd say it's downright likely because all the people.
And it's likely. Look at all the people running around. Yeah. So like, yeah, not good. Could have hurt someone, like in several instances.
Yeah, and she's doing it.
I've seen everybody in chat doing the Kool-Aid. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. The door. Oh no.
So, she's freaking everybody out, and they all have they're like sci-fi guns. I'm not exactly sure what they do. We don't see them fired, I don't think. But
I guess they were all here ready and waiting just in case this would happen.
Why not? Yeah. Maybe Intelligentsia called them ahead of time because they knew exactly how she'd react. And yeah, so her whole family are like, Jen, stop, please. And everyone's like, no, you're going to stop murdering people. The one thing she doesn't do here that I thought she might want to is just unmask this person. But she doesn't. He, in fact, just lets him go. And he doesn't get picked up by anybody. He just leaves, which I guess, yeah, why not? There's no reason to suspect him of anything, really. She's not. So yeah, she's kind of fucked herself over entirely. And I remember watching this and being like, this is neat. Consequences.
God forbid.
We don't usually get these in the show.
Let's see how long that lasts.
I know, right? Yeah, and she looks panicked and she's kind of destroyed her own life. And I was like, finally. Their life's been destroyed, finally.
Yeah, the show has finally recognized giving her just proper consequences.
I just think they could have done a bit more with it because to me it felt like reaching a bit because I think her reaction was quite adequate. I think not quite adequate, but I mean she saw a tape on the screen and she smashed the screen and she got angry and she was already in a Hulk form. It's not like she just burst into this big monster, right? And the way people treated her, I mean, it was like, oh my god, what is this monster? And I mean, she's angry. Sure. I mean, she could have done a bit more.
I can't believe I'm doing this,
You're
but
watching at it.
I would even cite Mallory Book's explanation, which is that, yeah, you were angry and it was fair to be angry, but you're a Hulk. So that's the whole point with Hulks, right? Like, yeah, you being angry.
That's what you were tried. Someone tried to tell you this in the first episode.
Yeah, exactly.
And my best guess would be that, like, the absolute bestest faith reading that someone would give of this episode is, see, he was right in the end. Look, they all see her as a monster, and it's like, well, yeah, but then episode 9 happened.
Ever.
Yeah, exactly.
And what's crazy is that the theory of the origin story coming between this episode and the next episode makes so much sense now. Because they would be like, yeah, I bet you want to see what happens next, but now it's like you need to understand how she got here before you can see how this rolls out. But that episode 9 doesn't give a fuck about episode 1. It absolutely doesn't care.
Barely cares about episode 8.
No, yeah, it's its own thing. So I don't know. Maybe they reworked it. Maybe they had a different ending at some point.
Yeah, I can believe that. I guess it's just like, what would it have been really?
So, that's that episode, and
yeah,
that pushes us to the glorious,
glorious
good and
finale.
So memorable. God, I loved it.
It only took us 4 hours and 40 minutes to finally get to the finale. The big glory.
This is gonna take us that long, I bet.
Someone said they had 20 endings.
I'm gonna top
apparently.
up my drink, and I'll be right back.
Man, I
Okay.
hope that when they say 20 endings, it was. How does that happen that you end up with 20 endings?
I
And then
don't
you're
know.
like, oh, man.
Also,
I feel like when you
I'm gonna
write
go
a
to the toilet quick,
story.
so you guys carry on.
Alright,
This
well,
is
all I was
cool.
going to say was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. All I was going to say is, I think if you like are writing a story, generally you have like some idea of where you want to go. Like in the end, it may well be that things change as you go and you start figuring it out more. But like generally, you know where you're going. To like be writing a story where you have like 20 disparate endings that you potentially could have picked from, like, oh, that's like indicative of an approach to writing that I don't think I like very much. Like that you would just have almost like this raffle of endings that you could just pick out of a hat, and it's like, oh, okay, that's yeah, we can do that one, that's fine. Though I guess it's kind of crazy to think if this is the ending that they thought was better, what were those what were those other 20 endings? Oof. How we all doing, everybody? We all fine? We got all our brain cells still
No,
intact?
this ending, like I've been dying. Like I hate this show. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. But I've been dying to talk about this ending a little bit because it was so remarkably awful. It was actually probably the first time in the show that I had a genuine emotional response, and it was seething rage that they did this, that they were so self-unaware, and that should have been apparent throughout the entire thing because every episode is self-unaware and contradictory and it has no continuity. But like this would just it just went beyond. And I kind of knew what was coming because someone had spoiled what was going to happen. And even when I watched it, I was like, this is even worse. It's even worse.
Watching it play out, like, as, yeah, like, no matter what you hear, right? Like, actually watching it all play out, the events is, like, baffling. Though it's funny, you said that, like, the show isn't. It's funny to say that the show isn't self-aware, because you're right, but, like, all the show has, in terms of, like, its redeeming qualities, seemingly in the eyes of a lot of people, is that it's self-aware. That, like, so much of the humor is, like, meta, and referencing the, like, referencing like in humor or like the place in which it exists, like in the current landscape. It's like so much of the writing stems from, well, it's clever when we're self-aware, right? It's clever when we do self-referential humor. Like that's clever in and of itself. Which of course it's not, right? Like it's like anything, it can be good or bad. But that seems to be like the driving, I guess you could say, like, dictate of the writing is like, if it's self-referential, then it's funny and clever, which, it's not. Like, at least not in and of itself. It's like a
Exactly. Yeah.
maximum overdrive in the finale. It's like,
There's
yeah, go for it, Mike.
there's
Oh, sorry.
self oh no, there's self-awareness, there's genre awareness, there's all sorts of things that you can be cheeky with, and none of those come off here because it wasn't aware, it was acknowledging but particularly unaware. And that's what made it so frustrating for me, is like how how can you how can you have a show where you seem to be attempting to acknowledge all of these things, but you don't understand what's so bad about all of them. And so you're making like a self-deprecating joke, but it wasn't a joke. It was actually just valid criticism of your own failure.
It's kind of the
Um,
nature of writing these types of stories, right? Is that, like, in a lot of ways, like superhero stories, and especially if you're going to have like fourth wall breaking, you're like adding onto your story more and more variables that you have to try and juggle and account for while still like achieving the objectives you want. It's kind of like, I'd say it's, yeah, probably like sort of inherent to the nature of like speculative fiction. Like the more that you throw on that is like different from the world that we live in, or different from the way that stories are traditionally told, the harder it's going to get to make sure that you can align all of those elements in favor of a cohesive like narrative goal. And in this case, it's like, it is just like well beyond your capacity, well beyond your capacity to do what you wanted to do and then execute it well. Really, that would have been like a difficult task in general. I mean, I guess at this point, alluding to the big thing, right, in the finale. That would be tough to write, like, for anybody, but given to this particular team of writers, it's like, man, doomed from the start, I think.
Hello.
Well, we're about to, I guess, get into it. The
Yep.
finale, finally.
You are, prepare thy anus.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything anyone wants to be said before going in? I want.
Just a reminder to get my plushie. Make a little plug here. Gonna be going for a while.
Before we get Ollie, just remember the Rags plush.
Before,
Get him.
not everything in this world is madness. All right, we're about to embark on a dark journey, a terrible, terrible quest, an awful adventure.
Oh my god!
Oh, look at that!
Chad's
Timing.
just in time. What do you know? It's like,
He quite literally is
Apart
just
from-
in time, probably, for his
Apart-
perspective.
yeah, we're just about to start the last episode. You arrived right before we did my plug.
Awesome.
Yeah. So we took care of the two good ones, and now
Yeah, because
we cover the bad one.
of course, the therapy episode and the Daredevil episode were both excellent. So this is the
yeah.
the
It's
last
all been
action
leading
one.
to this moment.
Well,
Hey,
and
Shad.
ironically,
Hi,
though,
Shad.
like, hey, Nick!
How's it going, buddy?
How are you? I'm good, man. I'm good. Unironically, right, this last episode surpassed my every expectation, and they were all bad. My expectations were bad, and this like reached new levels of bad. I was like, well, okay, there you go.
It was shocking to say the least. Yeah, but yeah, I guess because you weren't quite here for the first 4 hours. How about if you want to let people know what you think of She-Hulk up to this point and how excited you were for the finale?
She-Hulk, like every episode, except like the first one and maybe the last one, and you know that's not saying the first one and the last one are good; they're bad in a different way. But all the other episodes were so incredibly pointless and just utterly useless. And also, I mean, they do ruin a lot of things. They absolutely assassinate Wong throughout all the episodes, but there was just pointless drivel with some of the most nonsensical legal pseudo bullcrap where they just do stuff, and she's an awful conceited whore.
So you're a fan of
Nailed
the
it.
character, is what you're saying. You want to see her in more stuff. Can you wait for her to lead the Avengers? How about that? That'd be fun.
Oh my
shut up.
goodness.
Shut up, Mueller. You give them ideas.
Okay, fine. She won't lead them.
It'll be-
It'll be Captain Marvel.
So
It'll be
many.
fine.
Oof.
Oh,
So many
Captain Marvel and Shield teaming up. That'd be so cool. When they punch the new bad guy, they can be like, "Fuck you, man," and then he'll
Man.
die.
They'll specifically punch men.
In the balls.
Or if they fight a woman, it's going to be like a I don't know, a MAGA woman or a trad woman, and it's like you
Kill 'em
wanting
all.
to, yeah.
Well, see, if it's
Even though-
if it's Lady Thanos instead of Lady Thor, when she gets the gauntlets of power, you know, Thanos, he just evaporated 50% of all people at random, but she's got a fucking list. So it spans the entire universe.
When he-
She's like, I can't wait to snap
when
these
he-
motherfuckers out of existence.
He says dispassionate fear. She's like, "No, evildoers. I have a list. It's real long. We got this. We're gonna get them."
First one on that list is Nick Rekieta.
Oh no!
Misogynist.
Mm,
Only if he gets to
Wait,
review the
that's not-
episode too.
That's not your list of enemies. That's President Nixon's list of enemies. All right, give me that, Barney Gumball.
Oh,
Even though
get
both
this,
She-Hulk and Captain Marvel have this girl boss thing going on, I cannot imagine them both in the same room.
no, it's
Beating
What
it.
the
type
amount of energy there.
conversation
That's
they have.
the repulsive energy. Would I don't think people can sit in the chair they're in at that point. Like it'll be forcing them away. The screens will turn off. Like how could
Yeah,
you have
imagine the
that?
smell.
I mean,
Comes right through the
also,
screen.
She-Hulk, right? She is the most awful, person generally, but in terms of a superhero, right? She, I'm trying to think of an anti-hero is usually a positive term for a hero that just is a bit more violent, but she is like the opposite of a hero. She's awful. She's conceited. She's just out for herself. And when she does try and help other people, she ends up just smashing expensive cars and people, and property. And then also losing control and everything. Should be the worst hero in the world.
And yet,
Oh,
Dude, because I could be like, oh, who are you describing right now out of all of the current heroes? Because I'm not sure. They're all fucking horrible, reckless people at this point. It sucks.
They are, aren't they? Gosh.
She'll win the award for best female superhero.
That's the fucking funny thing, right? Black Adam's deal in his movie is he's like, yeah, I do shit that I want to do, and he just doesn't give a fuck if he kills a bunch of people. He will wipe them out. And they're pretty consistent on it in terms of like a characterization thing, but it's just funny because he's not too different from like Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
And he's like spending the whole part of what he's struggling with in the movie is he a hero, is he not, and does that matter ultimately to what needs to be done, sort of thing. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel will probably just be like, I am a hero. I am the best.
I am a hero, of course.
He'd be like, alrighty.
I'm the best hero. Don't touch me.
So, yeah, we assume something's gonna happen with the police being on there, but we start up with a sort of parody of the Lou Ferrigno Hulk
The
TV
Incredible
show.
Hulk from the 70s.
Yeah, as
That's
it was
neat.
She-Hulk doing it, and they even like put some effort into it to some degree with some of these scenes. I think.
Yeah, I mean, looks better
It's
than
actually kind of nice.
yeah.
It's probably like
Yep.
the only thing, like in terms of like a meta thing that they've done that I would say is worthwhile.
Yeah,
Yes.
this was neat to see.
My my note on it was they've baited a show I'd prefer to watch.
Kind
This.
of.
Well, that show seems to have some level of self-awareness. Well, this show I never can tell because some of it is just like, wait, you don't
Yeah.
think I don't think you know what you're saying, sort of thing.
Thing is, though, you know the tone in like the way that she's expressing. She's trying to say, "This is so awful. Do you remember this? It's crap."
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
like, no, it's way better than your show, but they're actually just trying to mock it, because they think their show is so great, and they're just crapping on things out like that are honestly better than their own show.
I figure that this is an homage. I don't know that I get the impression that they're saying that the old show sucks.
I don't know. Look at like her expressions, the way she moves in the montage.
Right, I see what you mean.
She's
Yeah, I
she's
guess
like,
I'm
"This
iffy.
is-"
I don't know.
Yeah, she's like, do you remember this? How retarded it was? I'm gonna type in a computer and I do and stuff, and they mock it. They hate that, and it's like, guys, it's a better show than what you have.
I have no
Uh-huh.
doubt that that show is better than this. Like this, yeah, no way.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, part of this
Would it
little
be a reach to say this She-Hulk? This She-Hulk looks better than the CGI one.
you know what? I'd be fine. I was always fine with the idea of them just fucking getting a strong person and painting over them, whatever. That was always fine with me.
Yeah.
The CGI abomination thing is creepy. I just don't like it. Don't want it on the screen. It's animations. It's not from this world. Get rid of it.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, damn! I actually noticed it. I don't know if they did it on purpose or if it was a mistake, but the "Don't Make Me Angry." I know that like they've got Bruce up on the steps, but if she's saying the line, they should be flipped because Bruce is the one who's standing higher up and looking closer towards the camera, like in the original. Man, that is like a hyper nitpick, but it's just something I noticed.
Well, I mean,
And also, he doesn't look at the camera when he says "Don't make me angry" either. He says it to the investigative reporter guy.
hey, they got a little bit of creative flair. They get to do whatever they want, all right?
Like
they
in this
even-
part here, it's flipped. or
As
it
part
should
of the
be.
intro as well, they have the creature is pursued by online trolls. It's like, oh, God.
It's so awkward.
Shut
It's
up.
like, yeah,
Oh,
you
no.
wrote that. That's right, you wrote this.
Not those.
She is provoked into a rampage that has her put in prison, and now she is only seen for the raging spirit within her. Like, well,
Yeah.
what did Wings famously say? Your consequences have actions. Okay.
Where is the lie?
What she did. Yeah. So we cut from this, and she is in prison, which is pretty neat. I was happy to see that. Like,
I'm just thinking of a recontextualized Wings quote. That's my life. It's waking up, being green, and getting kicked.
Yep.
That's all it is.
So yeah, her
So
friends.
yeah,
visit her.
and chat is rightfully saying there is a tempest inside me. Very, very true.
Another incredible show. If you didn't know, we finished up our coverage of that too last week.
Yeah, we did.
It's been a crazy set of months.
Enough rings of power for 2 years unless we cover people talking about it. So who knows?
Who knows?
Oh, you know people are going to talk about it. I'm actually.
I've already
I don't
been.
know how much people
I
have
don't
got
know. Yeah, I
spoiled
was gonna
about
say, Chad, how much do you think their
There'll
passions
be
will
articles,
remain?
I guess. Yeah, but
Yeah, definitely
I don't know about
articles.
making videos.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's going to be as much defense for it as The Last Jedi, so.
No.
No, I don't
I
think so.
do not think so, yeah. But I've been linked to a couple articles here. I guess one is actually quite topical to our immediate discussion. Let me grab it real quick. Boop boo. There's that one, and then there's this one here.
Rings of Power She-Hulk controversy. How does that work? They runaway successes?
Well, she just broke out of her.
Uh,
She broke out of her Disney
Isn't it
app
like,
and went over to Amazon.
Isn't like a season 2 for She-Hulk in doubt at this stage? Like they're not sure if they're going to do it.
Why the fuck?
Yes.
I just...
Oh,
God, if I
hope
was on
they
the board,
won't.
I'd just be like, guys, that was a disaster. Can we please not do that
Can
again?
we
No.
make an actual television show?
Like
There's, like,
I would point to
no
Batwood and be
way
like,
they're
look, it was
happy.
funny the first time. It was. But, like, we need to stop, actually, and stop, you know.
We have to make money.
Yeah, like, don't do it like they did.
There's no way
She-Hulk.
they're happy with the response.
She-Hulk is a runaway success in that success is running the fuck away from it.
That makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Very
lawyers are
true.
here, and they're going to let her know what the result is, and she immediately is like, this was a targeted attack. We need to get the names of the people who hacked my phone. They need to be prosecuted. And then Book is like, you took the bait. Which, I don't know, man.
That justifies any crime right there.
Well, no,
You took the bait, though.
I was kind of with her on the sense that she's not I don't think she's talking about that. She's talking about the fact that it's like what you've done is now going to have to be dealt with. Like whether or not they did actually hack into your phone, you kind of like if someone
This is
releases
the bigger issue.
steals your info and releases it online, it's like yeah, definitely there should be repercussions for that. But then when you destroy like a building and threaten people's lives as a result of it, it's like oh well, now we got to talk about that because that's kind of bigger.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
these are two separate matters. Like, sure, you can do that, but that's got like no bearing on this current issue that we're dealing with.
And it seems like, to be fair, Book is like, I'm interested in protecting you, not going after the people who wronged you. I want to make sure you're okay. That's the vibe I'm getting. Nobody's competent in this, but Book seems to be slightly more
He
competent.
is probably the most competent person in the show.
And so yeah, she's like, when she says you took the bait too, I feel like that's kind of a pointed criticism of like, yeah, you didn't have to break through the wall. You didn't have to attack people and stuff, you know. But you did. And then she says, I was angry. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, but I think you know better than everybody that that's not good enough.
Not
I
at
mean,
all, though.
Do you guys like mention that she just proved Bruce right and everything that he said, and that she wasn't ready and she can't control her anger
Yeah.
and isn't responsible for her powers at all?
Yeah, we were talking about how
the problem is that this one is. Oh, sorry. Go
just
for it.
the episode formatting, that there's the thing about how we were originally going to be getting the storyline of episode 1 between 8 and 9, as in episode 8 was going to be 7 and episode 1 was going to be 8, and then episode 9 would be the same. It's that once she reaches that climax, we then get sent back to when she's learning about being a Hulk, and that's where Hulk's warning would hit a little harder, I think, because we'd be like, oh, that's where she actually ends up. Damn. But it's so bizarre because
Yeah,
I don't trust
but-
the writers of the show. I'm like, do you realize Hulk was correct, or do you think he's not?
Well, and there's something that's worth talking about. I'm glad you brought it up, Shed, because I think so when Bruce says, like, you got to get in control of your anger, otherwise things get bad, the lens through which, like, that's coming from him is probably more so stemming from the fact that when he got mad, like, a different entity would take over and then destroy everything. Like, She-Hulk is not the same as Hulk. She-Hulk is still, like, Jennifer Walters, essentially. So, like, the nature of what the rage represents is, like, in a certain sense, Bruce gets angry and then another entity destroys everything. You got angry, like, you specifically, and then did something.
And
It's
then
not,
she
like,
lost
it's not
control.
analogous. Yeah, like, it's not analogous, you know?
And so what's funny about that is that, like, that literally shows that she's nowhere near as good as controlling her anger. And that line where she's like, I'm infinite, I do it infinitely
yeah.
more than you. It's like, you conceited cow and hypocrite and bullcrabber. It's
Well,
like,
and if
no.
you remember, Bruce held his Hulk from smashing when he was like in Age of Ultron when they're trying to stop Ultron 2.0 from being woken up, and if you remember, he tries to trap. He gets hit by Scarlet Witch. Like, he's dealing with like end of the world stakes and people actually attacking him. Meanwhile, she gets her sex tape released. And again, I want to stress that is very bad, and it's not something that anybody would ever want to have to deal with. But it made her, like, for lack of a better term, Hulk the fuck smash. Like, it's
and this is the thing. There is a greater responsibility on her to control that anger. Like, if someone gets angry, and this is the thing. Usually, it would be a guy that lashes out physically when they get really angry. They'll punch a wall or something like that. Usually, a more kind of female response to something like this would just be complete horror and depression, and like so. The physical reaction is like feels a little. But I'm not saying a woman can't lash out physically. It's just far less common. But the thing is, though, if she lashes out, she can like break the world in two. And so, no, even if this is really bad, I agree. Doesn't take away the responsibility on her to be far more careful because of what she's capable of, which is what Bruce was trying to tell her, and she just told him to basically piss off.
we've set everything is set in place now, so that we should finally get that scene where she appreciates Bruce has been through a lot more and understands it a lot better than she does, and that she was wrong, so she can't quite control it, and she's got some work to do. I'm sure we're getting that scene. I'll point it out when we get there.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yep. I mean, she'll use her one phone call, right? That you get one, that's who she calls. Yeah, that would have been really like the tables have sort of turned, and yeah.
And Book says you're an out of control Hulk, and that's what everyone saw. And I was just like, yep, pretty much. And that again reflects what Bruce said. It feels like it's part of maybe an episode draft they had before, where this had more of a serious ending or something. Because the meme that happens oftentimes is just to skip ahead slightly, they say that she can have all charges dropped if she puts an inhibitor on and never becomes She-Hulk again. And it's agreed. So she's free, but can't be She-Hulk. I was just thinking to myself, the easy story setup you've got there is that this season ends maybe on that, and a bit of a like cliffhanger in the sense of like, how will this be resolved? And some threat comes to town, something or some other thing happens that prompts her to want to save lives, and then we have complicated legal issues. Like, what does that mean? That she used her power to save people, but she did breach her inhibitor clause or whatever, Like, you can make a story out of that. And maybe they were going to in the finale even. But they went a different direction about a third of the way in, and we'll get there.
I still want to know what the charges were even going to be. Like, what specific charges? Or destruction of property? I mean, this is a first offender. She's got mitigating circumstances because obviously this happens in the context of her being publicly humiliated by a nefarious, illegal act. Like, there is so much negotiation room, and all we get is, they agreed if you never put on this ankle bracelet again. It's like, agreed to what? Does she even have a charging document? She just woke up in jail the next day.
Bro, that's not the story they want to tell, okay? They want to tell a different
They don't want to talk about law stuff in this
law
show.
is gay. We're not doing that.
Yeah, law is very gay, and you will not find it here.
That's true. So much dick.
Whoa.
Well, geez,
speaking from experience there.
Aaron Brockovich.
Yeah, well, wait, Shad, did you want to say something?
I forgot. I'm just now thinking of Nick's penis. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that happens. We can all get distracted by that. That's fair.
How come when you hear that word, you think of his?
Well, he was the one that said it.
Yeah.
How come you don't?
Yeah.
I can't. I don't want to play favorites.
So, I want it known that if someone said, all the characters suck and there's no one that's likable in the show, I'd be like, hey, I like the dad. Your dad is the only person I think in the whole show that I kind of find fine throughout.
I agree.
Think you're right. Yeah, I legitimately think you're right. Yeah.
And I actually thought his line when he picks her up from prison is quite funny. He says, like, "Don't worry, honey. People go to prison every day." But it doesn't make any sense at all. Like, but it sounds like an attempt at a dad just trying to comfort somebody. Like, oh, don't worry, it's perfectly normal.
She loses her apartment here, and so you guys, I caught a little brief bit at the tail end of the last one that it shows her bank account, and it's bizarre because she should be earning way more money, and so what that implies that she's been blowing huge paychecks on what looks to be booze
and clothes,
which is so irresponsible and unlikable. Even like they just can't help themselves.
No, I agree. Yeah, it's bizarre, and they leave us Because this is the thing about storytelling a lot of the time. It's like, well, why don't you just assume it's a plot hole and the money's been disappeared? And it's like, well, I'd rather assume the thing that makes more sense, which she's been spending it all. That's something that makes the story more
Honestly,
coherent.
And what is the
it's the writers inserting themselves again, because they're probably struggling writers and they don't have a lot of money, and they'll be thinking, well, if I lost my job, I'd lose my apartment, because they're too dumb to realize that, hey, lawyers earn a lot more.
Well, not only that, but they've bought apartments in California, which is probably like one room costs $10 billion a month, you know?
Yeah.
Because they have to
and it
live
only
there.
flashed. And they decided to put it in specifically with those numbers, just to have it flash on the screen for just a moment. So you wonder, were they trying to tell us something? Is that just what they think a lawyer
so-
has in terms of money?
My theory would just be that when they were putting it up, they were like, put pictures of Captain America's ass to show that they got into the photos, because they even have a photo, like a selfie in there. Show some of her conversations on Matcha, which they do, and it's like, and then we'll get to the sex tape. What else can we throw in there? It's like, bills? Bills, yeah, they hack her phone and they have her bills. It's like, sure, what else? Isn't that enough? It's like, is there anything else? Like bank details. What do bank details even look like? Like, get a notepad open and type,
How much
checking
money
account,
you have in your
this
account?
much.
Yeah.
What's a lot of money? I don't know, for a lawyer?
Should we
$5,000.
go to our bank, get one of those like receipts, and then like copy that essentially, and just of course change all the information so you know what it looks like? Also, the implication here is that she got out and cut perfectly a picture of Hulk King's icon from the internet.
Yeah, it's all
Oh,
indicative.
you're right. Yeah, she would have gotten it, or she would have gotten it specially printed.
Yes, unless she's that good at drawing with like felt tip pens, she's just that good. You can't even tell it's not. So that's yeah. We're up to she loses her job because obviously she can't be She-Hulk anymore, and that's the whole reason GLK and H had her. And then she, well, not to
So
mention
the
the fact that
violence,
she,
yeah.
there's other reasons they could fire her at this point, I'd say, but
Yeah.
yeah, so there's that, and then she doesn't have the money to afford the apartment, so she goes back to move in with her parents, and where are we then? What is, yeah, she's just really sad, because she can't be She-Hulk anymore, and I think at one point she's like, this is kind of what I wanted, and it's just like, not really, no, not at all, but I guess you try to shoehorn that in, because this is the last episode. Yeah, and they say on the news report, a neighbor says they're uncomfortable living next to an unstable, and before we can finish the sentence, she goes, unstable? Like,
I'm not unstable.
I mean,
What? You are a little bit unstable.
let's just say if Jed is playing Call of Duty, and she has a couple deaths in a row from snipers camping or something, are we supposed to worry about the person below her when she fucking stabs the floor? I don't know.
I don't know.
Throws
I
the
hope that's not
controller
me
into
down there.
orbit, knocks over the
Yeah.
building, kills two
Knocks
people in
down
the
a
process.
satellite.
Yeah, it's a little bit unstable, yeah.
Like, holy crap, I wouldn't even want to play Monopoly with this crazy
No.
woman. It's like, oh.
Oh yeah, and I thought it was funny when the dad sprayed the reporters off with his little hose.
I love
Yeah.
that.
He seems to be the only. Yeah, he's like the actually only good character.
Yeah, I haven't
how-
forgotten
He's
that
looking out
when
for his daughter.
when she was attacked by the stupid whatever people, that he was like, he wants to install things to help her with security, and she's like, I don't need it, I'm a Hulk, and he's like, I don't, hey, you're my daughter, sort of thing, and it's like, oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, how
and
do
when
you
she's
raise
at dinner,
such a
he takes her
cunt?
to a private room.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what are you doing in this show, kind person? Like, why are you here?
And he's a guy too. Ooh,
Hmm.
maybe
Oh, yeah,
writers
they
are not
fucked up.
sexist after all.
I don't know, maybe he'll turn out to be Dr. Doom later or something.
I don't know. Like when Jen was finally having that nice boyfriend thing, and this was like the last review I ended up doing because Rings of Power overtook my life. I literally said, you know, he's going to be an awful douche. He's going to be, I don't know, sleeping
Yeah.
with her just to get a blood or something like that. And of course, that's exactly what they did.
Mhm.
It's-
Yeah, I'm guessing
And
like,
so-
we're just shocked they haven't turned her dad into a psycho murderer yet. But hey,
I know,
season 2
they've
maybe.
done it nearly to every other male character. So yeah.
I guess she has that one lawyer friend guy who's not like
Oh, yeah, Pug?
terrible.
Yeah, yeah,
He's
no,
a moron.
he's an idiot. Yeah,
Oh, God, he pisses me off so much too. This guy hangs out with the CEO of the greatest law firm on the planet. He's a lawyer. He'd be like one of the top lawyers in the entire country. It's like, well, I'm a retard. It's like-
that is his dialogue.
like you didn't have to make him dumb. You've already got he's an ally. He can be a smart character. He can be just fine. He's like you don't have to vilify every single character by their biology, and yet you just can't help it. You have to make him bad.
You know,
God,
I'm gonna do this because I can't resist how funny this is. So I apologize in advance, Rags. Okay, this is arguably a spoiler for you, but it's so minute and contextless that it should be fine. But you know, Drinker's watching House of Dragon. He hadn't quite caught up with the newest episode. Rags hasn't seen it either. And I get my phone is set up in a way that I can see a notification for any like direct messages, and I see it blip in my peripheral vision. I look over and it just says, "What the fuck is with the feet wanking scene?" That's what I can see.
Is there a foot job? Is there a foot job scene?
Let's just say
no, it's not even it's not a foot
So,
job.
I guess I'll find
imagine like half a foot in someone's mouth and then just like that.
Nice.
There's a guy wishing for a foot job.
I want her feet in my mouth.
I hope he's okay, surviving it. Anyway,
Stay strong, brother.
Where even are we? Yeah, so yeah, so she's set up a thing to see if she can trace, you know, the intelligentsia people. And she's like, this platform is operated by shell companies outside of America. One of them is going to slip up at some point and we'll destroy them legally. Like, okay, I guess that's the new plot thrust then. She's going after the people who released her information. It's like, fine, okay.
Hang on, like some person that just set up like a random website needed shell companies and stuff to do it?
Don't even know. And this is the thing, like how can she prove like the people are connected? She's gonna have to get way more. Basically, she needs like a tech bro of some kind. She needs like a tech guy.
Can't any random person just set up a website with like you know servers in a country that you know they can't get cancelled on, and then they don't need a shell company and all this crap to do it? It's just,
I figured like
seems
you need lots of evidence, right? Because like it could be that someone's framing intelligentsia. You don't even know if there was. You got to connect all the threads. You got to get all the proof. And like I said, she needs someone who's tech savvy. She doesn't. I don't even know if she knows how to use a laptop. Sometimes you wonder. Had an iPad at some point, but
she can work her phone. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, and
She
if you
only
had
knows how
another
to-
character, huh?
She only knows how to swipe right or left.
Oh,
That's basically it.
Phone. Can I swipe and can I swipe left and right to find these people who hacked my phone? It's like no, Jen, that's not how it works.
I mean, they have a disagreement, these two, but it's over. One of them wants to go after them with any means possible, and then Jen's like, "No, we got to do it legally." And they have this just this awkward line where she's like, "Fine, I guess you're gonna go all Jen Walters about it," as if like Jen Walters, paragon of law. Like,
Well, and
no.
also, her friend is a paralegal.
Yeah. It felt like they pulled it out of their ass. They were like, you know, Jen Walters. She's like, she'll always do things by the book. You're like, what? No.
She destroyed a
Or she
parking
doesn't.
lot and left a note.
By the book.
By the book.
Not only did she leave a note, so I think someone in chat had mentioned she left a note, but she said it was from Spider-Man.
Oh my god.
That made
Weird.
me laugh.
Evil misogynist man says he was dating her before she became She-Hulk, and she was psycho well before the powers, and he blames her grandmother. It's a bizarre moment that happens in this episode, and it's never any reference again to it. It's something they clearly cut was going to be a resolution with this misogynist man. They never filmed it, or they never did anything with it.
thing is, right? I mean, they're obviously presenting it like this is a lying douche and it's doing for attention, but I mean, we haven't seen Jen's whole life, and the way she, you know, treats men and stuff like that, I wouldn't have put it out of the realm of possibility that when they first met, they did date, and she was awful. Like,
She's, well, I mean, she is awful. We know that, but like
with a movie, recognize her as such.
This is the thing. This is like a setup. Like, look at what's happening. This guy's saying these awful lies about you. He's being so mean. It's like, so by the end of the episode, at least we'll see him, and she'll push him over, and he'll fall into a puddle or something. You know, haha, we got you. You're humiliated now. He'll be drinking coffee, and then she'll go boo, and then he'll go, oh no, my coffee's all over me. You got me. It'll be real satisfying. But they legit forget he exists. He's not in the rest of the episode. Okay.
They're just
Yeah, that's
like
weird. I get-
ultimate douche because he's a douche. Yeah, is that funny?
Guess
Well,
it's just
yeah.
adding onto the pile of also Smug Hulk is what he is called.
Named
But,
him in the yeah.
yeah.
Oh, God.
But
He has
yeah,
the
I guess the guy
audacity
on
to
the
call someone else smug.
I know.
well, I can't be smug.
I mean, I think that was just
not
that was a
me,
reference
Jen
to
Wilkins.
what Black Widow called him, right? Black Widow called him Smug Hulk.
No,
That
well,
was from
so
the first
I
episode.
would say it references their own conversation. He calls himself Smart Hulk, and she says more like Smug Hulk because
Oh, wait,
only a
yeah.
smug person would take the name Smart Hulk.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
And then he
And then
says,
it
"That's
was
not a
Black
name I
Widow had
chose."
called. Right, Black Widow had named him Smart Hulk. She changed it to Smug Hulk. Oh God, I forgot that. I was forgiving it, and now it turns out no, it's actually she is a piece of shit. Okay, cool.
If ever in doubt, you can rely on that.
Incredible
Deep-
deductive work.
Yeah,
Default to her being.
she's really depressed, and she says, "I'm getting screwed over." And then she looks at the screen, and she's like, "Is that what you want?" And I'm kind of like,
Yes.
"Well, like, do you want the honest answer? I don't know." So she decides on a whim, I'm gonna go to Emil Blonsky's place now. It's like, really? You find that place hyper cringe, but you're gonna go there. I guess so, sure, fine. I'm sure that there's no reason you're going there other than the fact that you want to. That's the only reason. And then
Well,
she,
it's the last place her feelings were validated. So.
That's true, they can all tell her she's right. And maybe
The thing
Blonsky
is,
will
though-
explain how to hack the fucking inhibitor, who knows.
And by again, because they can't have any decent like male character in this, that whole getaway people already. I was already thinking, oh, they're probably the people that hate her online or something. And when she goes there, who's there? It's not the exact same characters, but it's pretty close.
I have arguably a funny story relating to that, because I was watching this episode for the first time and taking notes when Frank was on the call. And when we get to, let's call it moments before that, I legit was just like, how in the world are they going to connect these two plot lines? Her going to Emil's and the Intelligentsia one. I was like, how? And man, they do it great. It's just great. It's top notch. Because, yeah,
masterful.
she's off to Emil's, so now we cut to a friend who's posted a picture, like a video of her in college, as a way to prove to the Intelligentsia people that she's just like them. And immediately, like, I'm not even kidding, she posts the video. We see it's not even been up long enough to watch the video, and there's comment. It's like, wow, this is fast.
They're just waiting. They're just sitting there waiting.
And then a direct message from Hulk King immediately saying, there is a private event tonight, you should come, details below, epic find on your video. Like, that's just not how anything works. Like, no, you can't do anything this fast. Holy shit. I also thought it was.
These writers understand.
I also thought it was funny that she's on the images subreddit and she's posting a video. Like, there's a reason Reddit split things up that way, but obviously, whatever. This is a fake site. There could be any. It's whatever. It's just all this online shit. Whenever you see corporate online shit, they always get everything wrong. You've got section number 1 of this whole website is called posts. What does that even mean? How is that useful? The posts
Submit
one.
a post. If I want to put an image and a caption, I guess post is for nothing, where it's just text,
Like, if
but no links, videos, or images.
I was trying to make sense of this. She's uploaded a GIF or a video. I think it's a video. Yeah, selected as video to the image subreddit with 0 views, many comments, a direct message on the images subreddit of the post section of Intelligentsia. And there's a messages section, a live section, subsection, then market section. A bizarre, whatever. I'm sure the person who made this hasn't actually been on the internet before, or at least outside of, like, Twitter.
No.
I mean, and also just like think of the video. This has to have come from someone that knows Jen personally, and if this appears on the internet and it's never been seen before, wouldn't your first question be, "Where the hell did you get that?" There would be cautious suspicion about this poster, not like, "Oh, I trust you completely. Come meet me in person."
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Now, you guys want to know what those comments say? You got, found this video of She-Hulk in college begging for attention. That's her title for it. And then you got, so she spent law school dancing instead of studying. and they've
She
spelt-
looked fun back then.
She did look fun. And they got would have hit it then. Now she's an angry beast.
Now I want to hit it even more. I'll angry
Accurate.
beast through my fetish.
You can see her thong at 117. The clip isn't even 10 seconds long. And how could you have seen it yet? How could you even know that? It's like you knew this video existed, you were waiting to comment on that. It's like, what the fuck? This happens immediately. It's so weird. And then you got good find, Broseph.
That's just what I heard.
I like the good find Broseph comment.
Broseph.
Broseph. And then you got owned. What a joke.
No,
I used to like
bro.
that song. Even her roommates hate her. Nice own. Then lol 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 lol. It's like, yeah, that's the internet for you. Yeah, she gets an invite to wherever Intelligentsia meet. That's exciting, isn't it?
Wow.
Where that'll go. And of course, yeah, they're like, see you at the event, bro. And because she reads that, she's like, oh, they must think I'm a guy because I hate women. Then she gets Pug to pose. And we'll get back to that. But now, Jen arrives at Emil's place. The guy who previously wanted her blood and she never asked about any of that is like, don't worry, I'll get you set up with a room. And she reads Emil's book. I think the quote she reads out is, my heart beats the same as yours, yet you call me a monster. What does that make you? Or something like that. And then she says, this book sucks. Just like, why? Why do you have to do that every time?
Why do you try to make him out? I mean, he's letting you stay here for free. All right.
Yep.
And you're taking advantage of his kindness and accommodations. Like maybe you don't have to insult him, especially when you're, reading his book. And it seems like he genuinely is trying to help people become better.
It's also interesting because isn't that the premise of the like pseudo feminist take of this show? Is that like why am and also her being She-Hulk and what she literally just went through, where just because of her being a Hulk and having one outburst of anger, she was treated like a monster and very unfairly given the circumstances.
What?
It's like, here's this message that actually pertains to everything that's going on in the show, all around, and yet she's just such a shallow piece of garbage that it's like, no, this book is stupid. These concepts are stupid. It's like, you've been running from the like reality of this the entire time and
Yes.
mocking it.
Because I was gonna say, this is relevant just the Hulk stories that exist, right? It's like there's a human in there, but a lot of people don't see it because they only see the surface sort of stuff. And as you just said, yeah, she just went through this. She had a reaction that even she described in her prison cell was perfectly normal for anybody to have in terms of anger. And then this book is about that, because Abomination is about that too. At least in this storyline, he's very chill now. So yeah, it's annoying as hell.
Yeah,
There's nothing to be drawn from it from her side. She's always just like, meh.
Yeah, I mean, what I find so annoying about her is the fact that every time she gets like ghosted or, they don't want to date her, everything, the writers and herself are always finding the reasoning in her She-Hulkness, or the guys being the, a-holes, but she never reflects onto herself as Jen. She never questions herself, or am I good enough? Or am I just, am I actually the problem? That never comes in her head. It's never something that she questions, actually, which is so just...
Oh yeah, the show is hell-bent on trying to justify Jen as a character, that everything she does is perfectly fine. She's the victim of all these horrible trolls and everything like that. Jen is wonderful, even when she's just wrecking property and making the worst choices around. And I think it's the writers trying to justify their own lifestyle, because their lives are probably a mess, and so there's like, see, drinking and not having a good stable relationship and being awful with money and being entitled and everything. This is good because that's what they're probably like.
There's never that. Yeah, this show does not seem like it was written by people who have a lot of those, silent introspective moments. Think about, what's within them, and they're not into that self-betterment sort of thing. I mean, they seem to mock the self-betterment, character whenever they can.
Yeah. What was the other thing
Yeah.
they've been doing that? It was mocking mindfulness and stuff. It was She-Hulk again, wasn't it?
They did it earlier. Remember when like Bruce was talking about meditation and
Hmm.
mindfulness and awareness, accepting the situation that you're in, like a level of acquiescence to your circumstances to grow through them. And yeah, she's like making fun of that too, which
Well,
is kind of odd, right? When like the show consistently acknowledges that she is not content, and it's like everything that was about. And you know what Emil's doing, I guess it could be framed as like kind of like a bit pseudo-intellectual or like pseudo, you know, whatever. But it's like all of it is ultimately about trying to make you more content with yourself, and you just keep dismissing it. I don't get it. I don't know what the point they're trying to make is.
So yeah, she gets bored. She wants to go do something else at Emil's place. Meanwhile, our two lawyer friends of hers arrive somewhere, and they have to prepare to get Pug in there so we can gather information about the members of Intelligentsia. And she says, as a piece of advice, always refer to women as females. Which is just like, oh, okay. Yeah, again, I probably put this in as parody, not as anything meaningful, but sure. And then
And he's like, I can't
yeah,
call him. It's like,
he-
dude.
he is like, I can't resist using the word soy. He's like, the energy in the room, I can't take it. I'm not evil like
Jesus,
these men
grow
are.
up.
So like, what the fuck are we doing? He's like, I just don't know what to do. I can't do it. So yeah, he's having all that of a struggle session, and meanwhile we get a little taste as we're walking around the room of what these guys are like in Intelligentsia. And one of them says, "Look, guys, she just sucks." And I'm not saying that just because she's a female. I'd have the exact same criticism if she was a man. They're framing that as a part of the package of being like hyper misogynist.
Yep.
So what are you supposed to do then? Just say, nah, don't criticize her. Don't. That's
No
it.
criticism
Basically.
allowed.
Yep.
And I mean, the writers think that they're being so clever with this. We're owning the trolls by putting in some of the things that are actually said, and it's like, what the more reasonable things that people say? Well, what's the own here? I don't see it.
It's so weird when, like, you know, it's someone accuses. I'm surprised they didn't have a quote from one of them in that room being like, you know, I like Sarah Connor, I like Ripley, because they always frame that as well as like, see, that's kind of proof that they're sexist or something. You're like, what is happening?
It's just, it feels like yet another one to throw into the self-own pile. Like, your show, you have altered and written your show around the people that you hate. Like, how isn't that like bizarre?
It shows how narcissistic the writers are. They're absolutely obsessed, right, with the discussion, the trolls, and everything. So much so that they're gonna craft their entire show around that concept. They'll ruin whatever possible, great narrative that could have been done with this character and subvert it and upend it purely to just reflect their own kind of world and what they see and everything, because they want to make it all about them. And they say, like, the writer says, like, I loved owning the trolls and stuff. It's like, so you didn't care about making a good story. You just want to try and feed your own ego as part of this
hyper
project.
insecure. That's so insecure though. Like that
It's
you would
massively insecure. You're right.
That so much of your show is laced with like trying to combat like the people in your head that you hate. Like I don't get it.
Yeah, it's the most desperate cope I've ever seen, to the point where they will sacrifice their own show and write it about it just for them trying to. And then it shows how retarded and stupid they are, because they think that this is an ode by repeating it. It's like when someone says something really smart and someone's response is saying the exact same thing but in a dumb way. It's like, yeah, you think nuclear bombs are dangerous, right? And it's like, well, yeah, they are.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but you think they're dangerous? Like, just repeating something in a dumb tone doesn't make it dumb.
No, like the fact that people would think that it's clever is like baffling to me. You've created something that's pretty bad, and that has been recognized as pretty bad. And let's be real, like beyond, is anybody even talking about it anymore? Like even a week after it came out, it's done. Like well, I mean, this is it, right? Like this is the end of the coverage. And then in terms of like but I guess the more relevant part, right, in terms of creating something is the people who said that they liked it or the people who enjoyed it, like. How much of an impact is that going to have long term? Is this a show that they're going to come back to? Is this a show that they could actually talk about at length rather than just like one or two tweets about like one specific line of dialogue or like one specific image. What you've created is like I mean, it's going to be incredibly dated. Like in even like a couple of years, it's going to be hyper dated. And it's just like the thing that you could have created that was like the story that you wanted to tell that was advancing like your narrative objectives. It's like severely compromised by just like this weird desire to shit on some people. It's just so weird.
This has no rewatch quality. I still can't see anybody just like one day like, man, you know what? Turn She-Hulk on. Turn that shit up.
Yeah, like what would motivate
like a
somebody to
She-Hulk
vote? Yeah, I really feel like rewatching She-Hulk Attorney at Law. I loved how like I love that scene where I love that part where like just,
I love the part where she got her hole filled. That was nice.
Yeah, I think the only thing that this show will do, not in the long run, but I feel like it will do, is just give more give more ability to people to say, well, women cannot write great characters or great female characters, or female characters cannot be great, because I already see that narrative of, oh, females written by males, and, well, She-Hulk is written by a woman. And yeah, it's just, it's so annoying. It's so annoying to see.
They're shooting themselves in the foot. They want to, like, represent, and this is how you represent.
Also, yeah, and in case there was any confusion, because I found it so odd as well to make fun of that line specifically, the whole, I'm not saying she just sucks because she's a girl, I say the same if she was a man. Recently, we have annihilated many main characters that are men in loads of different fictions. Like, trust me, we don't only go after the women. That's not a thing.
Oh, yeah.
There are a lot of really, really bad male characters that get written, and there's several in your own show, so don't you worry about it. But just on top of that, quickly, it's just like, if it were a common thing that's said like that, but it was just, 2 + 2 = 4, like you were saying about the nuke example, it's like, why throw that in there? Like, it just makes you look so awful. Like, you haven't even presented a counter. You're just saying that's a thing they say. It's like, well, okay. It's good that they say that. It's good that they don't specifically go after women. Is it not? Like, what is happening?
It's that when they say that, we don't believe them. We writers, we don't believe them when they say that. So
well, the proof's in the pudding, is it not? I'm assuming if Intelligentsia is a site solely about the badness that is She-Hulk, it's like, well, yeah, I guess that's true then. But if they have whole sections of the internet that are all about other heroes, then I guess they do for everybody.
Well, this is the thing. The guy that's saying it, he literally says, Lady Thor, she sucks. And I'm not saying this because she's a woman. I'd have the same criticism if she was the man. But I was like, but why does she suck? Because if he says, like, Lady Thor, she sucks because what was one of the crappy things that Jane Foster did in the Thor movie? I'm trying to remember.
I cannot remember.
Oh, imagine watching that movie.
It's just
don't recommend it. To be fair, I think she came out a little better than a lot of the characters did for like immoral actions. I can't remember. She must.
Well, I mean, she sacrificed her life to save a bunch of people, which is nice, right? Like, that's just a heroic thing.
I'm not even going to get into the mechanics.
Well, yeah. But I guess it's one of the problems, right, of like the way that they've written this, I don't know, like satire or social commentary, is that you're trying to map conversations that people have about fictional characters and the role that they play in a story directly into a world where they are actual people who exist. Like, what does it mean when it's like, oh, well, if she was a man, I'd be making the same criticisms? It's like, about what? Like, who she is or the strength of the character writing? Like, what exactly are you trying to get at here? It's like, it's the same as when they had that thing earlier in the season where it's like, oh, wow, why do we need to have, like, a woman She-Hulk, like a woman Hulk? It's like, what does that mean, like, in a universe where that happened? Like, that happened to a person who's real, as opposed to, like, a new character that they've created to try and extract value, like, from an intellectual property that already exists. Like, these are not comparable. They're not the same thing. But, like, I don't know if they didn't realize that they're not the same thing. Like, I don't, well, it's really, like, weak satire. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
It's horrible satire because, to my understanding, was Lady Thor even very publicly known?
Not really.
I thought no one really knew of her apart from the people directly in that film, and now suddenly,
nobody should really know about She-Hulk. She hasn't had that long on the.
She's not been around that long. Yeah.
So they break that in regards to it. But all right, let's try and take the Lady Thor example. Well, she grabbed Stormbreaker and threw it away, which is a pretty dumb move when they land on the planet and everything. And so that's a fair criticism. And then
I guess, but nobody would know that, right? Like nobody,
yeah, no one would know that. No one
that.
would. But let's
nevertheless,
pretend.
yeah.
Let's pretend like someone's making that criticism, right? The thing that exists in the world is that oftentimes when you point out like something that a female character does, and yes, I'm saying female, right? That's really bad. They say you're a sexist in trying to deflect the criticism, and then the easy response is like, no, I'd easily have that same criticism if a male character did it, and we've criticized male characters, and then they're trying to say that that's now they repeat it, it's like, oh, you just because in a dumb way, like that doesn't actually invalidate the logic behind what the concept is. And so they're literally trying to pose this, that anyone who says it is just trying to hide their sexisms. And I'm like, well, not if the criticism wasn't based on sexism. It was based on the action a character did. And if they're criticizing something that Lady Thor did, this is a perfectly reasonable thing to say.
Dude, I think
Yeah,
that
I
if you
mean,
had the
yeah.
writer with you right now, and you said, so you know when he says he has the same criticism for men as he does for women, what did you mean by that? And then they'd probably say something like, oh, it's just something they always say when they're trying to hide it. It's like, okay, so if he meant it, and if it's true, it's okay, right? I could totally see them being like,
Well, yeah, but they don't mean it when they say it.
like she would just keep going back to that, presumably. It's Jessica Gao, right? She's the lead writer.
Yeah, that's what they say
Yeah.
to hide their sexism.
Yeah, and,
Yeah,
and so
we get that
I
all
just,
the
I just want to
time.
keep trying to clarify. It's like, but if it's true, then we're good. Yeah? And just be like, it's not true, though. It's like, okay, but if it is, like, run with it for a second, please. Anyway, yeah, so Pug is trying to...
But all right,
go ahead.
sorry, I really want to unpack this because I want to try and find, is there a context in which that word would actually work? And so what if the criticism was actually legitimately, say, sexist? And so what's a criticism of Lady Thor that people could say is actually sexist? Like, she swings her hammer
too
like a
ca-
girl?
You just say she acts too intelligently for a woman. Just go that route. That would be a sexist criticism
yeah.
to say. Like, no woman's that
All right,
smart.
okay, good example. But still, now the line that follows, and I would have the same criticism for a man. And it's like, it actually doesn't work, even if they're being legitimately sexist. The only way that line works if the criticism wasn't truly sexist at all. And so
You're right,
it
yeah.
just doesn't fit.
If one of us said, I hate how they portray a woman to be so smart when that's just not possible, and I'd say the same thing about a man. At that point, you'd either clarify, like, do you mean human? Do you mean it's too smart for a human?
Yeah, that's what I think. Is like, oh, so you mean everyone? Because you specifically said woman when you could have said planet.
Exactly.
Why did I say planet? Well, I could have said human. She is not.
You
She
could
is
have said
smarter than a
planet.
planet. That's fine. I was thinking.
I don't know about
I don't know.
that.
I don't know about
that. But yeah, that it's one of those things that people say. You know, like that's really weird. Immediate follow-up question.
Exactly. Like, I don't know, man. They're fumbling. Pretty clear. The insecurity is pouring in, and we're about to hit critical. We're almost there.
Oh, I can't wait.
So Pug, yeah, he's
cannot wait.
trying his best to ingratiate himself. And you might have the obvious question of like, well, wait, if these guys are all obsessed, sweaty nerds and they watch every move that She-Hulk makes, they're going to recognize Pug pretty quickly. And he's like a friend of hers, works with her, so that's, you know... which is like, it's half and half, let's put it that way. On one side, nobody recognizes him for a while. Let's just put it that way. That'll change eventually.
Sorry,
I
like
was just
I'm
confused by
going through reading the subtitles, and you can pick up everything they say, and some of the things they say are just so dumb. Like what is like, yeah, too many emotions, and then a follow-up line's like, yeah, no one's allowed to make jokes anymore. And it's like,
Yep, they have that. No,
Yeah,
you're not
he's
allowed to
such a
tell jokes
meme.
anymore. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's no verification for getting in here, by the way. You can just walk in.
Yeah, I guess the only people who know to be here are the people.
The thing about it
I
is,
guess.
as much as I could maybe agree with that, the thing is they do illegal activities as a group, apparently. So you're gonna want checking at the door, you know?
Yeah, you want someone to be like, "Do you have your bro card?"
Yeah.
And then you show it to him. Okay, bro, you could go in, bro. Thanks, bro.
Say
Females, am I
the
right?
passcode and they go
walk in.
BRO.
BRO.
Yeah, Todd is here. And it's like, oh, of course Todd is here. He's the evil misogyny man, so of course. And he says Pug, and we're like, oh no, the stakes have been raised because we like Pug. We wouldn't want Pug to be exposed. And he recognizes him because he knows him from the law firm. He's like, oh, no, 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 no. And then he goes, this guy rules. I knew he'd be one of us. And like hates women sort of thing. And it's like, okay,
Yes.
all right.
I knew he was a fellow misogynist.
I could smell it.
My fellow incel.
I was constantly
My
making a
fellow not
reaction.
sex haver.
Was what he says, like, this guy rules to like give him, you know, some clout for everyone else. He says, and he's hot. And then all the other guys are like, wait, what? And then even Pug is like, wait, what? And what's
I think it's the.
what are we doing?
I think they're trying
did
to
it.
say that a lot of us are repressing our homosexuality.
And that's why we hate
Yes.
women, right?
100%.
It's
Which is-
it's an element of all
It's a
these
full
guys. I bet a lot of
package.
them are actually gay.
I can
What's
speak
that?
for all of us when I say it's true.
100%.
Oh, well, I don't repress my gayness. I let it blossom.
No, this is what it looks like when you have repressed it, Rags. That's how powerful it is.
But hang on.
Oh wow! Oh
these
yeah.
writers-
I haven't turned it up to 10 yet.
I thought these writers were supposed to be like allies and LGBT positive and all that
What's
stuff,
reading?
and now they're trying to say that there's something bad about
Imagine-
being gay from their perspective. What?
Imagine
I
being the
think
gay
I'm saying
guy.
It's bad that they hide it. It's bad that they repress that.
No,
part
yeah, of course,
themselves.
but
Really,
interpret
they're
it a little less like generously. And if you were the gay guy in the boardroom and all the women are talking and writing this scene, and they're like, I mean, the most common reason a guy is gonna hate a woman just because he's fucking gay and he doesn't like accept that. I imagine the gay guy would be like, wow. Like, and she's like, no, not you because you're open. I'm talking about like repressed gay men. It's like, still,
yeah, repressed gay
wow,
people are
still wow.
those fuckers
Those gays
haven't
with
even
their
come out of the
women
closet yet. Join the fight, coward.
And so, yeah, I
I
don't
think
know.
I think the message here was that they're either repressing their homosexuality or that everyone else in the group doesn't like homosexuals because he like instantly takes it back and tries to.
Well, yeah, because
skirt
they're
back
all
down
like,
from it.
wait, what the fuck?
Take your
Alright.
shirt off.
Yeah.
let me
Take your clothes off. Show us how gay you are. Wouldn't that be gay? if you
Wouldn't that be
did?
so gay? Bro job. So,
Balls don't
uh,
touch, bro.
The
So they-
dialogue and lines just continually cringe. Cause
yes.
oh yeah, I was just saying. He goes on like, she sucks. Is she as strong as the Hulk? Is she as smart as the Hulk? And it's like, all they're saying is that she's not as strong or smart, but they're not necessarily pointing out all the actual things that make her awful, like destroying
Yeah.
property and other things like that. Like,
They completely missed all of the references for why she's an awful human being. Instead, they're
She's
just like,
also-
she's not cool, guys. She's cool.
She's also definitely demonstrably less smart.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Mm.
yeah, that's not a criticism. That's an observation. That
It's
like
not, well,
her
hey, we didn't
actions-
write the show. They did, so.
Exactly. That's the funny thing about it is all of the failings of the character belong to you writers, and you're recognizing them constantly and pointing them
All
out.
of the people who say it. Everyone in that barn who's like, yeah, she's not as strong or smart as the Hulk, and everyone's like, yeah, we
And-
are not also though.
and it was bizarre. Did they really feel that people would have like this desire and necessity to say these things with other people in person when usually like just trolling criticism it's online and has no real manifestation in like where I
You
need
go
to
to
meet with
misogy-
people who think
But you don't go to misogyny meetups?
no, they don't.
Oh, I need to send
Yeah,
you the
okay. I
contact
didn't
details
see
of
you
the
at the
one that
last
Mahler
one,
and I go
Shan.
to.
I was gonna say, I'm
Yeah,
pretty
I'm-
sure I saw you there, but you know,
Yeah, the one we go to,
there's
there's plenty of room, man. We're always looking to add new members. We're
Hell
only
yeah.
in a barn. We're meeting up in a barn somewhere.
Also, just the guy in the
Sell
chainmail print
t-shirts.
hoodie that was in the corner in the last one, that wasn't me either.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just-
Oh.
Powering up
so
your,
you're-
recharging your misogyny cells. Don't want anyone to know.
the
So-
armor of madness.
Yeah, one of them says she didn't even earn her powers, and then she recommends him say she got everything through nepotism, and then he says it, and then they all go yeah, and it's like, oh, good job, nice one, bro. It's like, well, so I'm pretty sure that comment, the underlying thing is just that everything's been handed to her. And why? It's like, well, she happened to be related to Hulk. That's the only reason, really.
It's just a fact.
I was gonna say, like, they wrote the show. I didn't. I don't know why you blaming me.
Yeah, I mean
Just-
that does. I mean that is correct. Yeah.
the Yeah, she would have.
But-
Go ahead.
I haven't heard that as an actual like troll criticism.
that's
Like,
the-
where are they repeating that from? I was like, there's lots of superheroes that get their powers through circumstantial things where it's just given to them. Sometimes they're just friggin' born with it.
So
And
I was trying to say, like, that's what I mean. Not only do people tend not to gun for it as hard as all the horrible things she's done, all the immoral things she's done, because there are heroes, like you just said, who have fallen into it, as opposed to not everyone's Iron Man, right? And they build their own suit and put it onto themselves. Some people fall into a toxic vat of chemicals, right? That's common. That's most of the
get
villains, I
bitten
think.
by
right?
a radioactive spider, and now they have the spider
Even
powers.
Spider-Man's half and half because he built his own little web slinger stuff.
I guess it
he's got a
depends
lot of-
when you're talking about.
Yeah, I
but
suppose
yes.
which aspect it is, but there is not the route I would go because it's not her fault.
Well, yeah, we mainly criticize her actions and what she chooses to do with her power. Like,
Yes,
that's the
what you do.
focus. But this is what I mean. They want to have the cake and eat it too, right? They want to be like, whatever, criticize away, whatever you want. We're having fun. We're doing it. And then their show is filled with caricatures of their critics. It's like,
You're not doing a good job.
yeah, it seems like...
Because someone's gonna watch
Again.
someone's not to toot our own horn, but someone's gonna watch a video like this, or if any of us make a video on this, and they, all the arguments are presented. They'll be like, oh shit, this wasn't like the episode at all. This isn't like the caricatures of people at all. Like these are full of arguments, and they know about comic book and callbacks, and they're trying to change the story for the better and rewrite things, and they're pointing out all the inconsistencies like that. This wasn't what I was led to believe that they were.
It's once again they think this is such a funny own where they're like, we love trolling the trolls, and all it does is make them and reveal them to be astronomical morons. This just makes you look stupid if you think this is an own. Like, really, it's
Well, the fact that-
laughably dumb.
The fact that you made the main villains of your show trolls is the best thing you could do for trolls. The fact that you put them in their show so prominently. It's like, we clearly bother you so much. I'm saying we as if we're trolls. We bother them so much. And they think about us so much that they have to spend all of this time and effort and money to make a show where we are the main villains. We've done such a good job. We know that it works.
They just
This is
handed
confirmation
those
that it
trolls.
works.
I know that, like, the biggest win ever. They are so insecure that they made a whole show's like they went that. Oh wow.
I think we can all speak from personal experience that if you give any amount of attention to a troll or someone, it's gonna backfire always. Like,
Absolutely. You ignore them. Of course. It's like one of the first rules of the internet. It's
Cardinal
like
rule, yeah.
literally just
Wait,
ignore
wait.
them.
You guys need to stop. Are you serious? You're going to sit here right now and suggest that people with like a, $50 million show budget should ignore people who are on Twitter? Like that they shouldn't.
The most important fight of their
own the
lives.
trolls on Twitter. Yeah. Own those trolls.
I mean,
yeah.
unless they have no life outside of Twitter and they draw all their self-esteem and importance from it, if you are that pathetic of a person, outside of that, because like, who would be that pathetic, right? Yeah.
They certainly wouldn't.
I love this whole concept. We're going to own these guys. Like nothing validates their opinion more than the fact that they know that you're sitting around seething over their criticisms all day. Like, and like Geeks and Gamers knows that some of these people actually are because they've reacted to them specifically. And it's like, so then you're like, I know how to own them. I'll put them on a platform in front of presumably potentially millions of people, and I'll talk about it. But then everybody watching who thinks that way and gets stuck with the She-Hulk, or who's watching She-Hulk, but is like at all going, man, this character is trash. Then they go, wait, they just ripped all these lines off from other people who are saying this. Who are they? I think I agree with their opinion. Like,
Well, you mentioned them specifically, and I don't know, maybe it's just me, but when the hackers took over the screen and they had those masks, were those supposed to be like Doomcock masks?
I don't know.
Is that a? Because
It
it
could
looked
be,
kind
it
of
could
like,
be.
It
So,
could be. It's that, but I had heard one possible explanation that it could be kind of like, I call it conversion evolution, where there are these type of masks that you can get that have a similar profile. So But it's either one or the other.
I would literally, if they were like, this is a fucking guy who talks about it looks kind of like this, let's make fun of it. Like, I could believe that. Nothing would surprise me anymore like, about how they made this fucking thing. So yeah, at one point he's like, someone says, "Did she sleep with her boss?" And then Pug goes, "Yeah," and it pisses me off. And they all go, "Yeah, wow, we're vibing."
Yeah.
And I was just like, hang on, he's like a huge font of information. They should be clamoring for every last detail he would have. He would have all
You
of the
worked
details.
with her, bro.
He just confirmed that she got the job by sleeping with the boss. Like, that's huge. That's actually something. They haven't got anything, really.
Yeah. Tell us about it. Do you have any pictures? Do you have any
Exactly. Yeah,
story?
like these are supposed to be hyper weirdos who are obsessed. It's like they would be obsessed with Pug. They'd be like, "Pug, you're the best source ever," and we got to get you to get her into compromising positions where she'll admit things, you know. But no, none of them really care. And it's like, dude, that's like one of the closest confidants she would have had. Why would you? I don't know. No one cares. It's like, yeah, because that's not what we're here for. Story is gonna get a little weirder, I'm afraid, guys.
And I'm going through the scene and just again the subtitles of everything that's being said here is like the power should go to the best person for the job. And it's so stupid.
That's what we always say.
writers.
You've said that so many times. Every
I
time on
know,
EFAP.
right? It's like one of the whole concepts of the superhero genre is that oftentimes powers come to the unworthy and they need to learn how to learn the response. That the Spider-Man, he was unworthy for his powers, misused them, didn't use them responsibly, and as a result, inadvertently let the bad guy got away who killed his uncle, and he had a massive it's the reverse.
right,
The
yeah.
nerds actually understand that oftentimes powers come to the unworthy and it's the arc of the story. And so this line is clearly like they're trying to validate diversity hiring. It's
literally the hero's journey. It's like
it's
one of the
foundation of the
common...
genre, is it not? Superheroes is going to be addressing the nature of the power and how it is used. Like that is like the thing that almost defines the genre.
It's how you adopt to becoming to becoming an out group, or to finding adapt to becoming an out group, or to finding some special thing about yourself or some unique characteristic that other people can't identify with, or being born with some sort of wealth or privilege, or literally anything it can apply to that sets you apart from humanity, but also gives you questions about what you're supposed to do with it. That's the whole genre right there. And it's like, it's critically important. It's like, no, certain good fortune should only come to those who work and earn it. It's like, wait, what? That doesn't...
shows how disconnected the writers are to the genre that they're working in, and
Yes.
you really get the idea that this is them trying to say anyone who says like a job position should go to the best person for the job, like an occupation, is just a sexist because screw meritocracy, and probably the writers are all diversity hires anyway, and so they're just like trying to justify if anyone questions that they're a sexist, and that's why they put it in. Oh, the desperate narcissism.
You're looking at like the bonus bits of dialogue from behind, like you're right. Subtitles can grab you stuff that you didn't even necessarily hear, but some of the stuff you get directly. For example, he goes on stage and he's like, "I'm very proud of us for hacking She-Hulk's phone because we showed the world what a real monster she is."
Having sex with dudes.
What a joke of a bit of dialogue for any character. Like that's not even, I struggle to call that a first draft. It's like, I'm very proud of us. Like, Jesus. And then for hacking She-Hulk's phone because we show the world what a monster she is by that she has sex. You're like, why do you couldn't even try? Couldn't even try. Nothing.
It feels like didn't even try. Yeah. Because like I guess that's what is it supposed to be, that she's like all of these guys are just I don't even know. It's tough to say.
Then Abomination
they're trying to portray all these guys as incels when they're actually all really well dressed and well presented and stuff. It's like, I don't know.
They should make them all
they
slimy and
didn't
sweaty.
loserify him. Yeah, they didn't. There was nothing about how Pug was like, man, it smells. Why does no one wear deodorant? They all just seem to be normal people. They're
Because
not
that's
real.
the
Oh,
truth
oh
Shield's
my
trying to
God.
expose. The normal man is a misogynist.
They could
They
be
could
your
be
neighbors.
anywhere.
They could be
Yes,
anywhere.
Your
yeah. We had the
grocers.
same thought.
Underneath the floor.
I'm being a misogynist from inside the house.
But yeah, then it's revealed that they've got a guest speaker, and it is Abomination, which is immediately. It's so funny how brains work. You're like, wait, but what about the inhibitor? And I could honestly see the writers being like, inhibitor. We're not doing that anymore. Like,
No, we had that one scene where she had it, and that's it.
no, I'm talking about Abomination.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So the fact that he's Abomination means that it should trigger the inhibitor, right? And
It should, yes, which means he knows, especially as of 2 episodes ago, if that thing, even gets malfunctions a little bit, people are going to come out and check.
Yep.
So, and also
But,
he can't
well.
get big without breaking it.
You'd think so. You would think so.
And it would be designed in the case of if he turns into Abomination, it will break, and that will automatically send a signal.
Is the implication that he'll do the speaking arrangement, then he'll go back to normal Emil, and then they'll come and check, and he'll be like, "Oh, I was rescuing my chicken from the fence." That's what that triggering was.
So it was supposed to be a lie the whole time?
So I guess that he has been. Yeah, well, he does pretty much say he does this for money, which is okay, right? There's more to talk about on that in a sec, but yeah, he just and so what a shit inhibitor, and what a shit service to prevent him from becoming, because he can just do whatever he wants and then say he was hit by something shocking. Gotcha.
I suppose, yeah.
Even though
'Cause he
any of
must
these
not do this
guys,
often if-
I mean, it's very easy for this information to get out with someone with a phone, especially if it's just speaking arrangements he's doing. But I guess maybe they have to sign
and they're
something. I don't
all.
know.
You think that
Yeah.
a bunch of people who are big into hacking and all that sort of thing wouldn't so loudly do this whole, oh, look at us and look at all the things that we did, and we're going to show it, and I'm going to admit to it in front of this big group. I think you'd have more discretion.
No, it's well-known fact that everybody who makes it onto an internet forum always values the integrity of the forum at its maximum
Yeah.
at all times. None of them will
That's
ever
the
be
bro
mad.
code.
Right. None of them will ever be mad or jilted or feel like they need revenge or have their information posted and change their minds. Nothing like that. No one would ever try to infiltrate one of these groups. Everything works perfectly all the time forever. And they got it on lock because, they have that application process where just says, lol, she's 30, ew, get you in within literally a second that they've got it just locked down. No big deal. I don't know why you guys are even talking about this. This is well within reality.
Well, the whole show is. It's very good, actually.
Yeah,
People say
yeah,
suspension of
really good
disbelief.
stuff.
Like, I didn't need to do that. I just believed it all.
Good stuff.
So yeah, the other thing to address then is like, wait a minute. So where is this? It's like it's in Emil's little getaway, his little lodge. That's where he's hosting this. And so, Jen is wandering around right now, so she's just gonna end up here too, because this is all just happening this way. You might be like, but there's so many contrivances to make all of this happen. Same time, location, day, and the same. Like really, like that's just. And you're just like, yes, move on. It's gonna get much worse. But don't you worry. She comes in and she's like, "What the hell?" And he says, "Oh God, Jen," and turns back into Tim Roth. And he's like, "Whoa! I only do this for money. It's just for profit, okay?" And then she says, "I vouched for you." And he goes, "Oh, well, I'm sorry that you're upset." And then she says, "Was there a real apology in there that I missed?" And I heard that. I was just like, "Well, no. He's saying he's not sorry for the action. He's sorry you're upset. Like this." That he thinks it's okay to sell Abomination, right? Which, to an extent, like, yeah, there isn't necessarily anything wrong with that. It's just that he's breaking the law by doing it. Or at least in his case, right? So, she's upset because it can get her reputation, her non-existent fucking reputation as a lawyer, because now she's been fired. I'm assuming she's, like, possibly lost more than that, right? Like, through being... Is it when you're like charged with a crime, do you lose the ability to practice law? How does that work?
No, you have to. So you have to have a disciplinary ruling that says that you have some characteristics, or you don't meet the fitness characteristics to practice law. Typically, that requires a conviction of a crime of dishonesty, fraud, something like that.
Okay.
But it could be other things in the course of representation. Now, should Jen have disciplinary actions against her? based on her representation of clients throughout the show.
Yes.
Absolutely, just terrible.
Yeah. Well, so this is the
But-
problem. We know she's no longer practicing law. She's not hired by anybody. So it's like, oh, maybe she's not a lawyer anymore. And you're like, I can't tell. They don't tell us.
Right. Now, I mean, but like destruction of property or whatever would not be sufficient on its own. There'd have to be some sort of circumstance around that to lead to disbarment.
Fair enough.
Remember that lawyers make the rules regulating lawyers, and they all want to, be able to slip up and do a bunch of cocaine or whatever and not get disbarred.
Mhm.
And they all want to go out and like have illegal prostitution sex and not get disbarred. Like they all want those things in the back of their mind. So they write it into the rules to be very, very, very lenient. You just literally can't like steal client money. You can't commit some sort of fraud or whatever, because then you wouldn't be able to represent yourself as honest before the court.
So yeah, Abomination does speaking events just for money. He's got no intention of doing anything evil, which is what I thought they were going to do the reveal for, but turns out no, he's chill. Then the two lawyer friends burst in the room, like, oh shit. And then Josh reveals to be not only a part of Intelligentsia, but like its leader, and that he hired Josh. No, sorry, Todd hired Josh, I mean. Todd's the
Yes.
leader. He hired Josh to get her blood and to copy the data, and he's revealed this, and then he says, I didn't get handed superpowers. I had to earn them, as he is handed the superpowers, because they're very funny and very clever when they made this show. The only thing about that I wonder is, like, okay, being handed
He did
superheroes
kind of-
does not make you a bad superhero. That's not the crux of it. She was pretty much handed them too. So if you're trying to say, like, see, he was handed them, he's actually the one that was wrong, it's like, well, so was she, but
Well, he worked harder to get him because he made his whole site and he organized all this
Yeah, she didn't even
together, and
want
he
him.
started this plan. He started the plan to get with Josh and everything. He's like, if anything, he did. I mean, not earn, but work towards getting those powers so that he could get that vial.
I just want to be clear that I understand what the show's trying to do here, right? It's just trying to be like, he's a hypocrite. And I'd be like, okay, yeah, fine. But I don't agree with his position anyway. Like, the nature of you acquiring your powers doesn't necessarily say anything about you. Oftentimes we wait until to see what they do with them. The fact is, like, this doesn't change the fact that she was basically thrust into having powers. That's, like, a big part of this story, was how she's dealing with that. So, I don't know. But anyway, he's got her blood. He injects it. And he becomes the cringiest Hulk that you've ever seen in your entire life.
And also, people might try and say, yes, people might try and say, oh no, you can't criticize this because they knowingly abandoned this plot thread. It's like, no, wait. They actually spent several episodes building this plot line up, and the fact that they abandoned it later just actually destroys the reality of what happened. The guy was there. He did steal her blood. Now, where is that gone? Nowhere. It's literally ripped from reality. It doesn't exist anymore. But the thing is, no, because they did build it up, I feel this was unintentionally where they were intending for the show to go, and when it goes off the rail was all part of the rewrite because it was so crap and cringe.
Oh,
Like,
we have tons of examples, right? They have the evidence. They have the blood thing in with Hulk. He's like, I can't get it, and then of course the fact that they had the blood stuff with those guys earlier in the season, like it was a consistent thing. Like you can decide you want to drop it all you want because of how stupid it was, but you wrote it. You set it up.
You set it up, exactly. And that, because this is then what validates the criticism, is that what happens here for him should be impossible. Bruce said, it only affected Jen because they have this super rare condition.
But Shad, there was a throwaway line where he said, we synthesized it so it doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you an idiot?
Just figured it out.
Yeah, they figured this out with science.
He figured it out, Shad.
They just figured it out.
Look,
They rewrote it.
They could make an internet forum. They could definitely do this. I can't believe it.
And then what does he say? He says, come at me, bro, doesn't he?
Oh, it's just wonderful.
It's embarrassing. So, like, maybe it might be worthwhile once everything gets laid out to just sort of run through the list of everything that's happening here and how absurd it all is.
Well, yeah, I've been trying to sort of flag it up, right? This is Intelligentsia's meeting. You have Jen has arrived to point out a bunch of things, but also Abomination is here. The two lawyer friends are here, and now Todd has become a Hulk.
while this is happening, she's like, "Oh, is this where the season was going? No way! Like this isn't where it's going." It's like, "Oh, what? You mean the season that you guys wrote? Yeah, man, it's pretty shit."
Yeah,
But it gets worse.
that is
Oh,
true.
yeah.
Oh, look at this!
Oh
Like,
my
what is
God.
this?
Yeah, this is one of those you know, how it was going, where it is now, sort of thing. Like in terms of just the MCU, it's how it's currently going. Jesus.
I like how this is meant to be like Hulk. Do you remember what Hulk looked like before? What Hulk actually looked? And I guess this is the nature of being a Hulk now, right? Is that you always have, there's no alternate personality. You're always just yourself now. You've lost one of like the biggest facets of the character.
And of course,
I
the
hate that
insanity
so
of
much.
this, if it was so easy to synthesize Hulk serum from just Hulk blood, the US Army would have like
Yeah,
an army
the
of Hulks
government.
Isn't that
already.
what the
Oh, it's
Incredible
just
Hulk
the
is
government
about
implication.
in the
Yeah.
MCU? Does the Ross is trying to crack that shit?
And it was
Well, I
really
guess we don't know
difficult.
now
The
what's gonna
context
happen.
that even when they were able, if they were able to get the blood, it'll be so damn hard to do. But this random idiot, he just gets it and he's got it instantly. It's like, suddenly it's easy. I'm sure they could
Well-
have found Hulk's blood somewhere in the battles with the Avengers and everything, because aren't there times where he actually legitimately bleeds, or when he's in Bruce Banner form? If it was this easy, yeah, there would be an army of Hulks already.
I can
But
explain
they
that.
don't care about
Wait,
establishment.
wait.
His team
To
of
give-
sciences are better than their team of sciences.
I gotta say this might be internally consistent with the show, even though it's completely inconsistent. Remember, Bruce's blood didn't work that way. Her blood was better blood, and they made a
Oh.
point of it in the first episode.
Oh my.
That's but I mean, he said it was like a one in a. So what do you need to synthesize then if it's that great?
I don't know, but I'm just saying that would be the defense to the consistency would be, well, if they took Hulk blood, they weren't able to crack the code, but it was actually something in Jen's blood that allowed them to crack the code, because Bruce then used it to fix his own blood
I mean,
before
that just
leaving the
creates
planet.
tons of problems, though. Now it means that Jennifer Walters just walking around, like if at any point she's vulnerable and somebody manages to get her blood, it's like, man, this is
Yeah.
Ross compared Hulk to a
Destabilized.
nuke. You know,
Yes.
Ross compared him to like a nuclear weapon in Civil War. Rightly so. Like the amount of damage that one Hulk
Deadly,
can
deadly
do
dangerous.
Yeah.
is crazy. Like the implication, but it's never going to get addressed. It's over. Like it's over. This particular plot line, you know, it's not going to be like a thing
Yep.
anymore going forward. Maybe it will, but I doubt that it will be handled particularly well if they do decide to pursue it in the future. But I don't think they will.
Then
It's not the purpose I have. Yep.
Titania shows up.
She just shows up just because.
What's the point of that character?
Now she's here. I
Why
don't
is she
know.
here?
I have no idea why she was
Why?
even part of this show.
I think that's part of the meme, I guess. Is it? That there's like now.
Is it the
Titania's
meme? I
here,
thought
lol.
isn't like Titania like She-Hulk's arch nemesis?
Oh, obviously in the comics maybe, but in this show has been pain.
She's a joke. She's a
And the score
retarded
that
joke.
plays.
Yeah, I mean her whole
And
thing is
the
I'm really
music that
strong
plays.
for some reason. Also, I'm an idiot. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's great.
Now she's
Another
here.
idiot character. We need more of them.
Remember,
Yeah.
because Jennifer acknowledges that it's stupid, that's okay.
Well, they're trying to lean into it because this is where Jen starts to say, "Oh, what are we really doing this?" And then they're like, "Oh, let's try and make the joke to pretend to build up to a Marvel stupid kind of spectacle ending."
Wow.
And so they throw in her, they'll throw in Bruce, they'll throw in Abomination.
Hey, there's people in chat who haven't seen this, okay? So
Okay.
this is important,
Probably
right?
all of
Todd
them.
tries to attack Jen. Abomination pulls her out of the way to protect her. And then it gets really weird. Abomination starts just like fighting the guys in the room because Todd commands them to attack She-Hulk. I'm sorry,
Like,
but
what is their
universe
plan, guys?
does a
Yeah.
random sweaty 4chan nerd physically attack Abomination and She-Hulk? What?
Yeah.
Let's
Get us! Your first reaction to any of this would be like, "I'm
Run it
out,
away.
I'm done."
It would imagine how much funnier it would be if they all ran away. Like as soon as this happens.
Yeah,
like,
that would
fuck
be
this,
funnier.
I'm out.
He's
Yeah.
he's only an 18-foot monster. Like
Exactly.
we
that
tie
guy's
him
probably
up.
dead.
And as
Jeez.
Shad mentioned, look who it is.
Look
Bruce
who
is
it is.
here. Jumped from
Yep.
space, presumably.
Man, this is great for marketing material. Man, like it's really great to just have like Bruce jumping into action for the marketing material to get people to watch the show. Totally, like no adverse sort of objectives when it came to writing all of this.
You see, he's mistook the situation. He believes Abomination is attacking She-Hulk.
Thus, we can have footage of Hulk fighting Abomination, the rematch for marketing material. But I mean, the rematch in this case, my goodness, what happened? What the fuck happened? What happened? Dude, you used to be as big as him. You were the same height. Like you were.
He's a manlet. He's a manlet now.
He's a Hulklet.
What
you
happened?
two used to be like the same size, and you had this crazy, massive battle. What happened to you?
To be fair, Hulk had
He
some
embraced his
haikus.
femininity.
Haikus were delivered to Hulk, so.
That's true. Look at this fight. Look at it.
Titania's
funny
throwing
thing
people
is-
around too.
Hulk getting in touch with his like inner Zen and hybridizing the two disparate personalities into one made him into a controlled but weaker version of Hulk, right? Abomination just stayed as fucking big as he was.
Exactly.
Yeah, this
Exact
is what I
same
mean.
journey,
all
but
the
he's bigger.
stakes are fucking dead. Bruce is just like, man, you managed to do that? That's amazing. When I did it, I had drawbacks. You seem not to. And he's just like, nope. And he's like, how did you do it? I don't know, Zen. Yoga.
Look, right. I know. Yeah, The Incredible Hulk. It's not a great movie at all. But like, man, the fight is so cool. It's so intense and violent, like and raw. It feels like it's two basically unstoppable forces going at each other. Look at this. Look at this.
What
This
is
is lame.
Abomination
It's just
wearing?
lame. Yeah, the fact that he's wearing like a hoodie, and then the Abomination's wearing just like a t-shirt, fighting each other. It's just lame. It's lame, all right. It
And
is.
sometimes someone might convince you, like, the MCU has always been like this. Like, it hasn't.
No one has it.
Yeah.
No.
Don't tell that lie.
But I mean, it's worth, yeah, like recapping in terms of what happened here. Jen just decided to go to hang out at Emil's like little compound, which just so happened to be the place where he's doing a speaking engagement with the group that is specifically targeting her. That just so happens to be run by the dude that she was like that she went on that awkward date with. And also her friends are there scoping all of this out, and then all of this stuff happens. But, well, what has it all led to? Where does this bring us?
Can I just say, this screenshot's
Well-
pretty great with that subtitle as well.
Is this
Yes.
necessary?
Like this
We're
is
getting
when
awfully
Jen,
meta.
like this is where Jen, she starts to say lines that I think, I don't know, some Marvel higher up or the people who saw the first cut of the season said, is like, this is a mess. None of these storylines make any sense. These are lines Jen says, and it feels like this was, the higher ups just saying, this is dog crap. Get rid of it all, and
also,
they
by the way,
rewrite it.
Is this necessary? It's like, yeah, because you used a bunch of footage of fights in the show as part of your marketing material.
gotta
And
cough
several
up,
of the plot,
yeah.
several of the
Gotta
plot
pay the
points
piper.
did lead to something like this, even though it's
You don't
they
get to
bring it
run away
together
from this.
in a really contrived way. But they did. There are plot points that were building this up, and so,
Well, I would just say it's like, if the claim is like, oh man, we don't need to end with a big fight, it's like, sure, but you still used plenty of fights because you knew you needed it for marketing.
And
You
like-
don't get to use it for marketing and then run away from it. Like, I'm sorry.
And we all know, when you have a finale for a TV show, you typically have something large happen. That's
Big
just- that's just
happen. Yeah,
typically
doesn't
what
need
happens.
to be a fight. But Marvel shows tend to have a fight. I mean,
And
it's
it-
been pretty consistently
help themselves.
reliable in these
if
shows.
they had a cool fight at the end, it still would have been better than with what they went with.
Well, the
Because-
problem is not strictly a fight. It's just been that every single time it's been like some stupid fight that is not well informed in terms of character motivations and really stupid like logistically. Like every single time, like in Phase 4, for the most part, they've ended with some dumbass fight. But like there's nothing wrong with a fight in and of itself. And you didn't need to have a fight. That's fair, but still, you wrote this. You set it up to be this way.
And
And I just find it hilarious. Jen literally says none of these storylines make any sense.
The storylines you wrote.
By the
You
way,
wrote
my
it.
VLC player is glitched to the point where "is this necessary" will remain as long as I'm hitting frames forward.
Milk that
I
problem.
see VLC wants to have some commentary on this, but yeah. So she
Why
questions.
do you make me play this?
She questions it to the point of she decides, "Fuck this! I'm breaking out of the universe," which that's a thing.
This is like there's going off the rails and then going off a cliff. This is where the show just destroys itself completely. The comic, they didn't do it to like this extent where
of course,
like where it undermines any possible stakes or investment in the show. Because now, if She-Hulk has ever done anything in the future, you'll be like, well, if she gets in trouble, she can just rewrite reality, jump out of her show, and literally like, oh, it's unbelievably retarded.
Yeah, because
I want to watch I Am Groot. Groot takes a bath.
That's
This
probably
is,
more coherent, yeah.
This
I
is
never
the most.
wanted to
Oh, go ahead.
punch a writer more. I never wanted to punch a writer more since I watched The Rise of Skywalker.
Oh, that was another great movie.
This was the
Fine
most
film.
overtly disrespectful thing I have seen a writing cast do. To say, yeah, all of our show was shit and we know it. And everything we wrote is all pointless. And we're acknowledging that it was a complete waste of time. This is the Deus Ex Machina to end all of them. And it's because it's self-aware Deus Ex Machina. They're like, yeah, no, we know it was all worthless. All these plot lines, none of them made sense. None of them mattered. There was no cohesive story. Yeah, we got it. We got it. Here you go.
See,
Fuck
because
you.
they did it on purpose, it's fine. Which
And-
I
and
don't
I-
even know if they did, but
Yeah,
if
you
they
I
did it
don't
on
think they
purpose,
did.
It's the
even
meme.
then, you wrote something bad and you know it's bad, therefore it's fine.
Crap!
I don't
This
know
shot
that
right
that
here where
really
she
follows.
lands, that's a trailer shot. That was in
It
the
is a trailer
trailer, and
shot.
they were using it as like this big reveal of her costume and stuff.
It's her breaking out to go to the real world, to go talk to the writers of the show.
Yes. And it's such a like it gets way worse once we understand the full nature of what happens here, but like, you know, some people will be like, so you can never do a fourth wall break? And it's like there are so many ways to break the fourth wall.
I mean, I think of the Deadpool video game. He gets to a part in the thing where suddenly the quality drops, and it's
Yeah, the
just
whole
like,
game is
like,
shit. Like it's
yeah.
they've run out of money.
It's got in place, you know, assets and stuff that are there. He's like, what the hell? And he calls up his agent and he says, all right, this is not good enough. Wire them some money and tell them to fix this crap. And then suddenly the game repairs itself. But the thing why that works, it puts the game back on track in the storyline, and you can pretend that was just this funny little side thing, but the stakes are still in place. The story where it was going is still in place. This literally uses this fourth wall break to destroy everything. Okay?
Yep.
It's like integral to the plot, right? And once you do that, you're starting to walk a fine line. Because
nothing matters now. Because like, I don't know if the She-Hulk fourth wall breaks where she jumps out of the panel, she literally rewrites reality, because if it happened in the comic book, I would criticize that as well, okay? Because she just like, literally, she could have jumped out of her reality and removed Thanos because she didn't like it. It's like, this is insane. Nothing matters now. Like you thought you could have topped Loki with removing free will from the universe, but this is just insane.
Well,
This
we've
removes
we're
the universe
almost
from itself.
I was gonna wait until we get to the Kevin scene, right? And we're almost there. A little bit more time.
Yeah,
but that's
we got some more cringe to go through.
yeah, there's a couple little bits before
Oh.
that. So he walks in on the writers for She-Hulk, and one of them is saying, like, what if the entirety of season 2 is just a dream sequence? And it's almost like I'm just sitting here like, so you're writing it as though you guys are airheaded idiots that come up with really bad ideas, huh? And
Right, but in reality, you think what you've written is actually like brilliant.
But
so
they're
this
real
is kind
clever,
of
trust
like,
me.
yeah.
I found this really bizarre because when she comes in, they don't seem that shocked. They're kind of like, oh, there she is. And then She-Hulk's like, what's going on? Why is this the finale? And I thought when she said that, she was referring to her being here because they'd written her to come talk to him. Because they
no,
don't seem
they didn't write
surprised.
that. This
They didn't.
is
No,
this
they-
is
This makes
I guess it
sense
depends
because
on what
they're
layer
all
we're at.
very, very high.
Hmm.
They're so high and drunk.
Also, this is fiction because I'm pretty sure there's no men in this writer's room.
Yeah.
Like in actuality, because these are actors for the most part.
Yeah.
Oh, but you
I mean,
see,
Jessica
isn't
Gao
Gal
is sitting
there?
there.
She's there.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
they're that narcissistic and insecure that they had to
What did you
validate
write on
themselves and
those
inject them
notes?
into the story.
We can't see
on
what those
that
notes
wall.
say,
What
really.
did they write on those notes? Like, what did you actually write down? Like when you were mapping out this story, what
All I
did
can
you
read
write?
is totally do it. That's the only one I can make out.
Right. I guess it's just like this is more fiction than
Alright.
reality. It feels like planning out the story from
but yeah.
beginning to end.
Just to clarify, right, because someone might say, what do you mean they're not shocked? They're clearly shocked. I'm like, right, so maybe I should contextualize this a little bit better. If my fictional character walked into my room, you can guarantee goddamn fucking tea that my reaction is going to be, huh.
It feels like you missed an opportunity for a joke where like one of them
Sorry.
scrambles for like a shotgun or something.
Like seriously, like people have actually asked me what I would do if I met my character. I wrote Dalen, and I'd crap my Dax because I think you'd want to kill me for the crap I put him through. I'd run for the hills. I'll be
This is terrifying in so many ways, but they all get over it really quickly. They're just like, well,
because
yeah.
it's funny. We got jokes, some really high caliber.
So that's why
great
I was
jokes and great
confused.
dialogue to rattle through.
I thought for a moment that they were talking about how they'd written her into this room. But no, they are. So this is, she has, the second she broke out of the show was the second that she went off their rails, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
At least that's what I'm meant to believe.
So they say.
I also want to point out. Oh,
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I want to point out the hilarity that in the entire show, every man who looks at her for 1 second, she immediately has sex with. There is no danger of sex with either of the men in this room.
They
It's pretty fucking
I don't
embarrassing.
even know if these people are
Well-
real. It feels, it's difficult for them to write any humans, you know. Got a chance on that.
Wish we
But-
could read those stick notes.
I wish
or
we
like
could
those
too.
notes.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're
I
By the way, a
embarrassing.
feeling that I get, like in this scene, I mean, dialogue's been pretty persistently bad in the show, but like this scene feels very first draft. Feels like every line of dialogue is like the worst. It's like the first one you would come up with when you were writing the script. Like it's just not punchy. It's not very refined. Like, because there's a part where it's like, oh, you know, like fights the bad guy at the end. Where'd you get that from? Every other superhero movie ever. It's like, oh, that's it's really weak. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just there's no like.
It's too
it
vulgar
really
and
doesn't come-
unrefined.
Yeah, pretty much. Like it's
writes-
the first version you wrote.
Yeah,
you
it
didn't
reads like
try
the
and
first
refine
notes
it.
you took. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That guy in
And
the
then-
back
and
is the most relatable one. He
What, just
looks
standing
like he's
there
about to have a
awkwardly?
mental breakdown.
Yeah, he looks like he's actually seeing what they're seeing. But yeah, they say we're doing it our no, yeah, she said let's do it our way instead of because they say certain things are supposed to happen in a superhero story, and she says,
That's
let's
another
just...
line that's very first draft. I don't know, feels that way.
Yeah, and she says let's do it our way, and then they go, no, Kevin wants this, and it's like, wait, so does Kevin write it or do you write it? Because you just said like
Well,
what's supposed to happen, and they've all got their pads and stuff, and it's just like, yeah, but Kevin wants this, and you're like, wait.
and then of course later on we actually see like with Kevin directly rewriting. So I don't know what they do.
Yeah, I have no idea
don't-
what they even do. That's true. They exist just to pretend as writers, maybe, which is actually more accurate to how Marvel functions these days than they realize.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, she says, "Fuck it, I'm going to talk to Kevin then." So it takes us to the scene.
Wow.
After, of course, she. Fuck,
Yeah,
I forgot
along
about
the
this.
way.
Well, she skims through an NDA that's like 50 pages long and doesn't read
She
it
just
because
signs
she's
it.
a very good
That's
lawyer.
consistent with her character,
Yeah.
bringing you know it at this point.
Mhm.
she don't read.
She doesn't read anything. She doesn't read anything ever.
Nope.
She might
Also,
not
you
be
don't
able
look
to.
like you're here. You really don't look like you are in this scene right now.
Get
Like in
away
this
I
from
don't
those
know.
Iron Man suits.
Ooh, that looks bad in particular.
Still,
Yeah.
that looks like one of the best attempts at their CGI of this
No,
character.
Yeah.
no. This is definitely like one of the weaker ones. Like
Really?
this
I
one-
think there are so much worse than this one.
there are,
mate,
like she looks super non-integrated in this one. Like it really doesn't look like she's there.
Oh, look, it's the first legal documents in the entire show, and she doesn't read a single word of them.
She's
Oh
done this
no,
before.
she missed the before, like in when she went to the prison, she didn't read anything.
The one about
Yeah.
like liability for her own injuries / death, and she didn't read it. This is unreal, but that's where we're at. Yeah. Anyway, she says, "Why'd you make me sign this if you were just gonna like raise the alarm?" And then he's like, "Everybody has to sign the NDA." It's funny to me because it'd be like, "Well, he distracted you with it, right? That's the point." And it's like, no, it's just a joke about how everyone has to sign an NDA. It's like, oh, okay. But anyway,
There's so much
all the
about that.
security guards.
yeah, she beats the
them up.
piss out of everybody.
Which, what does it look? If you are Hulk strong, how do you like have fights with regular people that are anything?
With Disney
Like, how is it
staff.
that she can even attempt to restrain you?
Well, especially because
If you kick him in the chest and send him flying, you killed him. You're
And
you're
try
a
to-
Hulk-powered individual.
try to remember
But-
what's happening here. What are the motivations here? We got people here who are doing their job as security
Yep.
guards versus a person
Because
who
you want to
wants
rewrite your story. Yeah.
Well, she wants to escape the responsibility that she's come across, which we've seen this before in other characters in Phase 4 who also happen to be a
That keeps
female.
happening.
Running away from your fucking response. Stop writing them this way. And you're like, oh, well,
This
it's not so
made
bad. It's
me-
like, she's killing people to do it now. She's just like, Wanda.
Look at that! You threw
She's
a guy
killing
so hard
Disney
into the wall,
employees.
but, like, destroyed
They
the
like
wall.
humans.
He's got a brain hemorrhage now or something like that.
Yeah.
Why did you
They can
do this
barely stand up.
again?
Yeah.
Didn't
This
have
was
to.
this is one of the
Oh
most
my-
offensive scenes in the show for all the reasons you guys are saying. Like this is
You see
this
that?
is not
like, he
in the
dropped-
show anymore. This is reality. Like that's the joke is that she's in real life destroying real people physically.
You might like her
because-
show.
Yeah.
Look
No,
at
These are,
let's
and
not-
again, these
there
are
on the
these are
ground.
all
Let's-
Disney employees.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
just straight up near
bet.
kills them because, well, I don't like the way my story is going in the show that you have.
Which, by the
I
way,
don't
I'm
want to
pretty
handle
sure
the
she would have
consequences
defended.
of my actions.
It's not, and I want to be specific. Some people might be like, it's not the consequences. They wrote everything right, and it's like, no. She feels her reaction was on the level for who she is and what had happened to her. It's the consequences she hates. It's the fact that she's being stopped from being She-Hulk. It's the fact that she has any punishments at all. That's what she wants to change. She doesn't feel she's a person that made a mistake. This is important.
No.
This
No,
is-
she doesn't feel that. That's
Mm.
the whole show. I mean, the entire character, and this is what makes the show even worse. She's a static character. She learned nothing and changed nothing from the very first moments when she becomes She-Hulk. She's like, no, I don't have any separate voices. I'm a woman. I did it better. I did all this stuff, and I deserve all of this, and I don't have to worry about that responsibility. I'll just walk away from it. And she's like, yeah, no, all the responsibility comes crashing down. No, I'm going to run away from it. And it's like, so what about this character is interesting?
Empowering.
Why did this story happen? Stories are what, stories are how someone changes, typically speaking, if you have any sort of character driven narrative. And there's none. Her character's a fucking prop. It's
Well,
not even a good prop.
And I would say the closer you can get to fully having a coherent character, it's an awful person. But hey, I think that's most actually shown in this scene. So this scene, she sees her whole room filled with TVs showing Marvel movies, and there's a couple of stands for the comic books, I think. And then this robot
Things that get
greets
put
her.
out later, yeah.
Hello, I'm Osmo 4000. Like, it's Osmo. It actually is.
The Kevin stands for Knowledge Enhanced Visual Interconnectivity Nexus.
Stole the joke from
Interconnectivity.
South Park.
Yeah. And
Look, he's got a little hat too, like a little robot hat.
how
He's
cute
got his
is
little
that?
Kevin Feige wears a cap like all the time, always. So look, he's got a little
Lame.
robot hat.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, look, all right. I saw that there was like concept art where he had like an actual cap on. I will commend them a little bit for trying to integrate the cap as like a robotic part. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I'm fine with a
That's,
little
I,
robot
find,
wearing a
I
cap.
find that I find that mildly amusing.
I don't know. I'm wondering. All right, who's laughing at this supposed joke. It's like, he's really a robot. Isn't it fun? It's like, but I
Well, which
feel
is
the writers think this is hilarious. They're like,
well,
we're making our boss into a robot, and they're laughing their heads off. And the reality is, most people are just like, is this it?
well,
Okay.
I guess the thing that's amusing is like your stuff basically is made by algorithm at this
Yeah,
point.
that's been the
Like,
criticism for a few years now.
the formula is so apparent in everything that you've made, and it exists in this show too, as much as it believes that it doesn't, which makes a lot of the subsequent conversation really feel hollow.
Yeah.
So, first thing that I think is highlightable to talk about is Kevin says, "Do you mind turning back into Jen?" And she's like, "Why?" It's like, "You're expensive." Now,
She
that on
doesn't
its
look
own,
expensive.
I think that on its own would be probably okay, but then he says, "Wait, don't do it until the camera turns away from you, because our special effects team is currently working on something else," which is
And it plays the like sort of drum like motif from Black Panther.
yes,
Of
and then
course, that's the next
the only
movie.
thing in the room that they can turn to that's not her is still special effects,
It's
specifically
still a massive
CGI.
special effect.
So
Yeah.
nice, but also just, man, you could have cut that. You could have changed it. You could have done anything after all the controversy that came out, and Taika Waititi's
Yeah!
already shitting on the CGI artist, so maybe
A
don't.
little bit.
Yeah, it feels a little hollow. Feels a little tone deaf.
Oh, just it's a bit.
Def-
Yeah, tone deaf would be
deaf.
the way to describe it. Like, yeah, you're expensive. Hey, turn off. Like, that's too much. They're already on to the next
Can't
project.
whip the slaves too hard or they'll die.
Pretty much.
And also,
Imagine
just
if-
like sort of pointing out something that is actually persistent in this show is so many attempts that they make to like reduce as much as possible, like even as much as they can, like the amount of money that they have to spend on these effects, or like it's just because you had to get it done like at a certain time, and it didn't matter how long it actually would have needed to take to like fully
And-
execute all of this.
This is the criticism people have had since the trailers. Is like there's so many cheaper ways that would have looked better by using a body double and just deep fake the face or something like that. It's they wasted so much money to make it look so worse, and then they're gonna try and make it jerk. It's like no, you don't get
Well,
away with it.
It's lame, right? You're lampshading the show that you made as beyond the scope that was even achievable, while also recognizing that part of what that means for it to be beyond the scope of what was achievable is that there were people who had to work really hard in a short amount of time with not enough money to like create this. It's like, well, yeah, but they're moving on to the next project. Haha, lol.
Yeah,
Get
but they
outta
did
here.
it.
What is that?
They've done it like I would want to say 60% of the time, something maybe higher. At least that form of it goes, and then like maybe you see a shade of green or something, and then the camera turns away and you hear, blah, blah, and then it cuts back,
Yeah,
and it's like,
it's
yeah.
persistent, like persistent in the show.
And all of us are old enough to know it's like because yeah, it's cheap.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's that's cheaper that way.
And so it's just pointing it out is not cool, because it's your fault that your guys don't have enough time to make this shit.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't, yeah.
So yeah, and now
How
she's
come-
in this
how come
very
her-
real
so her
place.
Her suit changes color when she transforms.
Does it?
I think
Yeah,
it
'cause
does,
it's
right?
not
It's a lot
purple-
more
it's not
pink.
purple anymore.
Or purple.
It's black and it's black and white now. There's no purple anymore.
Oh, that's a cool thing
My
that Jacobson put
goodness.
in there. I'm sure it's not a continuity error. It's just a real cool nature of the thing. You stretch it. and
Oh
it changes
wow,
color.
he
Yeah.
he has a lot of talent. That guy. It's really important that is a thing that the suit does.
Yes.
Well, when the suit changes color, that's what lets you know whether it's Jin or She-Hulk. You could tell by the
Yeah.
colors on the outfit.
Yeah, well, I'm glad they
Now
did. I
tell
wouldn't have
you.
been able to
Yeah.
tell otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
hard to keep the two, separated.
the Kevin robot then says, "I have the like perfect algorithm." And he says, "I have the algorithm for perfect entertainment" or something. And I just remember being like, "Fuck, I hate Marvel." Like what they've become, because it's not even a lie. And obviously perfect in this case meaning we keep making
Business.
money. It's like you do, don't you?
Eyeballs, yeah.
I'm sure more is on the way, but he also says some are better than others, but I leave that to the internet. Like, yeah, this one is just, it'll be tough to figure out if this is the best one you've made. I'm not sure. And then Jen says, like, the MCU is known for high stakes and... Oh, sorry, the way she introduces this is a lore show, so it's time I make my closing argument. And then he's like, oh, nice. It's just like,
Oh my god, will you shut the fuck up?
You know what is doubly bad So there's this idea in writing called bookending, and if you remember, the show started with a closing argument that she was rehearsing.
That they
So
ignored, yeah.
the writers this was their clever thing to bookend the whole season is, oh, we started with her rehearsing a closing argument, now she's finally delivering one.
And to the ultimate authority, and she's gonna convince him.
Like I took about 9 different writers workshops in college because I was a literature creative writing major, and those were the easiest classes on the planet. And this is the most bargain basement tactics of everybody who like didn't write, like me mostly, who didn't have like take the time to actually write critically. So they're just like, oh shit, I have class in 2 hours. Let me hammer out a short story. Like all the stuff is wrapped up in this series. It's so fucking bad.
Oh, I agree. He says, the MCU is known for high stakes, but it's often said Marvel movies end the same way and all have to have loads of plot and blood and plot lines and stuff at the end. And it's super close to the super soldier serum, by the way. And it's just kind of like, yeah.
Yeah,
like,
and you're not going to stop, though, are you?
You're
You're not going
keep
to
doing
stop. So, what's that worth? And also, you wrote it. Again.
And then she says, because he's, remember, algorithmically come up with it, this is the perfect ending. He says, I propose we don't have to do that. It distracts from the story of me realizing what it means to live as both She-Hulk and Jen. And he's like,
Hang on. Distract from the story of her realizing that. Actually needing to use her powers as a superhero would be the thing that would make her realize she needs to live as She-Hulk and Jen, and taking that away defeats that very purpose. So she's contradicting herself in her own argument.
I don't know, it just comments on how shitty the writers are, that they can't actually have a plot line that involves Bruce at the end, the stupid guy with the blood, blah, 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 but also having this subtextual storyline running through that allows her to integrate both sides of her life together. Like, if that was what your goal was, you could still do it.
Yeah. The implication of being like that you can't write a plot-heavy story that leads to like a dramatic conclusion that's satisfying.
The other part of this is them just completely ignoring the fact that they are the ones who've been writing the show, and the entire show she's been running away from that and has never taken a single step towards developing that aspect of her character. She has the exact same energy in this scene and every other scene that she had in the very beginning when Bruce was like, you need to balance these 2 parts of yourself. Nope, they're the same part. It's all the same. Everything's the same. I'm just me, blah, 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 blah. And then it's constantly, why I'm not 2 parts. I'm just me. Well, but you are 2 parts, and you never learn that. And the story doesn't even hint at going that way. If they had pre-done 5 seasons of this show and I watched this first season, I would be under no illusion that in season 5 she would be no closer to that goal than she is now. I hate it.
Because the show just isn't about that. It might say it here.
Never was. Yeah.
But it's never been about that.
Oh, to be fair, what is the show about? It's about her living her insanely narcissistic life. That's about it.
Yes, it needs to be about her, but I'm reading the subtitles again to get exactly what she says. She says the big Marvel fight and spectacle would distract the show from what it's meant to be about, which is her learning to balance both she and Jen. Right when I've lost my point. Dang it. Damn it. Sorry. Distract from the story, which is that my life fell apart right when I was learning to be with Jen and She-Hulk. Okay, so her point is that the story is her life is now like falling apart. But hang on, a really great way to show the conflict of her life falling apart right when she's learning to be She-Hulk and Jen is perhaps a fight and conflict of villains and stuff. And so once again, the thing that she's saying is distracting from the story she wants it to be is the very thing that would complement that story. She's a moron.
And alternatively, if that was the story that you wanted to write, you could have done away with some of those scenes that were building up to this particular like payoff to then focus in more on your actual objective. But that would have been harder than just having her say that that's what it should be, jumping out, like in the fourth wall breaking section. Like that's easier than actually writing it that way consistently throughout the season.
It also ignores that literally every superhero story is that. And every superhero story has this sort of climactic scene at the end with all of the distracting side plots, because the reality of the human condition that is explored by the superhero story is the fact that life doesn't stop for you to figure out the two facets of yourself and reconcile them. You have to do that while dealing with all the other bullshit that you deal with every single day. Yet she again is demanding special treatment from from the tropes of the show, and also from the tropes of the show that mirror real life that they're trying to explore through the genre. It's insane. Again, did any of these people learn anything about literature ever? I'm not like a great literature student. I have a basic grasp of common fucking sense, and they got nothing. And
I have no idea where they get their education skill set, or how it kind of boggles the mind. How do people this untalented get given this amount of money to make TV shows?
You do
It's
kind of
fucking nuts.
If you had to explain all this
I
to an
did a-
alien, you would be like struggling, because the alien would be like, why would you give this much like storytelling visibility to storytellers that are really shit at it? And you're like, I don't know, alien. I don't know.
It costs less money to pay morons.
I actually did a research
Did a
um,
research.
on
Ooh.
Jessica Gao. I was interested. Not too much. I just searched her up, and I think I came up with some sort of she was on some interview, some podcast maybe. I don't know. Like, it was a few years back. I don't think she was on MCU yet, and she was basically talking about her, like, how she got into the industry and stuff. And that's what I was searching for, basically. And if I remember it correctly, the way she would talk about writing itself, she said, I don't remember what she was studying exactly, but she said that she didn't know anything about writing, or it was never her passion, basically. I think that's how she worded it.
Oh, God.
And she was like, I didn't know writing. I read comics. I liked comics. And I went to university, didn't like anything there. I thought everyone else was so phony. And this sort of like job thing came up where I had to send in a script or something for Nickelodeon. I don't remember the specifics of it, but I do think that she said that basically the day before, or like right before she had to write it, she Googled or searched up how to write a script. And that's how she applied for that job. And then, that somehow turned out in her getting the job, or at least getting the start in the industry.
A
It
lot
was
of
really
these
fascinating for me.
writer origin stories are fascinating in terms of how they get to where they are. As we know, Michael Waldron will now be in charge potentially of the newest Star Wars movie that's not the Taika Waititi one, the first part of the 2 Avengers films, as well as probably the next Doctor Strange film whenever they make that too. Why? Well, because he was successful with Doctor Strange. Why was he given that? Well, because he was successful with Loki. Why was he given that? Rick and Morty episode? You're like, oh, I see. I feel like there's a leap there that happened. Did anyone else see it? I don't know.
What happens? Yeah, what happens behind closed doors?
And to be fair, it's like, how would Loki earn you another slot in something? It's like, because it made money, apparently. I'll never know the actual view counts, obviously. Or I don't think we'll ever know the actual view counts, but they seem to be celebratory of Loki's success, and they've already done a season 2, so. Yep. That's going to be great, by the way. Looking forward to that.
Definitely.
So, like I said, that was as far as the convincing of Kevin goes. He just says, the story should be about me. And he's like, yeah. So she just says, Todd shouldn't have Hulk powers. Like, okay, but the whole season has been leading through to something like that. No, we're just gonna get rid of him.
No,
Okay.
screw it all. Breaks the reality of the previous episodes completely, but now that plot line goes nowhere. It's just
Even says,
Yeah, I guess
the powers aren't the villain he is, and it's like, wouldn't that
Like,
remain
why do
whether or not
you-
he has powers?
What does that even mean? It's like, so he got my powers, and that's like the bad part. It's like, I thought the bad part was his motivations to do it,
Yeah.
and what he
it
intends.
means they don't
to
know
do with
how
that
to get
power.
rid of a Hulk. What are they gonna do? How is he gonna? Now he's a Hulk now, so that's a thing that they wrote to happen. So how are they gonna get rid of him?
Well, they can just write it out. That's easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, they unwrote it to happen. but they also unwrote everything that they would have to necessarily unwrite every aspect of the story that brought her to now. I was just talking about this with someone when you there's this deep desire to go back to like some prior point in your life where things seemed easier or simpler or less complicated, whatever, but you forget that like all of those complications and troubles that you're either in or faced from then to now are made you what you are. You can't just undo all that shit. And so like to undo this is to undo the entire like plot that got her to the ability to come here in the first place. It's paradoxical and stupid. I hate it.
And it's indicative of where it bides at, because her second change, Bruce swooping down from literally outer space to save the day in my story.
My story. This narcissistic friggin'. I mean, I want to use stronger words, but
I know.
she's such. I hate her.
It's not at all. This infuriates me. It's not about the fact that her family has arrived to help save her from what's happening here. It's that he's ruining her story by arriving.
Yeah. It got to be about her.
And to be fair,
The
he's already
implication-
been kind of humiliated here in that he's misunderstood the situation entirely and he's trying to attack someone who's saving her. It's not like Hulk right now is saving the day. If anything, he's making it worse.
Yep.
We're gonna say Frankie?
Damn, it's gone.
No. And yeah, as she's describing this stuff, Kevin just agrees and blips them out. He's just boop gone. Like, oh, okay. So that's pretty annoying. And then she's asked what she thinks should happen with Emil, and I think she just says he needs to take account for his actions. Whatever, he needs to be accountable.
The actions that were written.
Yes.
Well,
So this
but
is the
there's
thing.
that, but also just like, but not you though.
If you can, well, we'll get there too. I think the best time to highlight that will be literally the last moment of the season.
Yeah.
It's so perfect. When you say Emil needs to take like responsibility for his actions or accountability, it's like you've just discovered, seemingly without giving a shit, that all of these people are at the whim of Kevin, including yourself, except for right now where you can control it too. Nobody is now accountable for anything they've done. They're all forced to do it by Kevin. Like,
Exactly.
and now you have the chance to make them anything you want, and you've now decided Emil should be accountable. We'll discover what that means soon enough. But
rewrite Todd to not be a misogynist.
Rewrite Emil to just be like, yep, I'm under house arrest. I'm not going to be breaking out of it. But to be honest with you, rewrite all the way back to when he was fucking bored and make him a nice guy. You could have just done that, but no. Her scope is minuscule. She's only going to do it as far as it benefits her right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's frustrating. Like
Basically, the big problem that you're going to have is that the only way that you can basically defend her character going forward, like that you would have to basically treat this as non-canonical, like all of this, the fourth wall breaks and everything. You would have to treat as like not like anything to do with her or her character or like her capacity to do this, or that
The
this
thing
didn't
is,
even
though,
happen.
that could only work if you erase the entire She-Hulk show from canon, because the thing is, you can't erase this scene. This scene literally affects what happened in the canon of this season.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it's and therefore if She-Hulk, the show, is canon, her ability to rewrite reality is canon, because it literally happens. And so it
I don't know, man.
destroys
Deadpool 2 was smart to put it in the post-credit scene, like after the whole story had run its course. The whole story plays out without him using the fourth wall to change the stakes of the story, and then he starts going back in time to start fucking with
mainly
X-Men
for
Origins
memes
Wolverine.
too. Like
It's a meme, right?
Yeah.
Like it doesn't mean anything.
And exactly, like in those contexts, you can actually understand without needing being told, this isn't really canon. It's just stuff that's happening in other universes for the gags. Where how She-Hulk is, I know this is canon. This is affecting what happens.
Also, when we talk about humor, it is very funny to see Deadpool shoot Ryan Reynolds in the head before he accepts Green Lantern. That's funny. That's really funny.
Very, very meta.
The way that it's framed as well. God damn, that's beautiful. And then the script, and then blood just sprays all over it.
I had to
You're
step
welcome,
out for
Canada.
a moment. So maybe we covered this, but there is an element here of if we have her doing all these things and being aware of all these things, imagine you were in Jennifer's position and you go back to your story. What even are all of these people around you? Are they real?
What are you?
Yeah, exactly. What I say, there's an existential crisis here that Jen needs to like struggle with because they're trying to break the fourth wall, but they're still doing it in a way that is contextualized within a show that we, all of us, are watching. And it doesn't seem to recognize that. If you're her and you realize that all of this stuff is you're essentially changing the reality of all of these characters and their positions and everything like that. Once you go back there and that's the world, they don't know any of that stuff happened. They don't know that you've essentially taken away what if they didn't even have agency in the none of them have agency because we've contextualized them as characters in a story, not as characters in a world that's supposed to be, you know, a, a real one.
This is
Even if
interesting
they're not gonna
because
fucking touch that.
Jen effectively realizes in this moment that she's God,
Yeah,
Yeah.
right?
you can do whatever you want.
It's like
And,
What
and,
all of her
and
narcissistic
this is
fantasies become
Yes.
true.
dude, this is the
All
primary
the
criticism.
all the changes. Well, is this? I wonder if you're going to say the same thing.
This is the Kang. This is Kang version 2. This
actually-
is Kang the completion.
Sorry, I was going to say
essentially.
primary in the context of criticizing her character. When she's given this level of power, all she does is change everything to
Yes.
benefit her.
It's all
But
about her.
only-
She,
This is Bruce Almighty. If anyone hasn't seen the movie, this is the first half or first 2/3 where he
Yeah,
does
except
everything to
the
benefit
arc.
himself. Except the lesson of the story is that when you have that kind of power, it's difficult to be fair and balanced and just and look after people, and that you definitely shouldn't be using it just to benefit your fucking self. But that's all she does, and she's rewarded for it.
The funny
Yep.
thing is also like how pathetic her character is that yeah, it's all to benefit herself, but it's literally all to benefit herself within the next hour. Like
Yeah.
she could make so many changes that would be wildly beneficial for her entire life, for all of humanity, sure. But even if we're just going with the selfish thing, just a modicum of foresight and self-reflection would go, oh, okay, I could make it so I have my job back. I could make it so that there aren't these complications here. I can make it so all sorts of these things work out for a positive for me. But she's like, no, I'm really just stressed out about this situation right now, and I need to get out of it. And I have the power of God for 1 second, and I'm going to stop now and worry about nothing else. It's like, oh my, come on.
And you just opened up
Kevin,
as well.
could you get rid of cancer?
Yes, I know, right? And she's got nothing to ask of the robot god of why he's made any of these choices, but simultaneously she's too stupid to realize that he could just be placating her until they get her back in the system, and then he can change it all back. She doesn't even know.
Yeah, which
don't
he
care.
can do, I suppose.
I can't
As
see
soon
what
as she
she'll
leaves,
erase.
she's like,
Like everything could be
"That's
rewound
all
back to what
good."
Kevin wanted, and he's just trying to
Yeah.
get her to shut the fuck up because they're trying to fix a glitch or whatever. But she doesn't even think about that for a second. She's like, well, no, all the changes I've made are permanent, just like the changes you made earlier, which
Well,
are
like-
totally not permanent.
Molly, you're taking
You can
it too
undo with a
seriously,
snap of your
okay?
fingers.
I'm doing
You're
what?
just taking
Well,
it
I
too
hate this
seriously.
scene.
Oh, I'm taking it too seriously.
I hate this scene.
I'm sorry. Like,
Yeah, I know,
I'm
right?
sorry.
It's like,
I'm sorry for caring.
I'm sorry I took your show seriously. Would you prefer it if I didn't? Like, if I just treated it
yeah,
like it
tell
was
me what
complete bullshit?
matters, so that when I finally get some kind of emotional payoff, I can know whether or
Well,
not I'm
yeah,
supposed to care.
Did it matter when, like, Jen's life was falling apart because she helped save people? So, like, she lost a job? Presumably everybody was supposed to care then. Or, like, in episode 8, when she got, all of that stuff happen when she was at her award thing. Like, selectively asking people to care about, like, your story just seems a bit weird, you know? So, presumably it's all meant to be taken somewhat seriously.
So yeah, and I guess when I say primary criticism, as I think Shad's alluded to it a little bit earlier and again, but Loki destroyed it in universe. This has destroyed it now out of universe too. Like there's an implication of where this exists, and it's like you found another way to annihilate everything. So good job. I didn't see that coming. And she's an awful person as well as your protagonist. So you know, people were like, "Oh, She-Hulk really going to be one of the worst of the Phase 4 things?" It's like, yes.
Seems to be
Not even
that
difficult.
way.
It's just like, yes, again. I can't believe they did it. They found another format in which to destroy everything. Like I said, none of this fucking matters. Everything is built by some robot on an algorithm. Which is almost as bad as Kang, but at least he was a person. I don't know if that counts
At least
for
he was
anything.
At least he was in the universe he was ruining.
Yeah. There's something that I guess about that compared to this, whatever the hell this is. But yeah, I don't know. Was that close to what you were thinking about, Shad, or was it something else?
There was that. There was another thing that I was going to talk about. Yeah, that it's all serving herself and it's all selfish and things. But I also realized that the context of what she's trying to achieve here, it's another selfish thing and it doesn't fully answer it, is that her goal here is to make a better ending for her show, not to make her life better or to like her goal is to make the show better and more popular, which doesn't achieve that. This ruins the show so much. And also doesn't undermine the fact that she actually does have the power to affect anything that she wants by just convincing Kevin to do anything. And so the fact that her goal is, I want my show to be best as ever, and not it makes her look bad as a character. It ruins things on so many levels and layers. You can just keep unpacking layers about how awful this is.
Speaking of which, because I'll try and get us to the end of the scene in a summary, but it's hard not to stop every time you read a sentence. When she says, "Oh, and I wouldn't mind seeing Daredevil again. A woman has needs."
I have problems
Oh
with
my
this.
god.
Wow.
Fucking creepy.
Just
Imagine.
reverse the gender, okay?
I mean, you wouldn't even necessarily. You could just go as far as saying, "Man, Daredevil's not a sex toy, okay? He's like a person."
Yeah, like you escape the confines of your show to wield him around like a prop.
Say it
For
is
your
a
own
sex
benefit.
toy. It's exactly what like the idea is here. She wants to fuck him again, and she can do that because she's God now, and she can move a person wherever she wants. A little bit
Creep.
weird, and
Oh.
I think just to
Like-
add it back on, if this was wouldn't mind seeing Black Widow again. A man has needs. Holy shit.
That's like, how creepy is that? It's like
Yeah.
she is full on rape, like, take away person's freedom just to pleasure myself. I'm like, holy crap! I thought Wonder Woman was bad. This is insane.
But hear me out on the Black Widow thing.
Just stop.
Here we go. Black Widow Defense Squad all along.
So yeah, I think he then says, "Oh well, no." Now she starts just ranting about random meta shit, like while you're here, why is it that you have so many daddy issue characters like Tony, Loki, Thor, Star-Lord? And it's like you've
Out
named.
of all the questions she could have asked, that's what she chose.
Yeah, am I real?
Am I real would have been a starter one, yeah, but she just says they got daddy. I was just surprised that, like, is there any others? It's just 4 out of all
But
the
also,
characters.
I
You
don't
got
think
4.
I don't think that's very true either. Like, Tony was more inspired by his dad, and he had a more complex relationship. But I wouldn't really go full on daddy issues with Tony Stark.
If we're broad enough to
Sorry,
characterize
go
that as daddy issues, then I think there's a reasonable amount of characters with what she's calling daddy issues, considering how many there are. Like, yeah, okay. Because she says Thor, Loki, same dad, same issues. Like, that's not true. Like, there's a lot of
I
complicated
remember
things going on with
Thor's. Yeah, especially with how Thor sort of closed things with his dad before his dad became a star or died or whatever they're saying that was.
that. It's as someone who's supposed to be taking over a kingdom that his dad led, there's of course going to be things going on. I don't know. It's just weird. It's as if to point out like they've got a shitty formula for that when it's like, well, got so many characters that don't have anything like their drama isn't to do with their parents necessarily. Like, this is just a
But
weird
also,
comment.
no, having a conflicted relationship with your parents, it can be a very satisfying plotline. She's trying to say she's crapping on far better shows and characters than her own, saying, "Oh, those shows are awful. Why are you doing?" It's like, no. If you were even half as good as those shows, you would be tremendously better than what you got. You got nothing to try. Like, again, Stone's Glass Houses and all that crap. She's makes it look like so awful.
They were relatively estranged and they didn't necessarily want to be. That was like Tony and his dad. Star-Lord and his dad is, you left me and you killed my mum. Like, he's like, yeah, well, I wanted power and now you can join me in that. It's like, that's a very different thing going on there.
Yeah.
It's like, what about Loki and Thor? It's like, well, it's about the transition of power from the previous king and then whether or not they deserve it. And one of them goes fucking crazy villain mode. Like, these are all very different things. Whatever, it's fine.
And there's satisfying elements to those storylines. It's like trying to dismiss the whole plot between Luke and Darth Vader as daddy issues when it's one of the more fundamental, important, and uplifting parts of the story. It's like, why are we doing all these daddy issues? Because maybe it friggin' works and it could be good storytelling, you stupid cow.
Oh my
Ah.
god. Well, she's pointing out that it happens too much, Shad. Even though, what was the last daddy issue character thing that even happened? I guess Ragnarok would be like the closest thing, because
Yeah.
yeah, or Guardians 2. It's one of those two, I guess, whichever one counts. But
Because in Moon Knight, it was issues with his mum.
yep.
right.
And I don't know that like Thor: Love and Thunder was devoid of that. Multiverse didn't have any of that. Who
Captain
were other new
America
characters?
doesn't
Well,
come
none,
up
I guess
with
none of the Eternals really have
Shang-Chi.
Falcon
dad
Winter
issues.
Soldier doesn't.
Oh, I guess yeah,
Oh yeah,
Shang-Chi
Shang-Chi
does.
has that. That's
She
weird that
even
they
has
didn't.
major dad issues.
That's weird they didn't mention that, actually.
Oh,
Maybe
they're
they
not going to
didn't know what
criticize
the plot of-
Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi's
Well,
a perfect movie, remember?
Or maybe it's just like they straight up didn't even know like what was going
They
on.
don't
there.
remember what's
Nobody told
in.
them.
Oh, you're right. This may have been written before Shang-Chi even got released. So you might not even know. Yeah. Well,
Why is she
Um,
sitting down on the floor?
Because she's a child.
she's a bit of a child, yeah.
Literally, it's a child position. She's the kid in kindergarten sitting on the rug. The teacher Kevin is again like they take this character who is supposed to be empowered and seriously taking. Okay, let's give them the benefit of the metaphor. She has come to take control out of her out of control life with everything she's got, with her superpowers, with her training, with her lawyer skills, with every bit of personality, and she's putting it right here on the line, talking to God himself to change the universe in her better way. And then she sits down and disempowers herself completely because these people are children and they have no idea how to be just adults. They have no idea how to deal with life because they've been coddled into a writer's room from a roach-riddled apartment, and they're going to go back and eat leftover ramen from their roommate. God, I hate these people. I hate this show so much.
I don't know. It sounds
they
like you're
do make
enjoying
these
it.
really annoying, petulant characters. Yeah, this is how I would be. I'd
Well,
tell
and it
Kevin
was
what to
by
do.
accident. Like this wasn't intentional.
Yeah, this is a rewrite. This is the show was so bad.
Oh,
it's like-
I guess I just mean like the character in general, right? Like it wasn't intentional to create a character who was like incredibly narcissistic. Like it's obviously the goal that like Tony has narcissism, like that there's a problem there that needs to be resolved here. Whereas here it feels unrecognized.
Well, they honestly think Jen's character is wonderful. It was intentional in the way that they didn't see a problem with her behavior because they're projecting their own behavior on her. So they intentionally wrote her like them without realizing how awful these character traits are because they probably don't see themselves as pretty awful people.
Well, someone Superchat just highlighted. What about Gamora and Nebula? They didn't mention them, and they've got serious daddy issues.
True.
Yeah.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it might just be because they legitimately forgot that those characters exist.
Both Gamoras.
I know they're women.
Yeah.
You see, women can't have daddy issues. Only the men.
No, I think it's
That's
just
a
more
sexist
likely that they.
stereotype.
I think it's more likely they forgot those characters exist. That like when it
They
comes
aim
to their
for-
list of people that they know,
They went Tony,
right, like in the MCU,
Tony, Thor, Loki,
Loki,
and Star-Lord. It feels like
much more.
earlier on
Oh,
in the
well, if-
phases.
It is, yeah, it really is.
Yeah. Also, she asks about X-Men, and he's like, "I can't tell you about that." And it's like, ugh.
See, it's clever. She acknowledges that there's rights and legal and everything and acquisitions and stuff. It is self-referential, therefore it is clever.
If I refer to myself, yeah.
So as she's leaving, she's like, Bruce smashes buildings. I smash the fourth wall and bad endings.
Before we get there, they tried to salvage the implications of this by the Kevin saying, "You will not be able to access the Kevin again. That flaw in our programming has done." And so they try to say, "Oh yeah, this is a one-off thing." Bull crap. It doesn't mean it. Just
They'll do it
means
again
that
if
you
they
don't
want
take
to,
anything seriously. Yeah, and
yeah.
you can just screw anything
dude,
in the universe.
I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls her out of the show himself and asks her for help writing something else.
Yeah.
Be like, "You did such an
Only
amazing
you."
job with She-Hulk that I need your help writing the new Avengers."
God, it would be really gay if they had this if they had a scene where they had to pull her out to deal with someone else who had figured out how to escape the MCU into the real world, and they did this stupid meta like thing that Arnold did with Last Action Hero, but like stupider and not self-referential and self-deprecating. God, that would be terrible. If they make a season 2 of this, I won't even make a joke about what should happen. Never mind.
Well, she says the famous line that sounds like that everybody's on board with. Bruce smashes buildings, I smash the fourth wall and bad endings, and sometimes Matt Murdock. Oh.
I don't know why anyone goes near your sourdough gooch. Fucking bitch.
Well,
shut up.
She can force them to with like so
with reality bending.
Oh, rape.
I don't even know if it's rape.
I don't know what it is.
Murdock even a person?
Yeah, she would have crafted an AI that wants to sex her, I guess. It's just embarrassing.
Yeah, she's in like a little pocket dimension where everything's being controlled by something else.
And she doesn't care about any of it as long as it benefits her. She's like, sure, fine.
Yeah, it's like, aren't you...
She's Cypher. She wants to go back into the Matrix as long as this is good for her. It's fine. I don't care about the fact that a robot controls everything. Whatever.
I bet she makes fun of dudes who buy sex dolls, though.
Oh, I'm sure. God,
even though they were,
how weird would that
she
be?
knows they were written to do that.
Like, how weird is it to know like that robot has been crafting your sex life? By the way, just he's behind it all. It's like, okay. So yeah, how does that play out in reality? And she says, "What's the most budget-friendly way for us to do this?" When you say
reality.
Oh yeah, fuck it, whatever word you want to use. So they make another joke about the CG, and it just hard cuts to them back in the world.
That's nice and neat because we don't have to show how that happens.
Mm-hmm. So I guess she's wow, wrong with throat. Hulk's gone, and Bro Hulk is no longer Bro Hulk. Titania's still here.
So what happened?
And everything's done.
What happened?
It's over.
What happened? What do you mean?
Reality
we won.
got rewritten.
Well, like, because this is the first question. It's like, so what's happened? Like, what happened in the story that we are here now? What was the sequence that led to this?
Yeah, if I asked one of those people,
arrested?
What happened while I was gone?
That's the big
would
question.
they say?
What exactly is he being arrested for?
Well, so
like right
there's
now,
two ways to answer this question. I need to know what ways you're looking for. On one hand, she simply wrote it so that he's arrested. Isn't that enough? Because she's in control of everything.
Well, yeah, right. Because it raises the question: is there such a thing as a plot hole anymore when you can just write anything ever and there's always the rationalization?
She's got it so they're all arrested. Like, okay, but if you need a justification, it could be that they hacked her stuff and that she's written it so they're being punished for that, I guess.
But maybe
would they get arrested or just
But what
charged
happened though? Was it
appear
like,
in
I'm
court?
calling the police on you. Stay there, Todd,
The better
while the
question is
police
like,
come here.
you wouldn't
What
be able
did
to
Todd
arrest
actually
them
do?
until you have like the evidence, right? Because just calling the police on, they hacked my stuff. It's like, who? Them? They did? It's like, yes. And you're like, how do you know?
All of them were participants in that and did
Yeah,
it?
just it seems unlikely the police would just arrest them for that. So again, my assumption is she simply wrote it so they're arrested.
And how come there's a strong breeze, but it's only affecting the black guy?
The air hates Negroes.
The white guy's got a hat on. It protects him from the wind.
Clever white people.
Yeah, so the interesting thing, I guess you get there through a criminal conspiracy to hack her phone, if that's what happened.
But she'd have to prove it, right?
She'd have to prove that somehow what happened to her phone was a criminal. Well, I guess the state would have to prove that what they did was actually a crime. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what the criminal act is here.
No, yeah, no, it's got to be complicated. It'll probably take ages to gather all the evidence you need to be able to make the case, as opposed to just they're arrested now. And so, best faith interpretation for me is just she just writes it so they're going to jail. Fuck them. She hates them. And she can't be asked to deal with this. They're going to jail. Fuck them.
I'm just trying to think, like, because I'm not saying anyone should do it. I'm curious what specific
your
law there
ID
is
number.
from one private person to quote unquote hack or obtain entry into another private person's phone. Now, if there's a government official on either side of this equation, obviously that's a problem. But just like I'm going to gain entry into your phone, is a specific criminal act? I'm just not sure. I guess maybe there is one.
The new
Probably.
one.
I don't
She
know.
can make it in a universe that doing that to
Mm.
Jennifer Walters specifically is a crime.
Yeah.
And you're right, but it's just because she wants it. Because still, ridiculous things that break reality are happening. Daredevil literally falling from the sky from nowhere
Well, she
just
needs-
appears, and so we're still in ludicrous world, even though we're supposed to be back in the universe. Just stupid, random reality breaking
Excuse
crap is
you,
still
a
happening.
woman has needs, Chad.
Yeah. Her sex
That's right.
toys
So
are
take
right,
advantage
people.
of this blind man.
Yeah, and she's even like, you missed it. It's like, you control when he gets here. What do you mean, missed it? I don't understand. Is she, you're just like, what? How do I coherently judge anything that's happening anymore? What even is this? And yeah, Daredevil's just like, oh man, I'm sorry that I missed it. Oh well. I just want to get to the part that annoys me way more. She walks over to Emil and she says, if you sign this, you go back to prison for 10 years for parole violation. Like, well, yeah, that's what I deserve for what I've done. Okay. She's written it so that he goes back to jail now.
For 10 years.
When, as was said, he was using Abomination for speaking arrangements so that he could earn some money. And as much
And
as
he
that is
seems to be
true
giving
that she
positive messages.
Oh, well, I think someone would argue the otherwise. Giving a speech to intelligentsia, the all crazy, sweaty nerds, hate women or whatever. But I don't even know, like, we don't know the nature of that connection. The
His
point being, it doesn't
involvements in
matter.
that,
None of
yeah,
it
who knows?
matters. She can change it all at a whim. And she decided not to. She's decided to condemn him to prison.
Is that
Yeah,
even
they
what the
could've just had
sentence
it
would
where
be
he-
for a parole violation like that?
Well, I don't know. I guess it would have been serious because he is Abomination. But the fact is, like, the nature of it is he was doing a speaking thing. He didn't hurt anyone. That's got to factor into how you violate it, right?
I assume so.
So yeah, 10
Something.
years.
The question is, why? Why was he
I guess
going
he's-
as Abomination to speak anyway? Like, what is the character's motivation
Money.
for turning into Abomination to do the speaking event? But I know, but like, he's speaking as Emil as Abomination. So like, the only effect is this visual enhancement. That's honestly,
I can
that's
agree
all
with
he
that.
gets out of this.
But I could also see the people organizing the events to be like, if you don't speak as Abomination, we're going to pay you less. I could see them being like, if you do it as Abomination, we'll pay you more.
Yeah, I could see it too. But it didn't seem like he was in need of any money.
No, I don't know. This is something they totally tacked on. I imagine they were originally going to write it so that he was evil. And they were like, I don't fucking know anymore. I have a
He
theory.
doesn't seem to be evil.
This
at all.
happens so abruptly that I can believe the original story. This is probably how it started out. It was like, can we use Abomination in She-Hulk? And then they were like, yes, but you need to get him back to where he was once you're done with him. They're like, what, in prison? It's like, yeah, whatever. Just as long as you get him back in there. However you want to use him between the time, that's fine. And then they may have thought, like, well, have him being nice, you'll get on the parole, and then you'll turn out to be evil, you'll fight She-Hulk, Hulk, whatever, and then you'll go back in prison. That sounds good enough. Cool. And then they were like, we're busy with the blood plot, though. I don't know how to get Emil into that. It's like, oh, we're going to break the fourth wall and talk to Kevin as well. It's like, so how does Emil fit into all this? It's like, speaking arrangement as Abomination, and that violates the parole, back to prison. There you go. Like, I could totally see it being that kind of nonsense, that they didn't know what they were doing with all these disparate pieces, which is funny, because you could have had the season focus on his trial, or his parole hearing, whatever. It could have been all about him, and what...
Yeah.
He's like the dark shadow version of She-Hulk, a life not taken, sort of the path not taken, and you can even have Hulk cameos then for what he means to him, and what all that past that's between them, and then throw in the dating stuff and make it nice and coherent in terms of the Josh guy, as other suggestions we've had. You could have had a season of TV, is my point. Crazy as
You
that
could
sounds.
have. Yeah, there's something you could do here, absolutely.
But yeah, this just pisses me off.
Okay.
You have full control of this guy, and you're like, I'm gonna put you in prison because you need to be accountable for your actions, which is
Just comes across as spiteful
Yep.
and super authoritarian. Because he doesn't really seem like a bad guy at all.
no. And she could have written it in any other way that she wanted. She could have written it so that he's just a fucking great guy.
Next to
And
her,
could've.
he looks like an angel. So
Yes.
And the really interesting thing is, I guess his in-universe crime or transgression is that he was speaking to this group.
No, it's the breach of parole, the parole things. That's what she says. It's got
No, I
nothing to do
mean,
with
that's
this necessarily.
yeah. I mean that would be the criminal act, but I'm trying to figure out if there is some sort of transgression because like he seemed to like not really know who they were. Like the group, he's just there to talk and give a motivational speech, and then he's everything else he's doing is good. He even rescues her the moment he finds out that
I know
that he
none
has
of it counts.
accidentally put him in danger.
If
And
you
it's like, well, you violated this rule.
Yeah, this is why it's so bad. She's only getting after him for a book violation, if you will. It's got nothing to do with him as a character, him as a person. I mean, the character of him, you know? Like, it's, she recognizes... If you remember, her main issue was, I vouched that you wouldn't go into abomination mode. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry your feelings are hurt. So it has nothing to do with who he's speaking to or for. She's specifically on him for transforming into abomination. He's that angry at him. And it's just like, dude, there's a person there. And isn't that the whole fucking point of this season?
Yeah, like I guess he lives a life, and I guess he doesn't really make decisions or anything, but I don't, again, it kind of mars everything. It's that film, that oily film that's on top of stuff. It just, you can't not see it.
Just nice that there's a character who's willing to accept the responsibility that had a role to play, and that by not doing so, he's going to have consequences from it. Our main character isn't really into that. Finds that annoying.
No.
So yeah, there's a big old family meal to celebrate. We're doing great now. Everything's so wonderful, and
Hooray!
the whole family are like, "Wow, Daredevil, you're great. You're awesome. Are you stable? Do you have money? Can you take care of our insane daughter for us, please?" Like,
It's like, no, I'm
Get
just
her the
gonna
fuck
come in
outta
once
here.
a week and fuck her and then leave. He just flat out says it. She brought her sex toy to her family dinner.
Yep.
Oh god.
And then it happens. Hulk is here. He's like, "Hey guys,
Oh, nice. He's here.
how's everybody doing? Everybody good? Everybody great? That's cool." And then you see the plot line of, because you might have thought like we're near the end of the episode, so you're like, what the fuck?
We are near
There's
the
so much
end.
stuff we haven't done. Remember the pilot where a Sicarian ship made them crash in the first place? What was that about? It's like, well, Hulk went back to Sakaar, presumably. I guess. This, because I'm not familiar enough with the comics to know, but is it World War Hulk people were expecting to come from this storyline?
Yeah. Pretty much.
So we didn't see anything. We just saw that portion of a phone call. And he apparently went there, and he's come back, and Kevin actually says, like, we need Hulk in that finale. You can't blip him out because he's got to introduce a new character. Like, okay, that character. And again, I'm not I'm not as familiar with the comics, so some of the stuff is new. But for those who are Hulk fans, he has a son in the comics, correct? If anyone can verify.
I don't know. I got no clue. I don't read the comic.
No, there is a comic book version that his son, and this is they're introducing him. He does not look this bad in the comic books, and I think it's part of the World War Hulk storyline.
This is Scar.
This is
This
Scar.
right here. And this is not what people aren't happy about this.
No.
That looks like
Nobody
shit.
likes this.
The first time I saw this, I could not understand what was going on with his head. What?
Why did he
I was
borrow
like,
his ears
what is that
They did,
block?
like the first half and then tied up at the back. Is that like the?
There must be a name for that kind of hairstyle. I don't know.
Yeah, it's called the Viola Davis.
I think CGI
Nevertheless,
people
this is not-
sabotaged the show for a
This
reason.
was their final act of revenge. That would be really funny, actually. Like they submitted it on the day that it had to go out, and it's like, oh crap! All right, well, yes, this is going out. Yeah, this is not what he looks like apparently. And I think
No.
people are a lot more invested in the Hulk Scar like storyline than She-Hulk. Like that's where people's investment lay at the moment, and you're probably never going to get anything particularly worthwhile on that front. Sorry, guys.
But yeah, like all we have to do is Google Hulk son Scar to get some of these images, and yeah, he looks so much cooler in the comics. Like,
Yeah, the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Hulk has been left to toil in the shadows for a very long time, and that will probably continue. So sorry, big Hulk fans. Like, yeah, I don't know. You're not gonna get what you wanted.
Not anytime soon, no. Because yeah, I saw him holding like an axe and a sword in kind of like desert landscape, and I was like, oh, he's probably like a full-on champion warrior type. And they've gone for this instead, you know? That's what they wanted to do. Okay. What do you do with this? You're just like, okay.
Yeah, all right.
and I think the implication is that when he was in Hulk form on that planet in Ragnarok, he was smashing more things than just people.
Buildings.
Well, yeah, buildings.
Yes. That's we've come to.
Like robots.
Hey,
and...
Jen, you got to be really careful, passing our blood around, because if our blood just gets anywhere and we just create more Hulks willy-nilly, that's really a big problem. Oh, but I also raw dog it.
But that was
apparently.
Hulk, not Bruce.
Oh yeah.
That would have been Hulk, not Bruce.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. There's the other guy.
But you'd
Hulk
think
does not use condoms.
you'd think maybe there's a story there, Hulk finding his son, but yeah, whatever.
No, but that's something that can happen off screen. This riveting drama.
Yeah.
That what are priorities? Like, wow.
Now you might be thinking, all right, this is a great story that's wrapped up all those threads. That is beautiful. But the one question I have is, wasn't she like they put an inhibitor on her and she had charges against her from the state about all the things she's done?
Yeah,
It's
they're
like,
gonna
so what
have
happened
to-
with that?
Yeah, that was a big
Well,
deal. Absolutely.
We got this friendly reporter here who's delivering a little segment, and he says She-Hulk has been cleared of her previous convictions.
Oh, it's just like Titania. It's just that happened just off
Oh.
screen.
It's done.
That's it.
Yep.
That's
She,
all
and,
good.
and so the only thing that makes sense is
Oh.
she wrote it so that she gets to escape any convictions she had. Done. This is the most blatant example of someone fucking up and then avoiding the repercussions. This is worse than Wanda because she wrote it so the universe no longer cares, so she can just do whatever the fuck she wants. At least Wanda actually had to run, like she had to go somewhere else.
That's
But,
right.
No, She-Hulk was like, no, fuck you. I should be able to do whatever I want. Now,
Yeah, whenever I want.
with that in mind, he asks her, like, what are you going to be doing? She-Hulk superhero stuff or Jen lawyer stuff? And she says, well, both, because you need to be... If you harm someone or harass someone, I'm coming for you, because you need to be held accountable. And she'll be coming for them as both. So it's just like, is this on purpose, or are they this stupid?
I think at this point, I think they're just in fuck it territory. They didn't even care.
I
Can't believe
like,
Sam Hyde said the same thing and got in trouble for it.
what, either they're stupid or...
No, I'm coming for
Oh,
you.
right.
Where in real life?
That shit was hilarious.
No, in real life.
Oh,
Gotta go
no,
to
real life.
in LA. You gotta wear this
She-
skin like a suit.
She just basically said that. It's like, wait, you're gonna go after them in court, or is She-Hulk? It's like, yes. Oh, one of them will put them in jail, and the other one will cripple or murder them. Perfect. This is fine. Just in real life.
And also harassment. She said, if you do that, but if you just even harass people, I will come after you as a superhero. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Oh my
So,
god.
It's funny because there's that, but I just cannot get over that they have the main character explain that she's written herself out of any responsibility for any of her actions to then say that my primary goal is to make sure people are accountable for the reactions they take. I cannot, like, that. It's the most destructive thing you could have
it's
her
not on
say for the
purpose.
entire show.
it's not on purpose. This was a mistake. They don't realize. That's it. They don't realize what they've written. That's it. There's no way that was on purpose.
It's gotta be, yeah. That there's
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I know,
totally
but I just want people to know that's the benefit of, like, hopefully you're ignorant of that, because if you wrote that on purpose, I don't even know what to say at that point. Like,
Well,
isn't
unless
it
this
great
was
that our
all a
character
meme.
doesn't have to follow the same principles that she's invested in? It's like, oh.
Okay, that's an interesting direction to take a superhero story. Rules for thee and not for me. That's
and
the
then-
theme of She-Hulk
and just
Attorney at Law.
as if this hasn't been made clear, everything's fucked again. How the hell is
yes,
anything supposed to make any
again.
sense? How are we supposed to care about anything?
It's-
She could just
it is-
whatever.
The Phase 4 of the MCU has like been remarkable in the consistency with which everything has been destroyed.
Yeah.
It's kind of incredible. No, it's not even kind of. It is. It's like every time that you think that they can't screw it up, there's like they find a new and creative way to dismantle everything. I can't believe it. Like
I think
From-
it's
from, like,
complete
the
now.
from the TVA controlling absolutely everything in existence in terms of a timeline, that there was no free will and every single choice was determinant on Kang until that ended. And then when you go into like Multiverse of Madness with all of the incredible like implications that stem from the way that the multiverse works, or like how like characters are connected in the multiverse, how to travel the multiverse, like all of the stakes and consequences of that story. In Thor: Love and Thunder, it was what? Like, in the center of the universe, there's like this entity that people are aware of that they've just ignored that you can use to make any wish that you want. Moon Knight, like, reversing the stars, like, reversing all of space and time in order to use, like, a star chart to find, like, a temple. It's
insane.
remarkable. It's remarkable. And now there's this, right? Breaking out of the confines of like the universe that you're even in to rewrite it to your whims. What more? Oh, and of course, like Eternals like completely changed all of the rules for like how space formation works of like stars and planets. And there's a giant celestial poking out of Earth, like in the middle of the ocean. Every time there's like a new way that they find it. Oh man. The destruction is complete, isn't it?
Yeah. What will they do
We've
next?
gone out of the universe now.
Yeah,
Everything's either in or out of the universe. You know, we finally have done it. I don't know where else they could go. Everywhere is covered now.
Well, yeah. What more can you do? We've done time, we've done space, and this is beyond that as well.
Yeah.
Who'd have
Yeah.
thought it that She-Hulk Attorney at Law would be like She-Hulk as an entity is the most powerful like agent in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. More powerful than is going to be more powerful than Kang could be, or Galactus, or any of those guys. She can escape the universe and rewrite the story so that she wins.
That's going to be my question. Any conflict that goes in the future that has any mild connection to She-Hulk, but I guess it's in the universe, She-Hulk exists. My answer will be, well, why doesn't She-Hulk just jump out of the universe and erase the bad thing now? She could tell us.
And the real difficult part as well is that the moral implications will always hang over each of those times. Like, why didn't you escape the confines of the universe and rewrite things to be better for these people? Like, in every possible turn.
And every answer they give is either going to screw themselves over, be arbitrary, because the answer will be, oh, she could only do it once. That's just you saying it. Like she could do whatever she wants as the character. The context that she can break reality and literally affect real things in the universe. And it's like, well, no, we wouldn't do that for this story because that would be silly. Well, guess what? It was retarded when you did it the first time.
Well, it's funny, Shad, that you assume that it will just be ignored. That's
yeah,
like,
I know, but
I mean, we saw what happened, right? With the like every time that the Accords would have been awkward, they were ignored until they didn't exist anymore. And it will probably be the same for this, right? It will be ignored. It won't be recognized, is like the most important part. It won't be recognized that there is a problem here, that there's this looming question.
Yeah, there was a throwaway line in She-Hulk. I think it was Matt Murdock that said it in the thing.
Yeah,
he said like the Sokovia Accords are now discontinued.
Have been repealed.
Like,
yeah, they've
that's
been repealed.
The only reference we've had to them, really. And it's like, oh, they just disappeared.
I remember, Chad, before it came out, the writers said that the show was going to address them. That was the addressing of it.
Well, that was a meme.
Addressing was they don't exist. It's
they do a little
man,
trolling.
it's not it's actually not fair. Like, if you get given this much money and like all of this resources and seemingly like the ability to pull characters, some of whom, well, in fact, like many of whom have existed in better stories that weren't created by you, and you get all the opportunities to like leverage these things, and this is what it was for. That's not fair.
Oh gosh.
No justice in this world.
Right. And then you got to show Wong breaking him out of prison again, Emil.
Yeah. I was gonna say it was funny listening to you say they broke space and time, that they went beyond that. I just feel like anybody who is unfamiliar with this stuff would be like, what do you mean they went beyond breaking it for space and time? You're like, they found a way, dude. What else do you want me to say?
They did, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's She-Hulk. It took fucking ages, just like the Rings of Power, to break this one down. All the basics getting it wrong for just like, why would you even make this show? What is the point of it? And they have it overtly explaining what this show is, and they couldn't nail it in either department, being lore and comedy. I guess.
Yeah, it's neither funny nor a compelling legal show.
And like, good God, they're awful at writing human beings. Just in general,
Mhm.
every
Good
person's a
ones.
cartoon.
Every interaction, yeah.
And the best part is that Jen is clearly a self-insert of the entire writing staff. Like that is
Oh yeah.
because the whole thing is a personal power fantasy, and that manifests in this last episode, but it's present throughout. They're completely disappointed with all of their lives. They overblow their accomplishments, and the funny thing is they can't actually write what an actually accomplished person has because they have no idea what it is. Like they don't understand how much money she would be making. We talked about that earlier. They don't know what a successful life is. All they know is she sits around all day in a shitty apartment drinking boxed wine until her friend comes over, who's somehow makes like is less successful than her, but is more knowledge about her than about anything on the planet. Like they completely hate everything about themselves. And when they get the opportunity to fix it all, they don't fix anything that is the source of the problem. And it's entirely self-empowerment. This is quintessentially
Yep.
self-insert. And
And
God.
the awfulness doesn't even it goes so much further because she is incredibly vain, narcissistic, but also like shallow, where she is desperate to have a guy, but it has to be the most shallow, good-looking guy. She's not look after anything deep, who she will just bang if they offer her some chips. Like
Well,
that's
remember,
how
the doctor guy.
pathetic she is.
The doctor guy doesn't even have a name. He's only ever referred to as the handsome doctor man, while also simultaneously condemning him for being vacuous. I don't
Yeah.
like. I don't.
She's literally an example of the I'm the feminist and all the men toxic masculinity things are bad, while she is actually doing all those toxic things in reverse. You know, she's objectifying men, having the butt on the things, looking for guys just based on looks and all that stuff, getting into quick relationships and not caring about. She's awful on every level, and it just shows the hypocrisy of so many of these ideologies, right? They're not actually after proper equality. They just want to do all the bad things that they feel has been done to them.
I think it would be fair to say that this is the most sexist thing I've seen in a while. Like, the amount of hate and just that fuels this whole show is incredible.
I agree.
It does
it
feel like a bit
drips.
of it's quite a spiteful show.
Yeah.
It is. It oozes with it. It
Which-
oozes with resent and entitlement and insecurity. It's just overflowing with that.
The best part is knowing that I hate this show and this character with everything in my soul. Every aspect of it drips with hatred for She-Hulk, and it pales in comparison to how much the writing women hate themselves.
Yeah, and I think the thing is with when they used to hire, writers, real writers, and more specifically male writers, like guys would write characters like, what traits do I find admirable in people that I could put in this character, or traits I could find interesting. And they used to that's how you make a character that you like in this type of genre. And then you hire, and now they're hiring these female writers who can't write. And it's they follow I think it's about culture that women we're raised a little differently. I think we're more accustomed to writing characters who are just like us instead of just a character. like we have to write someone who's well, I'm not going to write someone better than me because that would lower my self-esteem. So I'm going to write someone who's exactly like me. Yeah, they got if I'm shitty at writing law, the character I write has to be shitty at law. If I'm shitty at if I'm bad at something, the character has to be bad at something. But since I'm a narcissist, they have to be praised for how shitty they are.
Well, so like I'd say I'm like really not interested, I guess, in like comparison of like male or female writers and what they would tend to like write if we went by broad groups. I just think like the writing in this show sucks. Like in this particular case, this show is just.
Well, I was going to say
pretty-
the writer I think is the worst right now. Is Michael Waldron is still like pretty.
Yeah, Michael Waldron is he is like the worst writer. I think.
Is he? Did he write She-Hulk? Because
No.
whenever there's like an all-female writing team, they're the ones who make a big deal out of it. Like, isn't this great that it's all-female writing team? And it should be like that shouldn't matter. It should be just they're writers. But they're like, no, it's better because they're all female. And so if they're the ones who go there, it's like, well, you know what that's implying? You've written a crap show. You're the one who said it's distinctive because of the all-female writing crew. What are you actually saying then? If you're the one who was wanting to make the thing out of it,
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. I just think that Michael was responsible for Loki and Multiverse
He
of
wrote
Madness.
Loki, Multiverse of Madness. There's no, and he's writing Secret Wars. And that's probably
absolutely.
Going to be a horrendous piece of shit.
Well,
like
that is the reality.
I would say,
there's
well,
awful writers,
I guess
both
it's just
men and
that
women. Yeah.
Well, I think that like fundamentally the approach that is taken like in Marvel projects at the moment to write stories is just not conducive to like consistently writing good stories. Whatever, I like whether it's I guess adverse objectives like narratively, versus like what kind of story, like pursuing like telling a specific story with thematic through lines versus like I guess projecting or self-inserting or whatever, or like the projects precede the ideas for the stories. Nobody talks to each other. There are like mandates for the things that need to happen in these stories. I mean, even if you're like a really good writer, I don't know how you survive the MCU. Unfortunately, it seems like at this point it is like sort of this cavalcade of people who just want to write their own story with very little regard for how well it's going to slot into this broader universe. And maybe even no consideration for what people after them are going to have to try and deal with, Like, if you want to come in and write a story now, how the fuck are you going to deal with all of this shit?
Well, and
like, has been left here for you.
If you went up to them and said, right, so the world you kind of created with Falcon the Winter Soldier TV show, is that in the same world as She-Hulk with the whole fourth wall stuff? And then also the Multiverse of Madness one where all the sorcerers are doing all kinds of things with the This is all the same thing, right? I could totally see them being like so lost at this point. They'd be like, yes.
I don't think that they could give you a good answer. Which, like, this is your job and you got paid a lot of money for it. Like, to not, and I get the impression, like, yeah, you can't. It's like when you see in interviews where they say, like, oh, I think that's what happened, or yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's like, you're pretty sure. You don't know. You don't know for sure.
You don't know,
like,
writer, god of that universe.
Yeah,
you don't know.
The reason why that's so funny is, like, I'm asking if there's continuity between your sequels, and it's like, pretty sure there is.
I'm pretty sure there is, but who cares? Like, you can. It's like the fun thing with the Marvel Cinematic Universe is that you have a bunch of these crazy characters. It's like, well, ideally, the cool part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe is that you're leveraging the advantage of long form storytelling in a format that has more focused resources. Like, you get to do what television does, but with way more money than television gets. And now that you have like films and television, best of both worlds, right? But nobody talks to each other, and nobody cares. And it's so lame because you got so much money. Like, yeah.
All of this,
And
and it
every
produces
project.
just this tier of content.
They could have been making
It's
so
just
much more money.
careless.
They could be. They really could be. And I mean, we've seen it, right? Like, the reception to Phase 4 has not been good, and that is known because, like, Phase 4 was meant to continue past Black Panther 2, but they cut it off, and now, like, there's this multiverse saga. That even that's starting to, like, projects are getting delayed. Like, Blade isn't even, like, I don't even know if that's still coming out. Like, projects keep getting shifted back because it's like, whatever process you thought you had to make this work is not working. And I think they realized that it's not working. What kind of changes that would actually manifest in, who knows? I don't really expect, like, the writing to improve. Because I think that there is writing is just not valued as much as it should be at the moment. I think that a lot of other aspects of like filmmaking are respected, like cinematography, acting, music composition. Like a lot of the other aspects of it are like there's recognized good and bad, but like for some reason with writing it gets like a lot. I don't know. People just don't value it as much. This is
They'll
the
write
consequence of that
poorly.
attitude.
Yeah, they will continue to write poorly just about different things than they would have.
Well, and of course, like it's maybe it's sustainable for a while, but yeah, I guess it remains somewhat sustainable if the way that these projects are responded to remains as it has been for a while, which is everybody watches it and thinks it's great, and then give them a couple of months and they turn on it. I guess this is kind of a turning point, right? Because Thor was not received well as soon as it came out, and of course She-Hulk as well has not been received well as it comes out. I guess Black Panther 2 might be like sort of a litmus test for whether that's going to be a trend or if like it was only going to occur this time around. I don't know. Like maybe it's just a matter of complacency, right? You're Marvel. Everybody will watch your Marvel stuff. If that's assumed, there's not much pressure on you to be trying to do new things or be innovative in the way that the Marvel Cinematic Universe kind of used to be, at least like conceptually. You know, Marvel Cinematic Universe was like a unique and original idea at the time. It wasn't a sure thing. But now that it is, and it's just a consistent stream of content to be delivered for Disney Plus, like to make sure that people are constantly engaged, talking about it on social media and like retained in that like network of content, then, you know, it just continues. Yeah, sorry.
Don't have to apologize. I don't really disagree with you. And that's how I base apologies. So, yeah, that's She-Hulk. Unless there's anything else in closing people wanted to add to that, because there's so much to say.
It's terrible. It's horrible. The destruction's complete. And I'm getting
Well,
pretty
where
numb
does
to
it,
it, thank goodness.
Where does it sit if we were to try and figure out, like, in this particular phase, where
I think it's
does
similar
it sit?
to Loki, I would say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it has to
I
be.
think the finale was probably the thing to push it in that
I
direction.
think
for
it's
sure.
worse than
Yeah.
Loki because there's just so much pointless episodes that are such crap. All right. What's worse? To utterly not caring about something because it's so pointless, or something that's really bad that enrages you?
I guess the thing is, it's like it's worth not underestimating how much damage Loki does to absolutely everything. Because we've just covered, right? Well, no, that's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
That's fresh in
That's
our
why I think
minds.
I think it's on par with Loki. It has to be. If it kind of breaks
And-
the same thing, and then
I
in the
might be
same
able to
way.
inch
'Cause
She-Hulk
I
as
feel the
worse because there's more
I feel
things in
She-Hulk-
it that are bad.
Yeah, I feel She-Hulk's
It'll be
worse because
close.
they fail execution so much. Like, just look at the CGI is atrociously bad. But it's like Loki was bad, right? But I was still watching it without thinking, oh, this is utterly like completely pointless. And that's my impression with She-Hulk. I was just like, what is even the point of anything happening here?
I think I agree, right? Like at the end of She-Hulk, what was achieved? It's like, I don't know, really. Like,
No, yeah, and the show didn't
Not-
know. And the biggest thing I think we could take away from it was the final message of the show, and the main character contradicts it in her whole journey. So,
yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, right. Character, theme, plot, and world is all pretty catastrophic in this show too.
yeah.
I was not expecting it to be competitive with like Loki and Multiverse of Madness when it started.
At the very least, right? And at least Loki took itself seriously and ended up ruining everything. I don't even think the show that no one took like this show isn't a serious show, but they then crap on everything and ruin everything because they're not taking it seriously. They don't care about the consequences of the
I
implications.
guess that's the question, right?
Also, Loki had classic Loki in it.
It did have, yes, Richard E. Grant Loki.
Oh,
Well, I
there's-
mean,
there's
I guess then really it's because Multiverse is like right at the bottom. I guess if we're comparing to everything, not just the shows.
Yeah.
How
yeah.
does
To me,
How do you think She-Hulk compares to like Multiverse?
to me, it's worse.
I'm
I'm
gonna make. I think Multiverse of Madness has to be the grim bottom of the barrel, even with
I think
the
so
breaches
too.
that we've
Yeah.
had, because he wrote it
Yeah.
within its own universal rules to just have everything destroy itself with all the different things he said. It's so. I have a video that tries to explain just how poorly written that film is. It blows my mind. It's so bad. So It's going to be hard for me to be
So-
convinced that anything is worse than Multiverse of Madness at this point.
Are we saying that? So She-Hulk is a 1 out of 10?
Pretty
Would
much
you
for me,
say?
yeah.
I think after that finale, it's basically
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
Make sure that
I think the
finale
finale
really
does lower
yeah.
it to a 1 out of 10.
The finale was the thing that kind of ruined everything. Kind of
Yeah,
like in
it's a
Loki. Like
It's a show where
it was-
nothing works, and it has errors that are that grievous.
Mhm. I guess in terms of but how do people feel about it? I guess when it comes to just their emotional response to it overall,
Oh.
where would it sit by that metric?
Well, enough, I still don't think I was made as angry by watching She-Hulk as I was with Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I'm curious if anything has made me as angry as Falcon and the Winter Soldier did. It really pissed me
Falcon
off,
and the
that
Winter
one.
Soldier. Yeah,
And it might be because my
think
investment in the MCU was still, you know,
Intact to some extent?
somewhat intact, yeah, at that point.
Well, that was before Loki and Black Widow had come out, right? We only had WandaVision as
Yes,
As
which was still
indicative of, like,
wonky, but
what-
still, yeah.
well,
You know,
quite
interestingly,
wonky. Yeah.
I wonder if it's affecting my scale because look, the Marvel Cinematic Universe has been right almost dead for me for a while because of how bad they were, so much things, and but there were still some properties that I thought maybe there's a slight hope it might not be awful, right?
Mhm.
She-Hulk, like I felt
Dashed
could have had
your dreams.
potential. Yeah, it could have had potential, and it's destroyed it. Now it is like this has killed the MCU for me in such a complete way. Like Wakanda Forever coming out, I could not care less. Like I really don't want to watch that film.
The only thing that's left is
MCU
Guardians
is
3.
dead.
But
Guardians and whatever happens with Spider-Man.
we'll see. Yeah.
And who knows what happens
Because
there.
like I have no hope for Blade. That's not happening in a good
Not
way.
anymore.
no, I
no,
can only hope that it's funny.
Well, I mean, yeah, you look to the future, right? It's like Black Panther 2. It's like, well, it's going to introduce an underwater kingdom that was there the whole time and didn't get involved in anything. That's going to be a tough one to...
We're finishing
Get
Phase
off.
4 with this movie. It's so weird.
It is bizarre because it wasn't the plan originally. Like Fantastic Four was meant to be part of this phase. Now it's in Phase 6. You know, like something's gone awry. And I guess, yeah, like looking towards, I mean, for me, I'll probably, like, Daredevil, I guess. I wonder what's going to happen. But I'm not optimistic.
It's gonna be so weird when we're like, which do you think was better, Phase 13 or 17?
Yeah.
Well,
Gosh, I have no hope for the X-Men coming in. Like, I don't know when they'll come in either. Gosh.
Well, that's a while
Hey,
away, but I
man,
mean...
Deadpool with
oh,
Wolverine.
Deadpool, right?
Excited.
Deadpool 3. I will have some level of investment in that, naturally. But I'm scared.
That's on life support. It's on like they managed to just get a slight heartbeat by bringing back Hugh Jackman, but it's like,
I just, yeah. It's
But I
just
mean,
funny
that's where
because
the
the
MCU
big,
was at now, right?
a big weight that tied Logan was it was the last before was both those legacy characters from those great actors, and then it's just like not really though. And I know
Nah,
that everyone
nobody's
like,
ever really gone.
different universe, baby. And it's like nobody knew what the fucking universe was in Fox anyway. It was much more of a meta comment.
And here it's going to be even more confusing. But I mean, it kind of shows like the nature of I mean, DC, well, I guess we don't know yet until what we see like next year, but like Marvel is very much now in the era of milking nostalgia for stuff they didn't even like, Marvel Studios weren't even involved in. Like, and other universes that have nothing to do with them. It's kind of fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sad.
Don't be.
You Shad,
Don't
you
be
check it
sad.
out, Wakanda Forever? You gonna go see it?
Who,
Review
me?
it? Yeah, review it for Night's Watch, I assume.
I don't want to, but I will just for the sake of the review and also to talk about anyone else who's reviewing it and just it's a job now in that regard. And oh man, yeah. So
I know
I'll
that
force
feel.
myself.
Well,
I
I feel like that about does it.
think so. I don't know if I could take any more. Like,
That's
I'm at my
amazing.
limit.
It is
My
amazing.
brain
So-
is at its limit. It needs to rest.
So EFAP is a legendarily long show.
Yeah, well.
And you
yeah,
guys you guys go through some, like hour and a half, 2-hour movies, 2.5-hour movies, and it could take 12 hours sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
it can,
3
it can.
episodes of She-Hulk. And there's just not much to say. It's just not interesting.
Well,
It
now
is
that we've
so
said everything,
fucking
over
hard.
Also,
7 hours or whatever.
the episodes are very short on She-Hulk. They're like what, 20 minutes at
Yeah, they're
most,
kind of 20
sometimes
minutes.
less.
You cut out the
Thank
intros,
God.
outros, and fluff, and you've
Still
got really...
nothing. They're still empty.
I mean, episode
Very
7 was
true.
empty as fuck, but I think when they literally climbed out of their own universe, there was something to talk about. You know?
Oh God, I hate it.
Yeah.
I can't summarize it more than I just fucking hate this show.
Yeah, I think from here, since we're nearing 7 hours, we're gonna have to say that we'll have to sort out once again. We have to sort the super chats out. Me, Rags, and Free in some form of a catch up. Those are still releasing and coming out. It's just obviously, if you're a fan of EFAP right now, you've been running out of time to be able to watch all this stuff. We just been
So
firing.
much coverage, guys.
The Scorn
Admit it.
EFAP just came out. It's over there if you want to go see it. We just break down Scorn. Meanwhile, I'm trying to get all the catch-ups out and record them. And me, Rags, Fringy, and many others, including possibly people here, recorded our Halloween arc for next year already. That was
That's right.
that was a bit of fun. You guys can speculate on what franchise that may be. I feel like that's more fun than telling you. But you know, give it a few months, I probably will just accidentally say it. You never. It's a horror franchise for sure. And I say this as if you not got the hype of the 4th Final Destination movie coming out a week from now or a week from yesterday. By the way, Final Destination 3, that was so close. I got it out just in time, and 4 is still giving me some trouble as well. So I'm trying to. We got some suggestions here. Scary Movie, Freddy, Halloween, Resident Medieval.
Resident Medieval, I think you might have made a mistake there.
Piranha
Resident
Double D.
Medieval?
You gave it away. That was the one. Resident Medieval.
Damn it.
What?
There's no.
Or Medieval, the video game with the skeleton man.
Ah, yes, the Trinity of Winches.
Oh god, that's a good reference. I like it.
Piranha Double D, the greatest horror movie of all time.
Hell yeah.
I feel like I'm pretty sure Rags mentioned that at some stage.
It's so
that
good.
film.
It was-
There's Piranha, Python, Anaconda. There's probably like mech versions
Don't
of
forget
each one of
Sharknado.
them.
Yeah.
No,
exactly.
but see,
Sharknado,
Piranha Double D was pure. 72 minutes, and it knew exactly what it was, and it was fantastic. It was so much fun to watch.
So yeah, what I want to start doing is giving a big old spotlight for a moment on our guests for the day. So we'll just go one by one, and we'll start with, why not, Mr. Rekieta Law, Mr. Lawyer, Mr. I only watch shows to hate on them. Who exactly forced you to watch She-Hulk? Why did you do it if you hate it so much, asshole?
You. It was
Oh.
you. I learned it
Oh,
from watching you.
I learned it from
Oh,
you. I'm so sad.
Dude, no, despite all of the intense suffering of sitting there watching this show, it is actually a lot of fun to talk to you guys about it, and to tell people just how fucking terrible it was. But yeah, I'm Rekieta Law, recently banned and unbanned from YouTube, and
Oh,
I
yeah.
finally just got off my suspension yesterday, so I can actually post content now. Really happy
Yay.
about that.
I imagine your fans are ecstatic about you coming back, but you've got backup
Yes.
plans, right, in case this is to happen again and
Yeah.
stuff.
Well,
Your,
and
your streams are taking off on Rumble. Like, holy crap, dude.
that's actually what I was gonna say. I mean, it's not really a backup plan anymore. It's the real plan. YouTube is not gonna be my streaming platform. I've been streaming to 5-digit streams rather frequently on Rumble, and plan to make that
hey.
bigger. So, if you want to follow me, you can. The best place to do it though is rekietalaw.locals.com, and then that's where I announce every stream and guest appearance and everything. And I have a 24/7 live chat going, where the community can hang out, but they also can talk about whatever I'm participating in, because I'm the most important thing, of course. But yeah, so you can of course follow me on YouTube. I will still be posting content on there, but my live streams are on Rumble and Odyssey, and it's a blast. We have a ton of fun.
Wow. Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, you've been a riot having you on. I still regret how long it took us to get you on, but I'm very glad we brought you on for something law related. We got plenty of law insight from you, as well as just I
Yeah, that
very
was
much
really
enjoy
great
your
to get.
company. Good stuff.
Thank you. One more thing. I do have to give a shout out, of course, to my companion in pain and suffering. The real Lady Rackets, my wife, suffered through every episode of this with me.
You can tell her I
Every
said
single-
sorry about that if you want.
The chat right now, so she's been watching and listening. But yeah, so she sat there. My favorite line she said was, "Watching this show makes me embarrassed to be a woman."
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry on behalf of all women.
This show made me proud to be a misogynist. It had the opposite effect.
For
It has
everybody who
solidified my position.
for anybody who wants to check her out too, she is just starting a YouTube channel, and she's doing really well. She's got 11,000 subscribers. It's The Real Lady Rackets on YouTube. So completely different content from mine, but I like the heck out of her. So go give her a check.
JLongbone, always wonderful to have you here as part of our little selection. You were obviously here to defend She-Hulk. I think you did a decent job of it, but I'm gonna have to say we weren't very convinced. So people can find you on your channel making reviews that are very positive about it, right? That's what you're up to, right?
Oh yeah. I want to marry this show. It's so fabulous.
I think the big thing that people need to know about, if we haven't told them already, the Gotham High readings are all completed, right? You released the last one.
Yeah, finally.
Are you gonna make like a supercut of them all together, or are you just gonna let people figure that out with the parts? You know, some humans are just not capable, as we've seen from this show.
No, I'm gonna make a full version. It's gonna be like over 2 hours because
Which is a
each
shit ton of editing.
yeah, usually most of them are like 20 minutes, but the last two are like one is 40 minutes and one is over 30. So yeah, it's going to be about 2 hours. It's going to be a pill. I don't think it's going to be that hard to really edit because I'm just going to connect them and make sure it's cohesive. That's about it. But yeah, that's out. I still have more She-Hulk reactions to release because I did 1 through 4, and then the finale made me stop and just do a video on that because it was so horrible.
Yeah.
But I still have 5, 7, 7 and 8 coming out. 6 I'm gonna kind of do like a quick summary of in episode 7 because I didn't really get that episode was nothing to me. I've got that, and I might have a better like a actual review of She-Hulk that I might work on. My thoughts will be a lot better thought out than they were today.
That's the way it works with videos, but
yeah,
it'd be interesting to see, and of course, more collaborations both on our end and your end for up to, right? Movies being watched, reviews, reactions, whatnot. Plenty to be excited about. World of the internet, especially if they bring out more shows like that.
yeah, that's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty then. Nutsa, hey, cool to have you back to talk about these awesome things that are happening with the world. What are you up to? What's going on your channel? Why should people subscribe?
So much for talking. Oh my god. Ever since She-Hulk walked out of that writing room, my brain was like, no, we're not doing that. I'm awake, but my brain is gone. Anyway.
So that summarized the channel?
Anyway, sometimes I get drunk, I get bored, I spit out a verbal diarrhea onto a page, and then somehow, by the time I sober up, the video is up on my YouTube channel. So if you want to see stuff, I guess, you can check my channel out, I guess.
What's your latest video? What's it about?
My latest video. Well, I'm working on a video that's gonna probably come out next week that I don't even have a name for, so it's, let's
I don't even
leave
think
it-
about names for videos until they're like uploading.
Oh yeah.
The names are the hardest part. The names of the thumbnails,
Yeah.
deceptively difficult.
Oh yeah. Well, it's pretty vague, so I don't think I can describe it, so let's leave it as a mystery. It's gonna be up next week, basically. And I'm going to make a video about... I've made a video about feminist Hollywood before, and I'm probably gonna make The second one, the next month, I'm planning to. And She-Hulk is gonna be featured. Definitely.
Oh wow, it earned a spot, eh?
Yeah.
What an accolade.
Well, yeah. The links for all those channels are in the description. You should check them all out. Mr. Shadowversity, how you doing there, sir?
I'm good, mate. How are you
It's
guys?
just funny because I'll be like, give it a few hours, I'll be back again reviewing a different TV show with Shad, and
I know,
hopefully
you know,
we won't
we'll
be as
be-
upset this time around.
We'll be hanging out talking about House of the Dragon.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
We've done it now. Rings and She-Hulk are done. They're dead. They're buried.
Yes. Hey guys, check it out. Have a look at how the graphic novel is going. We're up to 362,000 on this bad boy.
That's great
Like-
British pounds. Good God.
That's how phenomenal is that, right?
Hell yeah.
Fantastic, man. Congrats.
That's the US amount. So it looks really nice when it's converted into the Australian dollar dues. But now man, it has made me so friggin' excited. With the success of this one, Volume 2 is going to be so big and insane and like just awesome, right? I don't have to hold back anything. And of course, Enemy itself is great, but now with the Volume 2, we can do bigger. It's going to have we can dedicate full page spreads and things. Not only that, I've got new projects that I'm working on to develop in graphic novel format as well. I did like a 5-hour stream on Night's Watch breaking down my plan of attack on making a new Star Wars, essentially. And the excitement that has gained is really surprised me. People are really on board with that. And now I'm just wondering, all right, let's see where we can push this graphic novel to. I think we might be able to hit 400K, and that's just crazy. So everyone grab a copy if you haven't already. Seriously, this is better than what Marvel and DC are making. It's got better art, better coloring. I think I'm a little biased when I say I think the story is not bad, but there's a lot of reviews that kind of confirm that, and so it's a great entry point for the story. And even if you have got the book, man, graphic novels are awesome. Like the visual aspect is so great. It's another way to enjoy it. So do grab it if you haven't already, and we can really push this thing far, which is just awesome, man.
Oh yeah. No, I've already got you linked up in the description.
Oh,
it'll
legend!
be on the re-upload as well. Just congratulations, man. Job.
Thanks.
Big accomplishment. Yeah, very cool.
I'm
Wish you the
excited. Like I
best of
said,
luck.
all the profits. I'm blessed enough that my life is covered. I don't need to live off of the money that's made on this, so I'm reinvesting all of it. I'm just going to be using it to make more content, good content, because I think there is a way for us to push back against this crap, and that's by making our own independent media that is better than what this sludge Disney is making and the mainstream. And so begins here.
Yeah. And who knows what you'll be generating in the future then, judging from those ideas. You'll be expecting a whole Shad universe, perhaps.
That's what I want. My full intent is to expand this, right? So the space opera that's kind of based on Star Wars, my intention after I get those graphic novels out is to expand it, get other writers on board to write their own stories in this universe and just expand it outwards. I'm going to use the graphic novels that I oversee as the primary kind of core story. And after they're done, I'm going to be trying to find studios and see about the possibility of turning them into film. I'm committed. I want to really go all the way with this stuff. So it's awesome.
Well, hey, I heard you guys referring to it as the Iron Age, so you'll be curious.
That's the tag.
I wonder what'll be happening when we hit the Golden Age. Who knows?
Who knows, man? Seriously, the thing is though, right? The market is still there. The people who love comic books are still there. They haven't been buying Marvel and DC because they've been making utter crap. And the success of like this graphic novel, then you see Eric July and all these other people making great comic books and stuff. And so Eric July with the Rippaverse shows that people are still hungry for this medium. They love comic books still. They just want good stuff. And when they're offered it, look at the success of it. It's amazing. And so
yeah, because you
DC and Marvel.
It's you, Ripper, Clownfish, right?
Clownfish have made their own book.
Razor Fist.
And then Razor Fist has his kind of pulp novel, which is doing really, really well. Then, of course, you got Will Jordan, Critical Jinket. Yeah, guys, have you seen his Kickstarter? Like, holy crap. And
dude, it
again,
blew up while we're doing open bar. It went from like 3K to 300K or something stupid. It's like, he's
that's insane. But again, it shows you how hungry people are for good content still and how willing they are to back it. Like, the market is there, so it's just waiting for people to offer them what they want. And it's like, we can do it. Let's do it.
The fans are ready. Disney has primed them. Like, they've got them ready for this stuff, yeah? But yeah, and as for your channel, you got your main channel still talking about swords, armor, and that, and then you got your Night's Watch, which, to be fair, at this point is I'm not hoping to insult, but it's similar to EFAP, right? We got all
a little bit.
Down.
I focus deep dive reviews and breakdowns very much in kind of the spirit of EFAP. And so you'll find generally more longer form content on Night's Watch. And one of the things that I love about Night's Watch, and this is my intent in going into it, it wasn't going to be like Shadowversity #2. No, this is a dedicated channel that I'm devoting as much time into Shadowversity, my main channels, and its growth has been great. The fan base has been growing there, and it's its own kind of fan base. And I haven't abandoned Shadowversity. I put out this really fun video on the medieval war wagon just the other day, and I don't know how, but anyway, I'm managing. That's all. The content's still flowing. So.
No, it's just great news. And like I said, links all available. Rags, Fringy, was there anything you guys wanted to mention? I already know the answer technically, but I was just going to prompt you for it instead, Rags.
Two things. One, as I've said, I do have a plushie campaign that is out. I'd love for you guys to take a look at it. It should be the top link in the description, and Thunder has been very kindly putting it in the chat during this episode. But please go over there, take a look. They did a really great job with it.
Seriously, that's one of the best plushies I've seen, Rags.
They do great.
That is awesome, man.
They it took a little bit to get mine done, but I think it really shows. It's distinctly different enough from the first one, and it's enough to be its own thing, like the posing and everything. And they just do a really, really good job. And of course, Mahler and Fringy's plushes, their campaign is over, so those will get shipped out.
Looks to be soonish.
Pretty soon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty soonish. But of course, and with mine, it helps us a great deal for you guys to pick those up. I appreciate every single one. And just take a look at it. Think about it. I think there's about 2 weeks left on the campaign.
Yes.
And it is gone. After that is done, it is out of here and it will never return. The second thing is that after this, I'm sleeping because I'm tired. But the plan is to tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, Monday, because I want to kind of hit around the noonish to 2ish, sort of EFAP-ish time. I will have a video out on the Rags channel. It's looking to be 2.5 hours. It's pretty much finished. I got the copyright cleared on it, as far as I know. You know how Tismy those can be. But it should be finished. So look for it either tomorrow or on Monday.
All right.
And then hopefully another one shortly after that. So that's what I've got going on. That's the haps.
What about you, Frankie?
I don't have anything right now. I'm just working away on the next big
work
project.
Continues.
Yep.
Yeah, and then as for myself, you can catch me tomorrow with Gary and Frankie, I think. And Shad. We're going to be talking about the finale for House of the Dragon, and there's plans to do a season coverage of sorts next week on EFAP for House of the Dragon. We thought, you know what?
I'm just worried. I'm so hope they don't screw this up. Like the ending of last episode has made me worried, guys. Sorry to cut you off.
So luckily, I'm glad there's a show that I look forwards to watching.
Yes. As for Dad of Boy, people wondering when I'm going to stream more of that. I was going to yesterday, and then I had an opportunity to go see Black Adam, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess I could. And then I ended up hanging out with people a little longer than I expected, and that film wasn't painful. I was like, okay, you know, and
Yeah, I'll
I was
probably
like,
check it out in the next couple days.
So you might see coverage for that at some point too. Unclear right now. I mean, at the very least, they'll probably discuss casually on like Real BBC or whatever, which you can expect on Tuesday. But yeah, and we are just crazy far ahead on EFAP episodes right now. If anyone keeps track of the rate that we're supposed to be putting these out, we just had so many topics, so many things to do. And of course, the EFAP movies are still pumping out too. It's been a hectic past month and a half, maybe two, for EFAP. We're trying to get everything in order, and we shall. So don't worry about it. But yes, it's kind of cool. We managed to get all of Rings of Power covered, all of She-Hulk covered. We've even thrown in some extra bits here and there. For those who didn't know, like I said, the Scorn EFAP is out. It's there. It's me, Metal, and Rags talking about completing the game and what we thought of it.
Yes. Yep. We talked about
Scorn has really interested me, and so I didn't even know you guys covered that. I'm totally going to check
Dad,
out.
I'm going to be honest with you. Scorn. Please don't spend your money and just listen to that podcast.
Yes, do not spend your money. I'm not kidding when I say that the game can be completed sooner than our EFAP about it can finish.
Yes.
Really?
And it is a 3-hour EFAP, so.
Yes. People were saying, like, wow, short bad. It's shorter than the actual thing. And I was like, I don't think they caught the fact that you could beat this game in like an hour if you really wanted to.
I mean, the fact that we were using, I think Shiroku is the guy's name. We were playing his long play of it. His long play was like 2 hours and 47 minutes for the whole thing.
Yeah, which, that's not a speed run. That's playing the game.
Yeah. But if you have, I will say, Shad, if you have Game Pass, it is on Game Pass. If you're just curious to play it, which you shouldn't be, but I don't blame you.
Well, it's funny. I wasn't interested in playing, but what interested me about it was actually the visual style that they did with it. I found that really intriguing.
Yeah.
Definitely
big draw.
Very good visuals, very interesting visuals. That is certainly something that it has.
Does it have a good story to justify it, or do you
don't spoil it? Don't spoil it for Brad.
All right. I'll watch your coverage.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know what your thoughts on the story are as we explain it to you in the stream, because we make sure to do it piece by piece so you can understand it perfectly.
Bold choice.
So anyway, yeah. So obviously, thank you all so much for joining us, Casteroo. Like I said, links all in the description for these guys' channels. Fully recommend. Check them out. You'll laugh. You'll cry. You'll experience. Well, thank you all for joining us. And thank you, chat, for your generous donations, of which shall be accounted for. Everything will be. I'm saving it all. Don't worry. And we get sessions to follow up. And of course, your very interesting interactions and keeping us company. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So, until next time, and I say that because I genuinely don't know if it's going to be in the form of possibly a mini getting released or the Final Destination. The Final Destination, that's the next one we're covering. And all the comments are like, wow, they thought the third one was the worst. It's like, yes, don't worry. We're about to watch the fourth one. You guys will be in for some laughs with that one. Yeah, and then you'll see us again on Saturday, more than likely, for an update on whatever the hell else is happening, because in a week's time, I'll probably have figured some more of it out. But anyway, thank you all so much. Have yourselves a fine evening. We shall see you next time.
Yeah. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for being here.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I told you how. Promised you.
Important element
Is
of
that
this.
free?